Tumo is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend Tumo centers each week after school. Tumo offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. Tumo's educational software, the Tumo Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. Tumo makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by Tumo's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At Tumo, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several Tumo centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. Tumo is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. TUMO offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. TUMO's educational software, the TUMO Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. TUMO makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by TUMO's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At TUMO, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem-solving, and a sense of community. There are several TUMO centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. TUMO is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. TUMO offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. TUMO's educational software, the TUMO Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. TUMO makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by TUMO's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At TUMO, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several TUMO centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. TUMO is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. Tumo offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. Tumo's educational software, the Tumo Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. Tumo makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by Tumo's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At Tumo, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several Tumo centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. Tumo is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend Tumo centers each week after school.
at a very rapid pace in the last couple of years, last couple of months. And this is in stark contrast with the rate of growth and development in education and systems of education, which have been developing very slowly over the past couple of decades or even centuries. So if you're sitting in the education train, the AI train is whizzing past at a very high relative velocity, and it's accelerating. And it's tempting to want to hitch your wagon to the AI train with the hope of accelerating developments in education in order to get to a kind of effective education system that we've always hoped technology would get us to. But changing trains or hitching the ride at high velocity can be very risky. And that's why we wanted to have this symposium to get together and think very deeply about the possibilities and challenges posed by the project of infusing our education system with AI, bringing AI into our schoolrooms and classrooms, and to think about how we can do that in a way that's safe and effective. We have a very high density, very high powered program today. We started this morning earlier with almost a dozen different workshops, hands-on workshops on design and technology, using generative AI APIs, for example, to code, to do architecture, to do graphic design, music composition, storytelling. And now we're going to switch to a series of discussions. We're going to have some panel discussions. And I'm located right now at the TUMO Center for Creative Technologies headquarters in Yerevan, in the Global South. And we have a network of other TUMO centers that we work with around the world, and many of them are in the Global North. And so we thought it was very fitting to start with the topic of globalization of AI. Is there a new kind of digital divide that's going to be developing due to differential access to AI technologies? And is there anything education can do about that? Is there anything we can do about that to mitigate that, to preempt it? So that's going to be the first panel with very interesting speakers, from venture capitalists to educators to researchers to edtech entrepreneurs. And then we'll continue with AI's impact on the classroom and the university classroom, as well as primary and secondary education. We know that AI helps students do their homework, write essays, it corrects their mistakes, it helps teachers with curriculum development. But we're asking ourselves, is that all there is to the AI revolution in education? And we want to explore what the longer-term future might hold. What are the pitfalls, and what are the potential promises that we can see there? And then we'll talk about the future of work. We don't know what the jobs of the future will be. We know that AI is going to be a big component, a partner in the workspace. And so what are the skills we need to teach our students? What can we do through education to have a more AI-proof, or better yet, AI-ready generation of entrepreneurs and workers and knowledge workers in particular? And then we're going to talk about creativity. AI has shown itself to be very relevant in the creative industries, to the surprise of many of us. And so we want to look at AI for game design, AI for user interface design, for storytelling, writing novels, even in play. We want to see how AI can turbocharge how kids play as a learning platform. And finally, in terms of the education space, machine learning has really become a very high compute, high data requirement, data intensive, expensive endeavor, and it's moved towards, away from academia and towards commerce. And so the question becomes, given all that, how do we teach machine learning itself? Can we continue with the same foundational approaches, or do we have to go to a higher level now that things like large language models are becoming a field of empirical study. So we're kind of observing how they behave rather than deciding how we should design their behavior. So that's another interesting panel we're going to have. And finally, we want to talk about living with AI, the ethics, societal implications, even AI literacy considerations in schools and in society in general. So that will be our final panel. And that will be interspersed with very interesting keynotes, interviews, fireside chats, as you can see in our program. Okay, so let's jump right in. Our next panel, which I have the honor of moderating, is about globalizing AI and how can education preempt a new digital divide from forming. All right, so in a couple of minutes, our panelists will join and we'll begin that conversation. All right. So we are joined today by Claire Zhao, who is a venture capitalist. She's a vice president of GSV Ventures, one of the leading edtech and digital space investment companies. We're going to ask her to speculate about the implications of developments in edtech in terms of this question of digital divide and more generally about regulation and other aspects. We have Hrant Khachatryan, who's a researcher and the director of Yerevan N, a machine learning research lab here in Yerevan. And they're a prime example of doing world-class research out of the global south, out of a place like Armenia, where you wouldn't expect that necessarily. Yeva Hussein is the founder and co-founder and CEO of SoloLearn, one of the leading global apps for technical knowledge, technical education. It's used by all kinds of people around the world, including the global south and the global north. And it's a company that was formed and still partly operates out of Armenia, as an example of bridging that digital divide. And finally, Armen Orujan, he's the founding CEO of FAST, the Foundation for Armenian Science and Technology. And he and the foundation have been extremely active in bringing AI to this part of the world, have done multiple world-class conferences on AI and machine learning since several years ago, and more recently have started an initiative to bring AI education into high schools, which is a very novel and very ambitious approach. So with that, I welcome everybody. I'm Pegor Papazian, the Chief Development Officer of the TUMO Center. And I want to start us off with a very global question about what can education do to help mitigate or preempt the AI digital divide, given the difficulty of equal access to technology, to compute, to knowledge, to expertise. And Hrant, maybe I'll start with you. And maybe you can start us off, and then we can go around and get everybody's take, and then continue from there.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for inviting. So, AI increasing the risk of digital divide. I remember Tim Berners-Lee, who do not have access to internet. Internet is only making things worse in terms of inequality. So now we have another risk of this, and the development of AI has this big potential. Now there are two big players in the world, OpenAI and Google. A few others are trying to catch up, and we need to make sure that we build the capacity, educational capacity, and compute capacity to be able to deal with this situation. We need to learn about these things. A lot of people should know how AI works. We should be able to develop our own AI. We should have the technical capacity to develop our AI. Otherwise, we will become kind of only users of it, and will lose control over the technologies that are entering our lives.
And so I guess one of the things you're saying is we could be relegated to being consumers of AI and not be part of its development. Do you think that within that consumer space, let's say, I guess there are levels of sophistication now, right? So we could be very sophisticated users. Prompt engineering is a term that maybe is going out of fashion, but that would be an example of a sophisticated users a month ago. What are your thoughts on that in terms of the spectrum of user versus kind of contributor?
Exactly, that's a good point. To become a better user, you need to understand the technology better, that's for sure. If you have a lot of teachers who know the technology, they can teach users to be better users, more sophisticated users. And there is a spectrum of technology, so there are spectrum of even user experiences that require different level of sophistication. So if you do not know programming at all, you have one level of access to the tools that AI developers create. If you know programming but don't know AI, you have better access. You can use APIs and other technical tricks to get more benefits from AI. If you know AI, you can use these tools in better combinations in more complicated scenarios. If you have compute to build your own AI, you can use all those open source technologies and develop AI tools that probably only you have the first period and have some economic advantage. Otherwise, you can fall behind the entire stack. That's essentially what happened, for example, in chip development industry, right? Like now, the entire world depends on a couple of factories in Taiwan. So there is a risk that this technological the layer of this technological stack, which is AI, can also be concentrated into a couple of companies, and the rest of us will become like just users.
Yep. Claire, why don't I have you jump in, and especially with a view on whether tech or digital learning can play a role here as well?
Yeah, definitely. And I think Ron referenced a lot of interesting points around just the digital divide that you're seeing on the infrastructure list. I do think it is important to see how that translates also in the application layer and how we're building education tools. And so you're starting to see, I think, a proliferation of a lot of platforms and also consumer applications. If you think about like Conmigo or Chegg launching Checkmate, all of these AI tutors, they typically come with a very Western view of the world because they are built primarily on training data from the US. And I think what's important to know, and as we think about this evolving landscape and these evolving tools, these models are always changing, but they're also always changing depending on the inputs that they're learning from. As I'm sure many of you in the audience have learned this morning, just seeing how these black boxes evolve with the data. I do think it is important that the more it's being used, the better it gets, but that also takes into consideration who is using it to train it. And so if the rest of the world is not training these models, the models are only going to become more fine-tuned, and the outputs are going to end up becoming better for very specific audiences as opposed to having a very global view. But I also think maybe counter to this idea of a gap, there's also, I do think, I'm personally very bullish. Our team, we're investing in AI education solutions. I think there is a gap indeed in access, but I also think when we do expose people to this technology, you see massive gains and this idea that AI can actually be a massive skill leveler. So there was a recent study that actually just came out a couple of days where they equipped a bunch of BCG consultants. And you saw that, with consultants using AI, not only finished 12% more tasks on average, but the quality was also 40% higher. And I think my favorite stat is actually that it works as a skill leveler, and the consultants who actually scored worse before the experiment had the biggest jump in performance. So I do think it's important to think about, who gets access to this technology, what gaps there are in the space, but I also think thinking about the consumer applications and how it can actually be a leveler in other ways as well.
Interesting. So I guess one of my takeaways from what you just said is that it's a bit more high stakes. In other words, if you don't have access, you're going to be left far behind. But if you can have access, you have a fighting chance of being right up there with the rest of us. It could kind of split both ways.
100%. And I do think there's a lot, that, and I'm sure we'll go into this conversation, that's out of our hands as it relates to just like regulatory capture and the actual infrastructure layer. But I do think the best thing that you can do, whether you're an everyday consumer, is to play around with these tools, because it's, the onus or the ability for you to expose some of the pitfalls of these tools. You have so much power in that right now. And I do think as builders, as people who are creating tools, it's important, especially in this inflection point where, we are right now at kind of, I think, a platform shift as important, on par with the internet, the rise of digital or personal computers. And I think we are at this early moment where there is a lot of ability to add and contribute to the discourse. And the only way you can do that is by playing and building and experimenting.
Mm-hmm. So you're kind of on both sides of this in the sense of you're running a company that's not yet a Google scale company, but who probably feeling a lot of pressure to integrate AI into your own technologies. And at the same time, you're in a position to be able to teach technologies to your users on your platform. What are your thoughts? I'm sure you've been thinking about this recently. Can you share some of those thoughts with us?
You're on mute, Imogen.
Okay, not on mute anymore. Okay, yeah. So let me, talk from the perspective of education, So we have been investing in, mobile kind of code learning anytime, anywhere, And in many ways, technology helps to bridge the digital divide, because like with PCs and mobile phones, whatever was very concentrated in certain classrooms for certain locales is becoming, much more widespread. Like we have users around the world, people in India can learn on a mobile device, so all of that. What is happening with AI entering kind of education is, I think, like the good part of it is that our average quality of education is going to go up worldwide. Because now with AI empowered kind of assistants, with AI, like for example, like you can teach code in a much easier way because AI can explain, your errors in a very human kind of, way. So you don't get intimidated by the kind of complex, tech jargon, and there are many, many things that you can implement. So in that sense, I think the average quality of education worldwide is going to go up. And it's a new platform, and it's going to set the new standard. In terms of longer term competitiveness, though, like average and decent standard is not enough. So what do you do to kind of, as a country or as a society or kind of, as a world in general to go to the next level? I still think there is this kind of teaching component that we are kind of often ignoring, in the tech world especially, that is going to make all the difference. And when I talk about teaching, I'm mostly referring to, schools and kind of teaching teenagers, where do you start? Because a lot of learning will be like self-paced, it's about how much you can learn on your own for you to stay competitive as an individual, as a company or as a kind of country or whatever. But it's the difference of kind of, teaching experience, how do you awaken, certain interests and certain passions in an individual early on. So they are kind of very well kind of, just prepared to learn on their own, because technology is going to be available. It's more about, where you put the effort and where you start kind of. And using the technology is super important. And then I agree with Claire, you know, like the next layer, application layer, is where every country in the world can be competitive. You can build a solution on top of infrastructure from anywhere in the world. So I feel like teaching and kind of, you know, just that early education that sets you kind of for competitiveness and global vision and doing things on your own is going to be even more important. And AI is going to give, you know, the best teachers that exist everywhere in the world more time and more kind of, you know, like basically resource to think about better teaching in general. So
yeah. So Armin, over to you. You jumped right into this challenge and are actually in the business now of providing, or at least piloting, and you'll let us know how it's going, AI education in high schools. That's something that's probably unprecedented. I know that a lot of organizations in the US are doing AI literacy and AI project, but this is actually core curriculum, right? Integration of AI into classrooms. Please start telling us more about that, and then please share your thoughts around the discussion we've been having in general.
Pegor, first, congratulations on organizing something of this nature. This is a critical discussion, and I'm glad that TUMO is at the forefront of this. And we have such wonderful panelists here, so it's a privilege to be here. You mentioned the divide, and you mentioned Global South. I think Global South is very, very vast, as you can imagine. I started working on this digital divide in late 90s when we were still coming up with Millennium Development Goals, which largely failed, as you know. And then now we're here with Sustainable Development Goals, still dealing with Global South and integrating just base technology in most parts of the world. We're not even speaking about sophisticated technology like artificial intelligence, just base technology, and you have monumental efforts and obstacles to overcome. Just last week, I was in Africa, on the African continent. We were speaking about, actually these similar topics, and there's a broad interest on the continent to bring AI into general education in Africa as well. But our colleagues here mentioned some of the critical challenges that you have when it comes to integration of AI in education. One big element, I think, to be considered when we say Global South, what do we mean? There is Armenian Global South, for instance, where you're kind of in the middle of a pack. If it was a bell curve shape, we'll be sitting right there on top of the bell curve. And there is Global South, there is on the descending side of the bell curve, where infrastructure is not ready for any kind of an integration of artificial intelligence, not only in the educational platform, but also in the context of business integration to start with. So I think that separation or dissection of Global South is also important because most people belong there. But coming back to the reality that Pegor, you were mentioning about starting AI education in Armenia, which is a pioneering thing, and I'm grateful. I think Hrant is part of this movement as well. He's a great contributor to the efforts. This could not have been done by a single organization. Since this being a pioneering initiative, we're launching in 16 high schools as a pilot project, 12 public high schools and 4 private high schools. That started September 1st. It's already 23 or 22 days into this, setting up the infrastructure in these high schools, teacher training, which is a massive, massive task itself. And then the curriculum we worked on for several years, so we're at a point where curriculum is ready to be deployed. But training, because when we talk about any type of a knowledge, you have essentially 2 axes. You have one axis where the knowledge is, the other one is the human. So the question is, how do you take that knowledge and input it into the human? And it seems like a straight line, but it's quite dynamic. And here's where you can have the best possible curriculum, and if you don't have the properly trained educators, you're going to have a massive amount of challenge to take that curriculum and put it into that individual. Or you can have top-notch instructors, and if you don't have the proper curriculum in place, you're not going to get the most up-to-date knowledge into your students as well. And then there is this small thing called infrastructure. Haran spoke about computing power a lot. So having the proper computing power for you to be able to bring your student up to date, for them to be able to get into competitive education is also a critical element, because it's one thing to use AI, one thing to use AI competitively. You know, you can run a program within minutes or hours, or you can run a program within days or weeks. It really depends how close you are to that top peak of computing power. And that's going to be a challenge that's going to divide Global South itself, because integrating proper computing and having access to proper computing is still a challenge. It's a challenge in Armenia, as you very well know, and it's a massive challenge in many parts of the world that are not at par when it comes to development, technological development that Armenia sends. There's a lot to speak about this, but I'll stop here, Begor, and if you have further questions, happy to respond to those.
Yeah, I think your comments kind of gave me two different questions that I want to address to Claire and Hrant respectively. The second one for Hrant I'll come back to, which was about open source, so access to compute, but also access to pre-trained models, which is something we realized several months ago was suddenly much more feasible than we had thought. But Claire, I remember something you said, and that Armin is repeating during our conversations as we were preparing for this panel, which is some kids will have access to real teachers, human teachers, and some will have access to AI teachers, and there may be a quality difference there. Could you kind of elaborate on that? Because I think that's at the crux of some of what we're talking about.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, everything that was mentioned before is, you know, our current state of play, but I do think there is an interesting dynamic that we've been also thinking about, you know, second order effects, where if we think about the classic digital divide that we've been talking about today, it really centers around connectivity. I think that problem exists globally, as we've heard you know, as we know and live that experience, but also, you know, it exists in many developed countries, as well as, you know, when we saw that in the pandemic and the differences in access to digital learning. But I do think if we posit the idea that eventually compute will go down, the rise of digital personal computers and the connectivity challenge goes away, then there is a very potential almost different effect where you have this kind of third type of digital divide, where, you know, potentially there is a world where only people, the difference between the have and the have-nots is only people who do have access and the ability to afford. Real people will have real teachers, real humans. You know, you can think of this even in customer service. We know that when right now, a lot of times you have to wait hours on a bot in order to get access to a human. And so maybe the people who can pay can get access to a real teacher and a real person that can walk through problems with them in person. And then we potentially have a future where the people who don't have the ability to afford this are relegated to only being able to learn from AI tutors. So I do think it's really important to really think about that kind of future and make sure that we're building AIs as, you know, amplifiers, really thinking of AI as augmented intelligence in the education system, as opposed to completely replacing educators or replacing deliveries of learning. And so I think it's very important, you know, as the work that everyone in this room is doing, to make sure that everyone is cognizant of the way we develop AI in a way that it amplifies as opposed to displaces and replacing people.
Right. Another thing we've been thinking about is whether you know, AI will be controlled by some companies, maybe governments, who are able to supply it, and then it seems fairly easy for them to drive their agenda everything from inserting advertising into the teaching to skewing the learning process a certain way, which has been done around the world with human teachers for a long time. But still, it seems like the more marginalized, the non-privileged learner is more at the mercy of these things than, let's say, so there's another sense maybe in which the digital divide, maybe if someone would want to comment on that or elaborate. Think about it as I jump to Hrant and with the open source question. Of course, compute is expensive. NVIDIA GPUs are not open source by any means, but at least some models are now, as opposed to during the months after, let's say, GPT 3.5 came out. Do you think that's a significant factor in this digital divide conversation?
Yeah, I think it's changing the game a little bit. So especially those recent large models released by Meta are making things easier for other players to develop their own systems. I also want to say that it's probably kind of luck that this happened this way. So it kind of some strange business dynamics between Google, OpenAI, and Meta that made this possible. Like if Meta was probably more competitive in the business side, they wouldn't open source it. So it's kind of a luck. So and it's very hard to count on that in the longer term, by the way. So we should keep this in mind that maybe 2 more generations of these systems, then there will be no open source ones. But now at this point, we are lucky and we have the opportunity to build on top of those. Again, it requires more compute than most of us are used to. And it's not only across countries, this divide problem, but also between academia and industry. Like if you go to research like scientific conferences on machine learning, you will see a lot of academic professors are in this challenge. They don't know how to compete. They don't know how to change their research strategies to stay relevant. So this disruption is prominent and is visible in many other dimensions as well. I think, the open source thing will help. I already know teams in Armenia that are trying to develop things on top of these open source models, including us on the research side. And the curriculum of AI in like universities in higher levels should quickly adapt to teach students to leverage these new open source models to stay relevant.
Yeah. And Yev, I want to come back to you, first of all, if you want to elaborate on any of this conversation, but also the question of, as a company that probably is feeling the pressure to incorporate AI technologies, do you feel that you're playing in an uneven playing field, that the resource requirements are much higher, that you can't hire the people because they're overpriced, out of your range? Or do you think there's a way to play in that arena?
Yeah. I think there is a lot of room to play in, honestly, and we have been using open source kind of, OpenAI technology for most of the AI experiences that we're incorporating in Cellular, over and over again. And with Meta's new release and, with kind of, I think that might not be such a big problem in the long run, because even if they are not open source, I think these models are going to become cheaper and cheaper, because that's what happens to technology. So I'm more optimistic on that front. It's more about the capacity, as you mentioned, like, can you build the expertise that can develop on top of those models? Like, can you get access to the talent that you need? I think that's so we have been able to kind of, hire people that we need, but over time, more and more people will go into this area. And I think it's just like with developers, in the beginning, it was very hard to find good developers. So, and it's not about prompt engineering. Obviously, I think prompt engineering is very much like Google search, that's how I see it. And over time, it will become kind of, better and smarter, and it will do a lot of kind of work for you. You don't have to learn formal prompt engineering, but it's about, like pure machine learning and AI kind of expertise that you put on, like as a basis kind of your development work. But I think with like the more widespread AI becomes, the cheaper it becomes, the more people will go into the area, like into that area. So you may be able to hire great experts from Armenia, maybe. There will still be a bigger concentration in the developed world, obviously, wherever, the big companies are, and that's where most of the talent will be produced.
Right.
But, and another thing that is happening today with like business in general is we're all remote companies. So we're not limited to hiring experts in a particular location, which means we can hire people in the US, we can hire people, pretty much anywhere in the world. And it's about, what you do. And a lot of people like choose who to work with based on the mission, what you do for the world. And I think that gives you a competitive advantage to hire kind of the best talent worldwide. Again, I mean, it's not easy. It's never easy to attract the best talent, but I think like the world is becoming more and more global, and that's a separate discussion, whether that's good or bad, because it has all the cultural implications, and you kind of become part of a bigger, like global culture. Yeah, but then it also opens up, huge opportunities for a company like out of Armenia, for example, to hire the best talent to build global products and kind of, and the technology is available to everyone. And I think it will become cheaper and will be more and more affordable over time.
And if I might add a quick data point on that, and I love what you mentioned around just the workforce and being able to scale the product delivery and just finding that talent. I actually do think AI is actually also allowing for a lot of the ability to allow non-technical people to build technical applications now. So because AI acts as this kind of queryable interface as a co-pilot, you're now seeing the ability for even non-engineers to be able to run things like data analysis sequences and such, or build applications because they can now leverage an AI co-pilot to help them do more technical activities and write code and develop applications. So you're seeing even tools like built for educators and admin, where you can talk to your data with AI, and the AI will help you pull reports, help you run that data. So just an interesting data point we're seeing with just how, the ability to blur the lines between technical and non-technical talent.
Yeah, agree 100%. There will be more of it as AI kind of becomes more democratic in a way, and more simple to understand. So I think that divide is kind of, will be very easy to close over time as well.
This is good news. I'm glad to hear this. So Claire, following up on that, you see lots of pitches, I bet, and these days more and more about AI. And I know you write a newsletter, a weekly newsletter on AI, which I follow and I would recommend to everybody. What are some things you've been seeing that maybe are creepy in terms of maybe hinting at a non-rosy future of AI, of the kinds of things people want to build, or more in general, what are some trends that you kind of can glean out of the pitch decks that you've been subjected to?
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of this vision that now almost every profession, you'll start seeing these kind of verticalized co-pilots. So every type of work, whether you're a teacher, you're going to have an AI assistant. And I think the idea of these is to not replace specific jobs, but you've got companies like Harvey building a legal co-pilot, a bunch in the medical space. Basically, for any type of work today, a lot of people are doing unnecessary, what you might bucket as admin work. And so you now have the ability to leverage an AI, which acts honestly as kind of like a very smart intern, where you have to give very precise instructions. But when you do give it instructions, it can do a lot of that very admin work and reduce that, your cognitive workload. So that, for example, in the case of teachers, instead of writing up reports or emails to parents, you can spend your time actually teaching and what you love and are trained to do, which is teach kids and spend that time doing that. So we're going to see, I think, We're seeing a lot of companies building that, that application and the AI co-pilot vision. I do think there's a lot of exciting activity around multimodality AI. So, you know, I think even in the broader marketing and social space, the ability to now actually, you know, almost kind of clone yourself. So you have these influencers in China that are actually on 24/7 selling things because they basically clone their voice with just about 5 minutes of voice data. They can replicate your voice, and they can replicate the way you sell things. And so you have, you know, you can see how that applies at scale for news anchors, or even your best teachers. I can have my own one-to-one version of Gordon Ramsay teaching me and walking me through how to cook. So I think really cool applications there. It is a little, I think, sometimes currently falls into the uncanny valley where you don't know if you're talking to a human or an AI, but I think a lot of really cool activity there. And then I also think, you know, just the broader dream of this idea that AI can move education from one size fits all right now to one size fits one. So I think if you kind of think about the ability to scale teachers one-to-one, you can also have one-to-one lifelong learners or lifelong teachers alongside you. So this vision that an AI that knows that, okay, at home you're playing this game on Roblox, that ties to what you're learning in history class. The ability for AI to build those connections that maybe right now a human isn't able to see all the different things that you're doing in your life. And you know, I think when we think about the education system, a lot of cool applications are being built so that you can kind of connect all those synapses so that, you know, the stuff that you're learning in your primary and secondary school, the teacher in higher ed or your university has that context. And then the same thing in workforce, the ability for, you know, AI to connect those synapses so that I know that in university you specifically took this class and read this book, and that's how it relates to your current work and such. So I think a lot of really cool stuff. I mentioned a ton of trends, but yeah, very, very exciting times. And I do think it is the time to build. This is, you know, one of the largest value creation opportunities of our time if you're a builder or a founder.
Cool. So Armin, one of the things you said stuck in my mind, that you've been in this business, if you will, for a long time. By that I mean the business of the developing world, trying to make sure it's not always playing catch up, trying to leapfrog, whether it's biotech or, you know, internet or now AI. And I wonder if you see kind of the same pattern, the same best practices, or is there anything different about AI? Because you hear that a lot. This is different. This is like the invention of fire or something. From the perspective of a development professional, let's say, putting that hat on, what are your thoughts about this moment in time in development?
Well, I think what happened was with ChatGPT, it kind of made AI popular. You needed a moment of that nature, and ChatGPT was just that. Because I remember, and Pegor, I think you can relate, when, and Nirant, you were part of it, when we organized our first workshop, which was machine learning with NSF. Remember that, Nirant? Armenian media published it as Mekena Shinutsun, meaning, you know, they literally translated the word machine to like automobile development. And the reason I mention that, so we've gone a long way from 2017 automobile development to today understanding what critical aspect of AI machine learning would be, or, you know, these LLMs and all of these things. So people use these fancy acronyms now because they're aware of it, but that's not true everywhere. You still struggle with understanding what AI is, whether it's scary, whether it's going to benefit you, whether it's going to hurt you, how you're going to be processing it. And I think what Claire has highlighted here, and she spoke a lot about this co-piloting. This is important, because co-pilot kind of brings in this element of ease, this element of reliability, partnership, so to speak. And I think when you look around the world, people begin realizing that there is a partnership between human intelligence and artificial intelligence, and this panic and paranoia that AI is going to kill you one of these days. It still may be true, so I cannot say that it definitely is not going to. But if it does, then we deserve it because we're stupid enough to create something that's going to eliminate us. We deserve that, if that's the case. But let's say we're not that unintelligent, and we're intelligent enough to create something that's going to go from co-piloting with prompt engineering to becoming a co-pilot in co-parenting in all sorts of, we've already spoke about from medicine to agriculture to military, to all aspects of integration that this can go in. But I think the next level, you said something bigger that, I think it makes sense today, but it may turn on its head. You said AI will be controlled by certain companies, and you're absolutely right. And I think what Taran said, which is also critical. Today, you have this almost like a panacea. You have Google, you have OpenAI, you have Meta, and you have others that are giving you a gift, this gift of AI. It's like, go and use it, and until you get hooked, and then they're going to say, well, you know what, to get rid of all these bots, we got to go behind the paywall. So please start paying for it, and it will become very unaffordable at some point. But I think there will be a time when AI will control these companies. They won't even know that they're being controlled, the same way we already are experiencing this. So imagine when you were doing all these researches, or you were doing research and you're obtaining knowledge. Right now, you were relying on yourself, right? You go and for hours, for days, for months, sometimes for years, you're trying to understand something, and then when you found something, you're ecstatic. You're like, you know what? I'm the champ. Here, you go and you say, hey, find me this information or get me this information. And the information comes in and you immediately start believing. You're like, okay, so this is what it is. Meaning it is already controlling you, but we have no idea that it's controlling us, right? Because we're getting this information and then we're passing it through as if that information is ours. We begin believing something that is not necessarily ours. So let's assume for a second that AI is still, whatever we tell it for it to be. But the minute it recognizes that it knows slightly more than us, it's like, I want to say AI consciousness. I don't want to say human consciousness because we have no idea what the hell the human consciousness is. Everyone has their own theories as to what consciousness is. But let's say it has AI consciousness. It's going to start controlling us, or in subtle ways. The types of information that it will possess, we can say it's how we build it, but it's also how it begins processing information, thinking that this is how best. It's like all these black boxes that come about in building new types of technologies. Those black boxes we're calling them black boxes because we have no idea what's going on there. So imagine if you have black boxes within black boxes that are starting generating information that is useful, at least on the side of AI, it's useful for human intelligence, so that information comes into our system. I think that's also an area that needs to be carefully examined, not to say, you need to be afraid of it, but carefully examined as to how we get impacted by this. And I think, Begor, you and I are probably old enough to remember some of the experiments like major companies like Coke and others had done in the past by inserting messages in their marketing campaign. And they're milliseconds, these messages that come into marketing campaigns, they're milliseconds, but immediately these messages stay with you and you think now you own this message. This is yours, you always knew it, but you have no idea where it comes to you. So I think some of these things are also something that needs to be carefully looked upon. I went slightly different route in explaining this digital divide and what have you, but I'm hoping that I've answered that and I opened another interesting topic to explore.
Yeah. So along that kind of more paranoid, if I could call it, line of thought, let's talk about regulations and regulatory capture, but maybe more relevant to our topic, this idea that countries can compete on having more lax regulation, for example. Like we've seen the UK try this to some extent, definitely Japan with its policy on intellectual property and how you can train your AI. Anyone want to jump in on that topic of kind of the global differences in terms of AI policy and how strict or not strict they could be?
I'm happy to comment on that. I actually, this past week I was at a Summit of the Minds where this topic was widely discussed, regulation of artificial intelligence. It's a sensitive topic, because, I mean, look, it's like, let's say on this panel, we have Hrant, we have Yeva, we have Claire, we have you, kind of practitioners of artificial intelligence. And then when you get to regulators, these people, most of them have never even used artificial intelligence. They haven't slightest idea as to what it is. And now we're giving them the power to regulate something that they don't understand. And when you don't understand, you always work from the point of fear. So you want to control it. And we're control freaks as humans, right? We want to control everything. So now bringing that type of a control on, unabated control versus unabated innovation, it may stop some things on tracks, although I don't think the humanity at this point, no country can control this properly, because if you begin controlling in the United States, it's going to go to South Korea. You start controlling there, it's going to go to China. You start controlling there, it's going to go to Singapore. You start controlling there, it's going to come to Armenia. So the point is, it's going to be very difficult to control it, but also having this arrogance that we know best how to control something that we don't understand, it may backfire. So I think, all of these conversations that we need to bring regulatory framework, we absolutely need to have a regulatory framework that actually allows you innovate and innovate smarter. But the point should be not control. The point should be, how do we empower you better? So that's a very different approach. So if you're thinking how I'm going to empower you, you have a different type of a mindset when it comes to a regulatory framework. Whereas when you say, I'm going to control you, it's like, rearing kids. It's one thing to say, I'm going to control this kid. Another thing, you're going to say, I'm going to make this a fantastic human being. The one that you're going to control, you're going to probably screw that kid up for the rest of their life. So I think, that is critical for us to understand who the regulators are, who the people are that are planning to do this, and then what type of a mindset they have when they're approaching actual control of artificial intelligence.
Okay, so, Claire is the only non-Armenian, as far as we know, in this panel. If you're advising the government of Armenia, would you go towards make your regulations very lax so you can, be what Switzerland is to banking, Armenia would be to data or something? Or would you say, no, you're very vulnerable, protect your population, make sure you have all the right regulations? I know that's an unfair spot to put you in, but if you would improvise.
I guess I'm deciding the entire fate of Armenia's AI policy, but I do think, as Armin mentioned, it is so tricky, and I do think, right now we've never dealt with something like this before, and I think policymakers and ministries are trying to make the best of the situation and trying to operate a little bit out of fear, because sometimes it's better to think that you're controlling something and not let it out the box, but in reality, Pandora's box is open. And this technology is like Promethean fire, right? It could be the best thing to ever happen, but it could also, be the reflection of humanity's worst qualities. And as I mentioned, there is a potential for, some massive existential threat. But I do agree. I think what I would advise is, ultimately, I do think regulation, as we've seen this story before, it does prevent competition. And if anything, I do think it creates a market where incumbents thrive and kill startups. And actually, you kind of maybe are seeing why, this is why, in the US at least, OpenAI, Meta, Anthropic, they're all convening. And a lot of times it's actually a kind of a form of regulatory capture where because they are the incumbents in the space, they can regulate it. They can say, oh, in order to build a model, you have to hire XYZ amount of lawyers and XYZ regulators and red teams. And that means that startups won't be able to build in this space because only OpenAI can afford something like that, right? So I do think there's that trend that to be aware of in thinking about regulation. I also think just broadly, if you look at every industry that is highly regulated, healthcare, education, energy, the cost of those things are driven up high, and it's because there is regulation in this space. And so I think I don't want to jump into conclusions what this looks like, but I just do think it is important to think about how regulation shapes not only the ability to create startups and builders in the space, but also industry progress, and just thinking about like the ability to build applications in this space. But I also think, we can also learn from other examples. So the UAE released their Falcon 40B model, which is open source, which is very exciting. And Japan, I know, is working on their own version of a couple models. So I do think countries are being very, I think, thoughtful about this process where they are experimenting and also driving towards a purpose of building models that are also more culturally sensitive and contextualized to their countries. And I do think that's a really good, or at least I would think that is a exciting development, because I do think, hopefully those models will lead to better products for their own countries as well.
Mm-hmm. By the way, we've been getting questions from the audience. Some of them are being upvoted. One of them is really interesting, and it brings us right back to the education question and human versus AI teacher. And the question is it possible for AI education to link the learner to the real world? In other words, you would think that if you're working with AI, you're isolated from the real world, but can we imagine an approach where that would actually be a very healthy relation with the world, social, mitigated by AI? Anyone want to jump in on that one?
I can try to answer this. So, in my opinion, the technology that we already have is capable of solving so many interesting problems and becoming a source for so many interesting solutions that can solve very different problems, including the one that is mentioned in the question. I think it's more about how to package this, how to design the user experience on top of this technology so that it can solve the problem that you're targeting. So I maybe cannot comment on the exact specific problem, but I think in general in education, whenever I think about it, the bottleneck now at this point is not the technology, but the user experience, the user interface, the way students interact with the AI. And this is good news in some sense, because it means that a lot of people who know education, who know psychology, who know how to deal with people, what people like to do, and those people who can develop those interfaces, they have the technical means to bring their ideas into life. They don't need to hire AI experts somewhere, right? Like the best AI technology is available to everyone, although it's not free, right? On the other hand, the other side of the medal, especially for countries like us, is that there is a small risk there that any country or any technology ecosystem that is trying to position itself as a source of technical talent, it's kind of losing its competitiveness, because you don't need that much technical talent if everyone is using OpenAI's technology. So the focus is on the UX side. But yeah, in the scope of this question, it's only good news, and maybe this is a call for education experts, human-computer interface experts, to jump in and find solutions to these educational problems.
So yeah, one of our other panelists for another panel that we were talking to said that the humanities are now more valuable than they used to be because of this phenomenon of, the AI can do the technical stuff for you, broadly speaking. Yeva, as somebody who sells technology education, technology learning, is that something you might think about?
Yeah, we think about it a lot. Basically, what we've been focused on is automating, like great teachers to some extent. So they can make the learning experience. So the real teachers can make the real learning, the learning experience even better, right? So I think that's why I think the quality of teaching in general will go up. And yeah, and in response to the audience question, I think like the definition of the real world is going to change as well, because the way teachers teach today is kind of, just coveted in the world they live in. Just imagine they have an opportunity to relate a student to any other world that one can imagine. So I think it's a fascinating time, and a lot of kind of educational progress will be kind of, driven by teachers. The only issue there, and that traditionally has been the case, that good teaching is not necessarily where the biggest money is. So good teachers are not necessarily the ones that are, the most kind of, that pay the most. And it's also true in the technological world, it's interesting. So, and that's why I think like basically giving them more room, and just because those are the humans, those are the teachers who understand learning science, who understand psychology, who can bring the education to the next level, because what we already have can be easily automated.
Right. We have a very interesting question that says, how come we're talking only about AI and not about education? And I think there's a very interesting insight in there. I mean, it's the input, sort of the infusion of AI into education might be something we have a hard time imagining right now. So we can't really talk about them at the same time in a way. So we're going either about talking about education, and we're a bit closer with these comments about it's about the teacher, how they teach, etc. And also, I mean, we often, when we talk about teachers, we imagine the good teachers. I've come across some bad teachers, and maybe AI would have been a better teacher than the bad teacher. So also that aspect of, is there a kind of a standardization of a minimum quality level that we might see along those lines? And finally, if somebody wants to take this up, do you think that when we think about AI and teaching with AI, that our approach to pedagogy, to the way we teach, to learning theory will change? Or do you think that learning theory is so fundamental, we know how it works, Yeva is saying, no, it won't change? Maybe I imagine Hrant saying, yes, it will. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, maybe like, learning psychology has been there forever. It hasn't changed. The methods, how you kind of teach, some things on top of it may change. But, the basics of how human brain kind of learns, as long as humans are there, I don't think that's going to change. So great teaching is a lot of psychology, and learning science is all about psychology as well. It's about the tricks, you do in the classroom that change over time. Yeah. Like you forced someone to learn, 200 years ago, now you gamified. So it's more fun and more kind of, so I don't think that the core is going to change, but yeah, happy to listen to what Hrant has to say.
So I'm teaching in the university, not in schools, and I think the biggest value that I bring to the students is not about the knowledge about mathematics that I teach them, but the kind of ability to look at the faces of the students and understand which part some of them didn't understand, so that I can repeat, right? Because sometimes the students cannot even express, even at like, 20 years old, right? Cannot really understand which part they are missing, which part was hard, which part they missed. So I think that's a value that teacher gives that I still do not see how this kind of technologies can help, although I won't say that it will never happen. I don't know, maybe if there are some cameras in the room and they closely look at the faces at some point, maybe some systems will realize which parts the face changed and maybe repeat that part again. But the current technology, I think, can change a lot in the content, in the assessment, but again, not that psychology part that Eva mentioned. So I think the teachers in that sense should switch their focus on providing this type of mentorship, this type of understanding the psychology and the difficulties of the student, and then mentoring, and leaving the content, the relatively boring part in some sense, like remembering numbers and facts and things like that to machines, because anyway, those students who graduate, they go to job market, and in their daily jobs, they will be able to use this technology. So those things that you're going to teach that can be done with this technology, they're not going to do in most cases. So I think this kind of shift will happen in the education, but I still don't see that the shift will happen in the relationship between teacher and student and the psychological part.
Yeah, I would just add, I think 100% agree with everything that was mentioned. I do think, pedagogy and teaching, that delivery, that human delivery of education is very hard to disrupt. I do think where you're going to see the most gains is actually more in just the productivity and the workflow of people in the education institution. So thinking about, as I mentioned, just the ways that you can reduce some of that admin work so that great teachers can focus on pedagogy and great teaching instead of having to write reports or have to individually pull reports of every student and grading. I think the ability to now, instead of having 1 week timelines for grading an essay, you can now get instant feedback, or not necessarily instant feedback, a one-day feedback where the AI gives you a base and the teacher comes in and refines it and creates the final product. And so maybe I think we're going to see more disruption ultimately more in the actual productivity and admin work as opposed to the actual delivery of education itself.
Great. We have a couple of minutes left. I wanted to sneak in a question about assessment, and that's a question we have from the audience as well. Maybe, Claire, are you seeing pitches around assessment using AI, and do you think that's a significant kind of sector?
Yeah, definitely. I think the vision of adaptive learning has always been a core, I think, problem to tackle in the education and ed tech space. I think historically what we've seen in, AI has been around for a long time. And so what we've seen in like assessment space has just been kind of a digitized version of how we test kids today. But as we think about just formative learning and the ability to, test kids as they're learning, I do think that there is that opportunity now. I don't think we're seeing it implemented in classrooms, but I do think you now have this ability as a person is, for example, you can think of it like YouTube. They're building out the ability to basically have an assistant on the side whenever you're watching, for example, a Khan Academy video or a crash course video, or even any of these learning content. You can actually inquire and ask the video. You can say, hey, YouTube, can you help me teach me where the part where go to the video part where I can learn about fractions, etc. And so I do think there's now this ability to actually log that type of data. And so that, maybe when the kid goes back to the classroom, the teacher knows this kid was looking at this stuff. They had a lot of struggles with this part of the video. So I do think there's now new ways of identifying skills gaps, identifying where people are struggling, because you can actually identify and capture that data as they're learning. So I think the assessment and the test as we know it is going to fundamentally change. I also do think in the higher ed setting, everybody has this question, but there's, I think, no proof that the way that we teach in the form of like an essay is the best way to assess whether a student should get to a school or not, or whether or not they've learned something. And so I think there will be fundamental rethinkings around the actual ways we assess skills and assess gaps in the education space.
Okay, great. So we're having too much fun. Our hour is up. Thank you very much for joining us from all over the world. And this was a very high quality conversation. I'm very grateful. And I hope we'll continue it offline. Thank you. Bye now. So So what we have next, I guess, is a fireside chat with Stephen Wolfram, which I would encourage all of you to jump on that link if it's already running and check it out.
In charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. TUMO offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. TUMO's educational software, the TUMO Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. TUMO makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by TUMO's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At TUMO, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several TUMO centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. Tumo is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend Tumo centers each week after school. Tumo offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. Tumo's educational software, the Tumo Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. Tumo makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by Tumo's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At Tumo, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several Tumo centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. Tumo is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. TUMO offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. TUMO's educational software, the TUMO Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. TUMO makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by TUMO's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At TUMO, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several TUMO centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. TUMO is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. TUMO offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. TUMO's educational software, the TUMO Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. TUMO makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by TUMO's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At TUMO, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several TUMO centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. TUMO is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. TUMO offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. Tumo's educational software, the Tumo Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. Tumo makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by Tumo's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At Tumo, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several Tumo centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. Tumo is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend Tumo centers each week after school. Tumo offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. Tumo's educational software, the Tumo Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. Tumo makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by Tumo's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At Tumo, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several Tumo centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. Tumo is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend Tumo centers each week after school. Tumo offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. Tumo's educational software, the Tumo Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. Tumo makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by Tumo's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At Tumo, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several Tumo centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops,
welcome everyone and welcome back to the first symposium on AI and education at the Tumo Center for Creative Technologies. Today we're going to have wide-ranging and multifaceted discussions about the new reality we find ourselves in, brought about by the acceleration of AI. This acceleration is exciting, it's unnerving, it's definitely consequential. It opens up all kinds of possibilities for learners. And it really ushers in a new era that we welcome and that we're a bit worried about. It feels like despite all the concerns, all the challenges, AI could now be leading us away from traditional schooling and education systems that haven't changed for a long time. And in the best case scenario, it could be helping us introduce a new kind of pedagogy into the mainstream, where the learner is in charge, where the learner has agency, and which is effective, respects their rights, and is efficient in terms of learning outcomes. Interestingly, this new kind of pedagogy that we're hoping AI will help us achieve is likely to be less mechanistic, less regimented, and more human. And kind of being human is what education is about for many of us. At the end of the day, we're in the business of educating young humans. I'm not saying humans are better than other people, but nevertheless, that's what we work on, and that is at the core of what we do. And being human is something that needs to be learned and sometimes relearned. It needs to be nurtured and protected. And part of being human is getting into trouble. Ingenuity, curiosity, ambition, these are traits that we value as human traits, and we value in education as well. But they tend to, at the end of the day, cause some kind of mischief or transgression, which we have to deal with a mixture of annoyance and admiration, or sometimes with existential dread, which drowns out any admiration we might be otherwise feeling. And this has been going on for a very long time. Ever since the myth of Prometheus, and definitely before that, Prometheus stealing the fire from the gods, this was the norm. Happens again and again, and it looks like we've done it again with AI. We've gotten ourselves into a very interesting kind of trouble. And that kind of trouble we've gotten ourselves into feels a lot like playing with fire. Because this time, it has a lot to do with human language. With large language models, we seem to have cracked the language code, as well as visual language with things like diffusion models. And we've been told again and again that language is a defining feature of being human. I don't know if that's absolutely true. It might be inaccurate. But still, the fact remains, synthesizing language feels a lot like playing with fire. And we hear this a lot, that AI is like playing with fire, that it's like nuclear power. It can be used for good or for bad. I'm not a big fan of that analogy. I prefer the alien metaphor. I like to see AI as an alien, and in the first place, an illegal alien that's here to, we fear, take our jobs and alter our society and our values, and that represents a security threat, for example. As somebody who's been an immigrant in multiple countries, I think we should be more self-reflective about that reaction. But also, AI as an extraterrestrial, as a non-human intelligence, as a kind of a foreigner in that sense, is another way we've looked at AIs as aliens. And even there, I think we need to think deeper and more carefully. What is it about, let's say, foundation models that is not like us? I mean, they certainly talk like us, they draw like us, they hallucinate and make things up just like we do. And when we ask them to do reasoning tasks, their performance is very impressive, and all the more impressive because they make the same mistakes that we human learners make and that we learn from. What is not very human is the way machine learning models are trained. Of course, the way a neural network learns, for example, is very different from the way humans learn. It's almost like taking rote learning to its absolute extreme in an inhuman way. But maybe we can imagine a more human-inspired kind of machine learning. And maybe that needs to be more socially integrated, more about discourse and dialogue than rote learning. Now, this sounds like science fiction, and I think there is a point to be made about welcoming AIs into our classrooms, not only as tutors and as teaching assistants, but as students to learn with us. But let me make that a little bit more specific, a little bit more narrower, but still remaining within the realm of being inspired by science fiction. And I want to talk about The Diamond Age. The Diamond Age is a sci-fi novel by Neil Stephenson, published 30 years ago. At the center of it is an interactive book that is a teaching AI. It's destined for a lady from a very wealthy family to educate her, but it somehow falls into the hands of a very underprivileged young girl. It helps her survive, educate her and develops her, and helps her rise out of the slum where she lives. Now, this young ladies primer, young ladies illustrated primer, which is what the book is called in the novel, was one of the inspirations behind the Tumo Center when we created it 15 years ago. And the way it works is very different, as described in the book, from what we've come to know now as AI chatbots. It's not about correcting mistakes and giving the learner knowledge or helping them generate text. This book, this Teaching AI, has a pedagogical strategy. And if we're going to create a system like this, it would be trained not on text and images and annotated data, but on the experiences of learners, what they prioritize, the learning moments that they value, the experiences of teachers. So we would learn from teachers, which is what we do, and from learners, which is always very effective. And we would develop a system under this scenario which has a theory of learning. It will have internalized and learned a theory of learning, and not just a way of producing text or language or knowledge. So the best thing that I think can come out of our discussions today is really a community of technologists and educators who will be inspired to come together and to really bring AI technology at the service of human flourishing, and that can be ambitious enough to use machine learning technologies at the very core, not as an added layer, but to actually train and develop models that are all about a theory of learning and the pedagogical strategy. So for the rest of the day, we're going to have a wide-ranging discussions that will touch on multiple aspects of possibly this project or other projects that will emerge from the conversations. I'm sure that each discussion will spawn a thread of conversation, and that's exactly what we want. But we're going to start first and next with a real treat, with one of my favorite economists, Daron Acemoglu from MIT, being interviewed by one of my favorite people, Emerson Collective CTO and director Rafi Krikorian, about the power dynamics of AI, about how there's a danger that technologies like AI being introduced into society, in addition to eventually bringing a lot of prosperity and progress, can also concentrate power in the hands of the few at the detriment of agency, in this case for the learner, which is the opposite of what we want. So, welcome again to our symposium on AI and education, and let's enjoy the interview with Daron by Rafi.
I mean, I just have a few questions, but I figure we just chat for 15 minutes and then we call it a day.
That's it. That's great. That's good.
Maybe one of the things I want to start with was the core idea behind Power and Progress, if I understand it correctly, is that technologies like AI create a dynamic that concentrate power in a few people's hands, and then therefore has a depressing effect on wages, has other societal harms, large segments of society become at a disadvantage. However, mechanisms like regulation, civic action can maybe shorten or ideally prevent those periods of that which happen. Given that, and given all the things that are happening with AI right now, I'd love to get your sense of what's the role of education, especially in that AI, in this AI world that we live in now?
Well, I think, thank you for summarizing the main idea of the book. Indeed, I think the main emphasis of the book is that there is no guarantee that any technology, even those that are very promising, such as AI, will necessarily bring shared prosperity. So we have to work at it. And they could become concentrated in the hands of a small group who may then use it for displacing labor, reducing the role of labor, and creating monopolies for them, or monopolizing information in the case of AI. And so we have to find institutional and technological solutions to improve the prospects of society at large. in the face of these types of disruptive technologies. Now, education, of course, has a very important role, but I hesitate in jumping into education as the main solution, partly because both within economics and in policy circles, for the last 50 years, we've heard, oh, technology is running ahead. The only thing you can do is education. And we don't agree with that perspective. First of all, education is only one of the tools. And second, the perspective that technology is going wherever it is going, and we have to educate the workers differently so that they can adapt to technology, though it has some grain of truth, it's too one-sided. We have to make sure that technology also is appropriate and develops in a way that's coherent with the skills and priorities of the workforce. So it's a two-way race in some sense. And so I think that's one important aspect. Now, if you look at it from the point of view of developing nations, however, including Armenia, I think the problem is more complex because you have to first adopt the technologies and make sure that your workforce has the skills to be able to adopt, bring, and utilize that technology. And then you have to worry about how that technology is being used, how that technology is being developed. So for developing countries, I think education is more important because the danger is that they'll fall behind in this process. So many developing nations, many emerging markets are very behind in the AI process because they're not ready for it. Their organizations are not ready for it. Their education system is not ready for it. And quite honestly, their politicians are ignoring all of the opportunities and the dangers that AI poses for them. And for example, for Armenia, I think has some enviable and some really unfortunate positions at the moment. The country is suffering still from a variety of geopolitical and economic problems, and political problems. Some of the most skilled Armenians have left the country, and that trend doesn't seem to have completely subsided. But on the other hand, Armenia does have a good education system. Going back to the Soviet times, it was an education system that tried to prepare Armenians as engineers, scientists, mathematicians, and the influence of that history is still there. So Armenia has a great position to play a leadership role in the emerging world in AI technologies, and for that, of course, the education system will be critical.
Okay, so maybe we can separate out education in two different forms. Like there's one, which is we need to educate everyday people. We need to educate politicians. We need to educate those. But how should we be thinking about, and let's assume we can do that. I mean, that's hard, but let's assume that's a given. Then what do we need to be doing with students, both in the sense of like preparing them to use the technology, but also be more mindful about how these technologies, so like when they become builders in the future, that they're already starting to think about these.
You got it exactly
issues.
right. You got it exactly right. It's a really multi-layered problem. One is the education of the public and politicians, and that's a very high-level thing we don't want. I mean, it's okay if politicians become good at prompt engineering, but that's not what we are aiming at.
Yes.
We want them to understand the capabilities, the dangers, the ethical questions involved in AI. For the students, I think there are a couple of important issues and important dimensions. First, we want the vast majority of the students to be comfortable with the technology. So that requires them to learn some basics of artificial intelligence, including prompt engineering and how to use some of these new tools that are developing, some of the do's and don'ts of using these technologies, having enough of an understanding of the background from computer science, from where knowledge is coming, where reliable knowledge is coming, so that they can be good and socially mindful users, while at the same time have the skills and the knowledge to create good opportunities in the labor market for themselves. Second, we want all of the students to be aware of what are the types of skills that are going to be in demand in the labor market. So if the students don't have the knowledge of which types of jobs are likely to be eliminated and what types of skills employers and the community in general is going to demand, I think that's not going to be good for them. So the evidence from the US is there's certain jobs that are not going to be hiring as much. For example, if you are doing very routine knowledge work like collating of information, accounting, account keeping, etc. So I think we have to prepare the students for that. On the other hand, we know that a lot of creative tasks, both in the entertainment industry and the knowledge industry, are going to be still in demand. We also know employers want much more flexibility. They want a lot of social and communication skills because humans are still going to want human interaction, but that's where social and communication skills become important. So I think that knowledge has to be imparted to the students, and they need to get ready for that new labor market. Finally, for a small minority of students, they will have aspirations and skills to be at the cutting edge of becoming engineers or designers or computer scientists, and we need to make sure that they get the necessary background so that they can be competitive with the students anywhere from China, from the UK, from the US, who want to jump into that race as well. But in that, it is also very important to provide that holistic picture so that when they become users of that technology, when they become employers who depend on that technology, when they become designers of that technology, they know what are the socially responsible and ethical choices, where the pitfalls are. And I think that requires something much broader than technical education.
So maybe we can talk about the educational system overall for a second. If I remember correctly, like something like 9, 10 years ago, you wrote this paper which said that the internet has this ability to completely disequalize, like there's going to create superstar teachers effectively. But you also posited that it was possible and we needed to create a system to actually try to equalize that again.
Absolutely.
Is that going to occur again in AI?
I think it is. It is.
And how do we then stop it?
It happened a little bit with the internet, the massive MOOCs, the massive online courses, for example. Things like Khan Academy that started taking away some teaching tasks. But the basis of the slight optimism of that paper was the belief that most students, the great vast majority of students, need other humans to be taught. So you cannot have an education system that's purely online. And that remains true. And I think this is going to be both an opportunity and a pitfall for AI, because that's a lesson that I think the AI community has immediately forgotten. And many people within the tech world are still working on things that do not leverage the skills and the importance of teachers. So again, online courses on automated grading, automated teaching, self-teaching, those have their role, but they need to be complemented with teachers. And I think what's missing is AI tools that will make the teachers much more skilled and much better, for example, in personalized education, customizing the curriculum for the real-time difficulties and needs of the students and the diverse students. This is very valuable evidence shows for example, students from low socioeconomic background. So it is exactly the kind of tool that could create an equalizing effect. So I think this is the space where we need new technologies, but also the teachers to get ready for AI. The teachers can ignore AI. That's not going to work. And we know, for example, tens of millions of students in the US and hundreds of millions around the world are using ChatGPT already. So ignoring those developments would only lead terrible outcomes in terms of what homeworks, what classroom teaching, etc., are going to lead. They can try to block it. I don't think that's going to work. So the teachers need to adapt to it. Their norms, their rules are going to have to change, but the teachers themselves, their skills and their teaching methods can change as well, together with the right technology.
What you're basically saying is that instead of focusing, I mean, it's not black and white. I hear you on that. Instead of focusing all our time and effort on basically direct to students, we also need to be making sure that we're providing teachers the tools to make them more effective, efficient,
Absolutely,
like amplify the humanity of teaching.
Absolutely, and that is critical for the teachers, but it's more importantly, I really don't think that a school system, an education system without teachers playing a central role would be effective.
I'm very thankful for your time. So maybe one last question before I'm just curious, given your writings, given your thinking, and given the world we live in, what gives you optimism? Like, what are you optimistic about?
Well, I think two things I'm optimistic about, but extremely cautiously. One is that we have been here before. The book I wrote with Simon Johnson, Power and Progress, is very historical precisely because we've been here before, and there have been episodes in which we've made the wrong choices and technologies have been bad for society or for many people in society. And there have been periods in which our institutions have adapted. People have risen up when the technologies were used against them, and better outcomes were obtained. So I am very optimistic that we have it in us to remake society in a way that can benefit from technology in a fair, equal way. I also am optimistic that the new technologies are very capable and they have the potential to be very pro-worker, pro-humanity, pro-democracy. So it's not true that AI can only work with authoritarians. It's not true that AI is going to destroy all jobs. So that potential for helping workers is there, but very, very cautiously optimistic, because I think right now we are both politically and economically at a point in the United States, especially, where the tech industry has the wrong direction and is very powerful. So changing course is very difficult.
Darren, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for showing up and supporting Tumo. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Rafi. It was great talking to you. Thank you.
All right. So we're going to transition now to the next panel, and it's entitled Adapting Academia, the Impact of AI on Higher Education and Science. This is a panel that I'll be moderating. I'm Zach Pardos, an associate professor at UC Berkeley, and very excited to get going on this. The panel will be about, of course, large language models, the technology underlying ChatGPT and other similar technologies that have debuted. We're going to have a really wonderful panel with us today. While they're getting settled, I'll just briefly introduce myself. My research is in conducting adaptive learning research with intelligent tutoring systems. My lab creates open source tutor, and we also do research on virtual advising, helping students navigate higher ed. We have a really tremendous panel today that will contribute a lot of different perspectives on AI in higher ed, and we'll get started in just a minute. So maybe I'll just quickly introduce the panelists here. We have Aaron Rasmussen, founder of Outlier.org and co-founder of Masterclass. Lilak Malik, director of pedagogy, Wharton Interactive. Matt Miller, senior associate dean for teaching at the Harvard Graduate School of Education. And Rumi Nayuk, founder of Avrona. And I'll ask the panelists to give a better introduction of themselves and also try to answer the first prompt to the human text generators. And I think we're good to go. All right, see everybody? Okay. Then let's begin. I'd like to ask, just keep this open-ended, what's top of mind for you when it comes to large language models in higher ed? And please also give a better background of yourself. Let's start with Aaron.
Thanks, Zach. So I'm Aaron Rasmussen. Zach did a good job. I'm founder of Outlier and co-founder of Masterclass. My background is in computer science and advertising. My first two companies were in robotics and consumer packaged goods. I also grew up in extremely rural America, so I had to be an autodidact. So, my father was a middle school science teacher, so I got to see both sides of teaching, where you don't have access to human teachers and you have to figure out how to learn it yourself, and also getting to see what happens when you have an enthusiastic teacher mentoring a student. So what's top of mind for me right now, because at Outlier we teach sort of the first couple of years of college online with ultra high quality courses. The question is, what knowledge do we need to be teaching students to prepare them for this new future in which LLMs exist? And this is a really large question, so I will pass it on to one of my fellow panelists here to also talk about top of mind.
All right, let's go with Lilach.
Thank you so much. So my name is Lilach Malik, and I'm Director of Pedagogy at Wharton Interactive, and we have been building games and simulations, highly interactive, highly personalized and adaptive simulations for learning. When large language models came out, we very quickly saw that a lot of the work that we put into carefully tracking decisions, giving very adaptive feedback, could be at least partially taken over by AI. And we've really focused on the intersection of AI, teaching and learning, building AI-powered simulations. And I think what's top of mind for me is really how do we leverage the incredible potential of AI to help students learn, help teachers teach, while protecting students and everyone against the downsides? Another very large question.
Excellent. And Matt, what's top of mind for you and background, please?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Matt Miller. I'm a faculty member at the Harvard Graduate School of Education. I focus on human learning and development, teaching about that, and about organizational leadership, especially in higher education. And ChatGPT is currently helping me to learn the causative passive well in Japanese. Honestly, one of the most fun things I'm doing right now is figuring out how to, to build on what Aaron was saying, like how to get better at being an autodidact with a new partner. What's top of mind for me is really, I have to say, I'm a little giddy. So I went through these various phases of grappling with AI that seem to dominate universities, like initial terror and hand-wringing and a focus on cheating and sort of complete limited vision of what it might mean at first for the power of learning. And I have to say now, I want to align myself with Lilach's business in the future, because I actually can't wait for us to actually get more active in our learning, to have more adaptive simulations and truly immersive, experiential kinds of learning that I think AI is going to help us deliver over time in higher ed. So that's really, for me, something that I just feel like I'm already behind on kind of dreaming about what that can look like. And so that's up for me.
All right, well, maybe Lilach can bring us up to speed on some ways it's currently being used. The initial response of academia to ChatGPT was skepticism, right? Can this thing produce more fact than fiction? And then if it can, does that mean it's the end of all of our assessments in higher education? So it's this kind of existential threat and fear. But Lilach, have you found some ways in which we can be more optimistic about its uses for learning?
So yes, let me just say first that everything you mentioned, including learning shortcuts, learning loss, those are, as well as other ethical considerations, those are certainly things that we need to grapple with. But I think its potential to give us the opportunity to let students have access to really what is deliberate practice at scale. So a personal tutor for everyone. And that tutor acts like a good tutor. So for instance, right now, the difference between asking chat to explain it to me like I'm 10, and giving it a really structured tutor prompt that challenges the students, that asks it open-ended questions, that puts the sort of cognitive burden on the student is enormous. So better prompting practices make a huge difference. And I think that the potential for chat to really help students, so everything, for instance, in some Wharton classrooms, we've said, here, use this tutor prompt for everything that you might have Googled before. However, know that it hallucinates, that it will, make really sort of plausible sounding errors that you want to believe. So critically assess everything that it tells you. And so I think, we're just at the beginning of being able to do this, but I think the potential is there, and the potential is there to move chat from a generalist, which it now is, and with some careful prompting and guardrails, to move it to a specialist, a coach, a teacher, a physician assistant. The potential is just, there's myriad applications here.
A lot of computer tutoring systems, for better or worse, have been the student and the computer interactions. Are there any kind of other modalities involving ChatGPT that you've thought of in ways that are more social?
Sorry, was that for me? I wanted to
for anyone. Group learning uses of ChatGPT.
Yeah, I mean, well, one that's really intriguing from one of my colleagues at Harvard, but it also, really got me excited about saying, well, how does ChatGPT not just maximize what we know works well for learning, but also what are some of the things we're talking about with great dissatisfaction about our current learning environments? And so one example was just, groupthink in group work in higher education settings, and the ways in which a lot of us are concerned about whether the full range of ideas can even be discussed without social consequences for students of really entertaining an unpopular view. And so one of my colleagues is using chat to essentially play the devil's advocate and to argue the unpopular positions inside of group work as part of the structure of the assignment. So I mean, that's the sort of thing that AI today can help with, right? Like, and so what this actually translates into, I think, with the imagination of teachers, and then what products actually come out of that, I don't know yet, but I actually think there is a real simmering dissatisfaction right now among higher ed faculty about the quality of debate that is possible. And so, one of the hopes I have is that we really will sort of bring back alive discussion and debate, as central to our pedagogies, central to people making arguments and testing them in social settings. So that's one use case that that I've seen as really promising.
While we're on you, Matt, the specter of cheating doesn't go away, even with the observation that chat, as the cool folks say, can be used for learning and pedagogical reasons. So you alluded to some investigations of policies around cheating and use of ChatGPT, and do you know of any policies in the courses at Harvard or Harvard general policies around the use of chat?
Oh, definitely. I mean, we went through the process this summer just to get our community ready in each of the separate professional schools. We handled it a bit differently, and in Harvard College. But I think what we've really decided right now is that those policies there's a general framework, but they're at the course level. And part of the reason what we don't want to do is stifle innovation by teachers and students in using chat in ways that advance their learning in a discipline. And that's different than providing some general ground rules, which are, in the absence of information from an instructor that it's okay for you to co-write your paper with ChatGPT, you should assume that you cannot, right? So some of the policies tend to have that kind of flavor. But I guess I would say what we all need to think about is, if we were having students do assignments where they needed to summarize information, those assignments are done. ChatGPT is very good at summarizing the corpus of human knowledge in many different inflected ways, right? So So product over process, as my colleague Chris Dede says, is I think what we're rethinking and thinking about in cheating. Like, in other words, if we've been used to sort of thinking of assessment and evaluation of students and monitoring of whether cheating has happened by looking at a product that a student turns in and then finding the clues of whether they had help in achieving it, that's going to quickly be a dated paradigm. I think that what we're focusing on now is we will have to rethink assignments that already people have been doing for many years, but where ChatGPT bests us in being able to summarize information. And that's why I think the optimism about more authentic performance-based assessments that are human performances of learning, those can also involve AI, but those actually, frankly, look different than a lot of the ways that academic papers get assigned in higher ed. And I am fully supportive of rethinking the academic paper as product, although I still value the academic paper as process, and writing as thinking. And I'm sure we all have views on, some of those issues. But I don't know. That's just a start from my institutional perspective.
Yeah, and how does the epistemic process of generating knowledge have parallels with the epistemic process that goes on in an LLM, right, for how it formulates its structure of information? Does anyone else want to weigh in on the cheating issue, or before we move on?
Yeah, so it's funny because there's been so much of a focus on this, and obviously, dealing with high quality online courses, we had to think a lot about proctoring online, right? Pre-LLMs, pre-pandemic, how do you ensure that students aren't cheating? This focus, though, I feel like we're all sort of looking at assessments, and we're all looking at how do we make this more authentic, et cetera, because it's a much easier question than what is it that we're assessing these students for? What knowledge do they need to keep in their heads? This is why this is the problem that's sort of top of mind for me. We could get really fantastic at understanding if a student is good at writing an academic paper. But that doesn't inform us as educators what knowledge they should be holding in their head. Is it the procedural knowledge? We were just discussing this in our pre-panel discussion, the sort of descriptive versus or sort of declarative versus procedural knowledge. And this is where I think we might be running astray a little bit as an entire industry. When we think about sort of the analogies we can make for LLMs, the calculator, right? I went to college in the early 2000s where I definitely had a computer science professor that said no calculators in linear algebra. So giant matrices of numbers, no calculators. I'm not really sure what we were supposed to learn with that, except that I got literally every answer on an entire test wrong because I messed up a simple calculation in about the third column over, second row down. Now, he gave me an A- on it because he said, I can look at this and tell you totally understand how all of this works, just made a silly mistake. However, if I would have just had a calculator, it would have been a much different situation. And I'm sure I built some character by learning to carry forward through an entire calculation like that. But I think we've gotten far enough away from the use of a calculator as some sort of strange thing where you won't always have a calculator. I think LLMs are the next step in this. And I think we need to start thinking about what knowledge we need to hold in our heads. Can any of us do a square root by hand? Maybe. I would really have to dig that out of my knowledge base. So I think we really need to think about that first, because the way we assess different types of knowledge is so vastly different, which is really, I'm not really contributing at all to this, except this sort of epistemic nausea.
Go ahead, Lulak.
Just to add to what both Aaron and Matt were saying, I think in the area of, and just to touch on the writing piece a little bit, I think, and Ted Underwood has a beautiful piece about this, where he says writing one of the core areas that we want to focus on with writing is process, just like you were saying, Matt. And it's prompting metacognition. How can I get distance from something and really synthesize everything that I know about it? And so even in the era of large language models, we can shift the focus to the process of working with the LLM, getting an argument and counter argument, asking what's wrong with this, what's right with this, what else should I consider? And then setting up a reflection piece to really talk about what was this process? How did you evaluate it? How did you go back to the sources? One thing I will say and put a plug in for is that I think the skills that humanities majors have are really worthwhile refocusing on here. For instance, reading around, not just thinking that what's in the context window is what there is, looking at different perspectives, really evaluating text. I think some of those skills are skills that we'll need to now translate, into this new AI world. And similarly with prompting, really developing an intuition for the AI, what it knows, what it doesn't know, and so what it's more likely to hallucinate on. And, similar to what Matt was saying, put all your assignments in the AI and see how it does, and then what you might need to add to it. We might need to move to a future where we're just doubling down on what we all know works already. The flipped classroom, where in the class there's application, lots of people speak. In typical classrooms, very few people speak. It's sort of the same ones, where we really focus on a large sampling of students and that everyone speaks, everyone presents, everyone works through problems. Cold calling is just a norm, not in a punitive way, but just you'll have to talk at any given moment. I think those are some of the things that we might need to focus on.
Yeah, so
I just want to
go ahead.
Build on something Lilac said, which I absolutely love. One thing we think about a lot is low risk social interaction online, right? So if you get people in a Zoom call, you don't have a lot of students these days talking on it. You got to have really the right chemistry there. So we switch to Slack as the initial interaction because people could use emojis to, signal on somebody's question, this sort of thing, and build these relationships. LLMs in a group environment provide the perfect sort of low friction, low risk social interaction because you can ask questions you'd be embarrassed to ask in a classroom. And yes, we need to work on students being embarrassed to ask questions in the classroom. But to Lilac's point, it's like this is now a future that we're headed towards where essentially every student gets to engage. I particularly like this. I ask ChatGPT questions all the time that I'd probably Google around, but I'd be a little embarrassed that I don't know, which I don't think anybody should. Everyone has knowledge gaps, but it is a fantastic thing, especially for very anxious students. So that I am so excited about for the future of bringing kind of the overall water level up in education. So it's not just these few students that you see interacting in a classroom kind of over and over again.
Right, so this begs the question of what should we be teaching more of in higher education and what should we be teaching less of? I kind of hear both sides of it. I think, Matt, you're speaking a little bit to saying, well, if the LLM can do the thing like summarize, then maybe we shouldn't be assessing that kind of task. At the same time, I hear Lilac saying things like, well, learning to write is in some ways learning to think. And so just because an LLM can write doesn't mean we don't want to teach students to write. In my own class on data mining where there's programming, my policy with ChatGPT is treat it with the same policy we have about peer collaboration. You can work with peers to understand the assignment. You can work with peers to get unstuck, but would it be okay to take a whole function from a peer and put it into your assignment? And the answer is no. So whatever you couldn't do with a peer, you can't do with ChatGPT. But is there something we need to be teaching in higher ed? Do we need to be teaching prompt engineering? Do we need to be teaching collaboration with LLMs? Often it's the young folks, right, who are the first adopters of all these things. So by the time they get to higher ed, maybe they know more about it than the teachers. But should there be a curriculum in higher ed about this kind of use or ethics around the use of it?
Well, I can jump in and just with the thought that, this raises for me the question, it's almost like a backdoor into the question that we've been asking for a long time, which is how valuable is explicitly and with it very much in mind for teachers to work on metacognition with students. Because understanding what you understand and how you understand it, and there's a developmental course that takes place, right? The language for talking to very young children about what they understand and about things we think, but we were talking about as epistemic is, you know, somewhat different than in middle childhood and adolescence and adulthood. At the same time, you know, when we're thinking about setting limits about what ChatGPT does, I think it raises the stakes for us to have good answers to the question Aaron was raising earlier, which is, why do I need to know this? In other words, what in distributing my cognition, what can I keep out there in the world in one of these tools and call on it when I need it? And what do I actually have to hold, you know, as like vibrant mental representations that I deploy all the time in life? And I think, you know, we've been saying for a long time that kids deserve to know more about why they're learning what they're learning. But as I was saying, this just kind of raises the stakes, because now we're getting into conversations that are not just about an assumption that the product of writing is good enough, or, you know, like, we actually have to explain how writing is thinking, or we have to explain that in order to be able to use math in being an engineer, in a creative discipline of design, we have to articulate, well, what are some of the fundamental understandings, you know, of math that you have to actually be able to reason with as a human being? And so that to me that's a fascinating call to arms for, I think, education schools and cognitive scientists, you know. But I'll also just say that I've been seeing that our students at Harvard love, the professional school students, the course they love the most, and I wonder, Lilach, if you'll tell me whether this resonates with you, they love negotiations. So we have it at the Kennedy School, the Public Policy School, the Law School, the Education School, and the Business School. And the one class they all want to take is negotiations. And what I've said to my colleagues is, that class is about how to have difficult conversations and how to navigate all the complexities of human interaction. And actually, most of what's in that course is exactly what ChatGPT can't do well. And our students love it and they're craving it. And I'm just trying to learn from why we've had this explosion in coursework in negotiations over the last 5 years in every Harvard school. You know, I think it's related to what we're talking about.
So yeah. Matt, I will disagree with you about what chat can and can't do in terms of negotiations. So having built a couple of negotiation simulations, you can absolutely, with the right prompt, it's a fairly complicated structured prompt, ask it to act as a negotiating partner, give it a certain persona, give it stakes, and then also ask it to give you feedback on that negotiation based on a specific, so I'm not saying we get rid of negotiations courses, they're amazing and they're very popular, of course, but I think chat as a scenario builder, as a partner to practice something with, also has enormous potential.
Yeah, that's so helpful too. I think also maybe what that also illustrates, as you said, like the courses can have value, and the courses may be better than they ever could have been before in collaboration, right? But the course itself, the domain of interest, is actually fundamentally about human psychological processes, right? And I'll only sort of, for that sliver, I'll sort of say, I'm just interested in how much students are leaning in there, but it seems like a great advance for negotiations, the kind of scenario-based, you know, interactive role play that's possible.
I want to mesh your two views. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Leila.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not just one tiny thing, which I think sort of harks back to what we were all saying before, which is one of the key things we teach in negotiations courses is perspective taking, which is so hard for anyone to do. And it's one of the things that you need to have and own when you're working with an LLM in terms of the intuition of what it's good at. So I think, you know, just that, honing that skill is just interesting in this new era. Go ahead, Aaron, sorry.
Yeah, so I think you might be talking about different parts of negotiations, because the other side of my life is, of course, being a CEO and having to do negotiations nonstop all day long. This is where I think an LLM would be amazing over email, for example. You do a lot of negotiations over email, right? You never see the person on Zoom. That's something that I think it lives in the domain of an LLM because it's just language. And LLMs are good at creating an apparent theory of mind, right? Like they can have a theory of mind of you and you can feel as if you are talking to a mind itself. And most of the time over email, that's kind of what we're getting in negotiations. So I can see how ChatGPT would be excellent at that. As far as the negotiations class, my guess is why that's so fun is the reason it can be really fun to play basketball in person, but maybe less so on a screen with a mouse and a keyboard or emailing about basketball, right? It's fun to get that full 360-degree, you're using all of your senses to try to understand this person's psychological state. And it's far beyond language, or it's probably an argument that it's sort of a sense language, but not sort of what we consider a spoken language. So I think actually you're kind of saying the same thing. And I understand why people are so attracted to that. It reminds me of a lot of these kind of, community gardens, these sorts of things that are sprouting up because we're all sort of sick of being on Zoom from the pandemic. People want to get outside. They want to, stick their hands in dirt and stuff like this. This is sort of the psychological equivalent. When it comes to thinking and, this kind of harkens back to the essay question, is writing an essay thinking? Plato has Socrates criticize literally writing in Phaedrus, where he says, okay, well, writing, and this is in context of thinking, is a crutch. It's not dynamic. Writing you can't talk to writing and have it talk back to you, and it has no knowledge of soul, which is probably what we'd call theory of mind. It doesn't have a theory of mind of its audience. So clearly before writing, there was another concept of thinking and how humans should think, and writing was an affront to it. In fact, there were concerns about it making us have much worse memories. Well, that may be the case, actually. But clearly, writing's done pretty well for us because we, landed a person on the moon. As we look at LLMs, we may be looking at something that is a fundamental shift in the way that we think. And we will lose things because of it. There are things in the way that you construct thoughts while writing an essay that I'm sure that we will lose. But we'll also gain pretty extraordinary things. So coming back to Zach's question about what should we have in higher ed as far as a curriculum goes, I suspect the best way to do it is provide students with really, really good problems and let them run at it in any way that they see fit, and then guide that run at it, right? So we may have an idea of how to solve a problem we give them. Maybe it's, negotiating something, right, over email, and it's sort of a complex multi-step sequence. And then they present to you all of the sort of different attempts that they had at. And my guess is it's an in concert between the instructor and the student, as the student comes up with novel ways to use these new tools, and the instructor knows what works in the real world for now, we'll be able to develop something together rather than sort of having a strict curriculum of prompt engineering. Necessarily, curricula have to lag behind the kind of state of the art. And LLMs are changing every day. I don't know if you saw the DALL-E 3 announcement, but now people who aren't skilled in the humanities, who can't necessarily write a long paragraph of beautifully descriptive text, DALL-E will just do it for you. You just type in, as I like to say, just treat it like you're a drunk king, just telling the jester what to do, be like, dance for me, and it writes this beautiful paragraph about how it should dance, then it creates you this beautiful image. So anyways, a few different things there, but I think that we're going to see this pretty incredible explosion for open-minded instructors in the way we teach and in the way we interact with students.
Yeah, this conversation has been great. It's gone past, I think, where this conversation usually leads to, should we teach prompt engineering? Is there the skill of using chat and models like it? Should we not teach skills that chat is good at? To elevating the conversation to there may be new skills that emerge out of this kind of symbiotic, metacognitive, distributed intelligence use of tools, and this particular tool will likely lead to skills that didn't exist and be much more of a, have a bigger effect than the calculator did. All right, before we take questions in about 5 minutes from the audience, I want to give you all artistic or literary license to imagine the future. And let's get interesting. Let's say 25 years from now, right around the corner. What does higher education look like in 25 years? What does the use of LLMs? We've already kind of hinted at a little bit, like this kind of symbiotic relationship where there's higher order thinking going on. And maybe I'll throw in a little something about the knowledge generation responsibility of research universities. And part of what they do is they incubate minds like faculty to ask and answer questions that contribute to generalizable knowledge, that lead to textbooks, that leads to research papers, eventually to AI, right, and other innovations, often coming from academic origins, not all. What we've seen some evidence of is that AI can do some science breakthroughs of its own. And so I'm just putting out there that maybe one outcome in 25 years is that there aren't research universities like Harvard anymore. But let me turn it over to you. Let's start with Aaron. What does your crystal ball say?
God, I mean, keep in mind, I'm influenced by like cyberpunk sci-fi literature of the 80s,
Make
90s.
It entertaining.
So I do think we're going to have to confront the overlap between augmented reality and multimodal LLMs. And by that, I mean LLMs that you can give an image to, like you can do with Midjourney now, and it will give you descriptors of it. As these two things come together, the incredible inferential ability of LLMs, right? We think a lot about their generative ability and they hallucinate, et cetera. Well, when it comes to inference and reasoning, they're actually really good. I rarely see them make mistakes with that. So you combine the visual and the ability to identify objects with this inferential ability, plus a database. And in 25 years, what you may start to see is people who are willing to have their augmented reality glasses on and have it record everything they say and everything they see. And of course, you can do this in a relatively small way because you're abstracting it down to concepts and images. Now, what that does is it creates sort of this mirror mind of yourself, which knows what you know and what you don't know. And this could go two ways, right? The way I would love to use it is with language. Matt was mentioning, learning Japanese with GPT. I was playing with Latin. I would love to have it be like, hey, that's a word you don't know. Here's the definition. And now it knows that it showed that to me, and it follows the forgetting curve, et cetera. So when you think about this sort of mirror mind approach, where kids are starting early with sort of an augmented reality and understanding what they know and they don't know, and this dial where they can flip between, do you want just-in-time knowledge, right? Do you want the knowledge when you need it? Or do you want me to try to store it into your brain, almost like a caching system on a computer? What I think you end up with is something that's going to be able to teach 90–95% of the population really, really well, using this interaction over the course of 20, 22 years. Where universities, I think, will always be is at the bleeding edge. Human minds, we just seem to be really good at pushing the edges of everything. So if you've got, let's say, a negotiation class that's 80% is good, is a human one, but it uses an LLM, for 80% of people, that's probably fine. And that's a fantastic thing. We've now democratized access to this knowledge. But for that last 20%, where you need to have the best of the best, we'll still see universities. And then I've talked too long, so I'll skip the knowledge generation question.
So maybe only the Harvards will exist in that world. And I appreciate you coming through with the cyberpunk, very Johnny mnemonic there. I like it. Lilak, what do you think? What's your crystal ball telling you about the future, far future?
So I don't have a crystal ball, but I will say that I think very much it depends on how these models grow and how they change. If the models grow to 2 or 3 times what they can do right now, then I think we are where we are, and we'll keep finding new applications. We'll keep finding great uses for classrooms. We will, and I really think we're up for this challenge, think of ways to use it to teach students critical thinking, to teach students basic foundational skills, to teach, to prompt metacognition. I think we're absolutely up for that challenge. If they are 100 times better than they are right now, and they can do just about everything we can do and then some, then I think I don't know where we are. I don't know what's important to learn. I think that, at the very least, as Aaron was saying, every student gets differentiated, personalized, engaging learning. But what does that mean? What skills are important? No idea.
No, that's a tough one. Matt, what say you?
Wow, I'm just blown away by thinking about my answer if we get 100 times better. Although the response that comes to mind for me is fundamentally a focus on meaning and a focus on species survival, which I already think is increasingly, for many of us, a lot of the problem-centered learning we're doing in universities is increasingly on species survival problems, including climate change. But okay, so I'll sort of imagine it's a bit closer to a little more modest scenario. And I too don't have a crystal ball, but I imagine a sort of variation on a theme of what Aaron described as just think about how realistic it is in not very long from now for what we think of as this object, the textbook, that we used to use as a central tool for teaching, that can actually be entirely personalized. And so and that can be personalized to one degree or another. In other words, actually with knowing even much less than a sort of moment by moment recording of your experience, that anything that we think of as material, whether it's video, audio, reading, or in a sort of immersive virtual experiential environment, can be highly personalized and tailored. Now, I think that the 25 years from now, I actually think that some of the inertial forces in much of higher education, factors like unionization and entrenched kind of models of operating, will not be doing much to advance the pace of those kinds of applications coming in. But the textbook industry is sort of the first part of all of this to get sidelined, kind of in my view, in the university. And I imagine a more interpersonally rich, more socially centered, experimental, discovery-oriented thesis of what a classroom even is. And so, kind of going back to the idea of deliberate practice that Lilach phrased before, imagine the university, though, as fundamentally a place where those who teach are rewarded because they create the conditions of optimal practice grounds. Now, we don't just need universities to do this. You could argue that that's an institutional setting in which that kind of practice ground of the future can be created. But I think there's a lot of other actors, public and private, to get in that business. And I think that's good for universities, actually, to have as much competition as possible. The final thing I'll say is we will continue to need a theory in the American university in particular, sort of built on the German model, the American Research University, of why cutting edge research and teaching and learning should be co-located in the same institution. Seems obvious for graduate education, but one of the questions about the cost structure of our industry and the potential is, wow, are institutions like Harvard, we're sort of, we're old fashioned in a lot of ways. Are we really the ones to be in the vanguard of a kind of new way of adapting these tools to a true practice ground of learning? I have to say, I have my questions about that. The final thing I'll say is just that I think professional schools are great places to incubate a lot of this because you can tie it directly to performance in the real world. And so we will, in many ways in the professions, in medicine, in business, I think even in education, we will go first with leaning into things that are making our graduates better practitioners in the world. I think there's a different question for liberal arts colleges, for example, about what it means to prepare people for citizenry. And so I'll sort of stop there because I think that's a big thing on a lot of people's minds.
Yeah, a lot of interesting points you all raise, especially in the near future about the role of the textbook. There's a academic subfield I recently stumbled upon called intelligent textbooks, which is about making, there's adaptive tutoring systems, and then there's a separate conversation about textbooks. The idea with intelligent textbooks is making them more like adaptive tutors, right? Adding adaptive tutoring elements to the textbook to make it more personalized and so forth. Then there's a separate movement of maybe we should just move away from textbooks, right, and have more adaptive tutoring kind of systems. Interesting thoughts there. And I wonder in the far future when, let's assume that the multimodal LLMs and then embodied robots that are actually able to experiment in the world, right, and test causality, that AI ends up knowing more than humanity, there's still going to be a developmental question of, right, how can humanity advance and develop and people's brains continue to develop in significant ways until 25 or later? And so maybe it's not called college or university, but certainly adult learning and adult development, right, will still be a thing no matter what the AI knows. And we're going to need people to shepherd that process, or a hybrid of people and AI to shepherd that process. All right, why don't we pivot to some questions that are streaming in from the audience. And in case you had a question on your mind in the audience right now, there's still time for you to add to the queue. It's likely we can get to your question, so feel free to ask. So I'll start with a question here. Is there any danger when utilizing AI in education, and whether there are some advantages that will mitigate the flaws? So yeah, what are the threats, ethical or otherwise, of AI in ed?
Well, I'll just start, and I'm happy to have Matt and Aaron, of course, add to what I'm saying. I think one of the things that I don't think that prompt engineering will be a thing for long, but I do think that teaching students AI literacy, and by AI literacy, I mean you're in control. It's not a person, but it can act like one. What's your goal for the conversation? It will hallucinate, fabricate, make mistakes, especially if you push it to please you. Teaching students how to experiment with AI. So I think some of those issues really lead to fundamental problems with, if a learner doesn't know enough, how can they possibly use a tutor that may lie to it? Will they learn the wrong thing? So I think learning the wrong thing is, a huge issue. We can be creative around that, placing the AI in the role of the student in the role of the teacher, and have the student try to evaluate what the AI is saying. There's all kinds of creative assignments around there, but having the AI teach the student the wrong thing is one big danger that I see.
That's a great point.
One of the threats that is definitely top of mind is just the inequality that could pop up around the most advanced AI LLMs for teaching and the less advanced ones, and who gets access to them. Now, the amazing thing about AI is, one, it can run in the cloud, which means you can access it from an incredibly simple device. So I think this is a huge advantage, as opposed to some older neural nets, et cetera. You'd need advanced hardware in your actual room with you, or you look at something like the UNIVAC and you're trying to compute using punch cards in something the size of a building. So I do think that there is a threat that incredible AIs will be developed and kept for only a few. I think the advantage, though, is that my guess is the second best AI when it comes to education will be really, really good. These things also happen to be pretty small, like 8 gigabytes. So, as probably a lot of people know, there's some that have leaked into the wild already. So there are already sort of inferior digital life forms out there. And the truth is, if you've got, 1,000 very junior AIs working with you, you can actually accomplish a lot. Essentially everyone has an infinite team of, the Facebook AI that's out in the wild. So while I think there are some real threats, as always, in the inequality between highly developed technical nations and everyone else that have maybe focused more on agriculture, manufacturing, et cetera, I suspect that just fundamentally there are elements of LLMs that get this close together and make it less of a threat.
Yeah, great. We have another question. This is about kind of the role of higher ed in professionalization and preparing students for what comes next in career. I imagine largely community colleges handle this, universities as well. And so the question verbatim is, what do you think the industry is looking for or would be looking for in their new employees in an age of AI? And how should a learning institute adapt based on the market need? And maybe Aaron, with the master class and your past experience with choosing the kind of curriculum for that or being part of that discussion, how are you thinking about catering to that new market need?
Yeah, so there's a couple of interesting things going on in the industry right now. So one is, these big announcements about you don't need a college degree to work at Google, for example, right? Now these all sound great theory, but when you're in the Valley and you actually start discussing this with hiring managers, you find that who gets the jobs? People with degrees. Yes, it's not a requirement that you have an undergrad degree for these jobs, but people feel much more comfortable hiring somebody with a degree. So part of what the professional world is looking for, beyond skills, is signaling. Signaling that you have grit, that you can work with other people, that it's likely you've been through some sort of program where you've developed soft skills. So in some sense, there will be a value in a degree for a long time. In a weird way, almost regardless of what you learned, as long as we know that you can learn something, it'll be difficult. Now, more specifically, so when it comes to employing people, and I've hired a lot of people over the past years, I, of course, don't really care where you went to school. I care about essentially your portfolio. What have you produced? So realistically, we'll have more sort of portfolio type work coming out of schools. But the main thing that I think I'll be looking for, and I think this goes for a lot of employers, will be your ability to lead a team. Because you're leading a team of synthetic junior employees. This is what I told to our company at Outlier. I said, this is a new great thing. You are all now managers, but you manage eager, sometimes wrong, infinite junior employees. This is something that I had to learn to do as a director on a film set, where you're essentially literally just using words and sometimes gesticulating and doing some charades to try to communicate what you want these other 40 human beings to do. So we'll likely see, and this is to Matt's point about product or process, we may see more and more weight on what the product is of students coming out of a degree program. Because at the end of the day, it's very expensive to bet on hiring an employee for any company. Hiring them, training them, all these things, that is a big investment. So beyond assessments in academia, we need assessments in the workplace. And those are going to be changing significantly.
So just to add to Aaron's point, which I think is right on, I think in a very sort of old-fashioned way, I think we're still looking for the same things, which is, are you a good team player and do you make your team better? If you track sort of the teams that you've been on, have you helped make these teams successful? And these are soft skills, but they're really not soft skills at all. These are hard-won skills, and one of the ways that we can do that is by pivoting to more of a flipped classroom model where students do a lot of work in group projects. Even though that might be difficult to support, that's a critical skill still, and I think in the future.
Yeah.
And then this is about how to prepare folks for the workforce in which there's AI, but I wonder if those kinds of simulations that you talk about could also be useful in some way of preparing them to be leaders or simulated, group leadership, but it sounds like a research question. We have two more questions in the queue here. Let's go with, what kind of opportunities through global employment or project-based collaboration do your companies or organizations offer or would be willing to support for individuals around the world to join your research. So if there's some audience members that are inspired by this conversation, they want to contribute innovation or research, do you have any opportunities for that? Go Matt, Lilach, and Aaron.
Mine might look a little bit more traditional, but I think that we have students from around the world. I think that this is true in what I hope will be a change in most research-driven ed schools, education schools in the United States, which is really to start focusing on educational technology, not as a kind of separate choice about how one participates in education, but as something that's just more, more integrated into our thinking about the future of learning. So I think for those who are interested kind of in these conversations in academic settings, Zach, you probably say this is true for your lab. It's true for what I'm noticing happening in a lot of the institutions, whether they're business schools, education schools, or computer science departments and engineering schools. I mean, a human-centered approach to how AI matters to our work is at the center of a lot of the kind of job postings I see, for example, that are rising inside of professional schools. I think for graduate students, for those who would be on research teams and research projects, there are technologies that are still incubated in universities, but I think of universities as doing more of the basic research, and I should probably cede the floor to others working in the, by far, sort of, to my mind, more interesting practical applications that actually happen in entrepreneurial industry.
Lilach?
Well, I would agree with Matt, and I would also say that this is a technology, because as Aaron said, it's open to everyone. In ChatGPT-4, even if you can't afford the $20 a month, Bing Chat in creative mode is ChatGPT-4. I think experimenting with it, I see lots of, there's a professor in UC Santa Cruz who's writing history simulations with a single prompt that are incredible, and having students experiment, using that, you can get access to the API, you can experiment. I would just urge people to do, is what I would say, and they can come up with their own ed tech, come up with their own methodologies. But I think the individual or group of people experimenting on their own is where we are, and you don't have to be in a university setting to do this.
Aaron?
I 100% agree with Lilach. I would say just taking it one step further, do and also publish. Instagram Reels, TikTok, these are the places where initially when ChatGPT dropped, I had to kind of quickly form an opinion on this and went through the several stages of grief, Matt, where, I'm like, oh no, writing was my thing, or, this sort of thing. And you get to the other side. And what I found is some of the, I would say hands down, the best experimentation that I was finding was on TikTok and Instagram Reels. And it was crazy because as soon as you start watching them, you get both the teachers who are trying to catch the students, and then the students telling other students how not to get caught, and then other people using it for hilarious things, which end up making news later, like negotiating down their cell phone bill, negotiating down their rent, just delegating that to the AI. So I think we're in an incredible time where you get to participate in pushing this entire thought process for the species forward, and you don't need to be in a traditional structure. So for us, I mean, we hire engineers from all around the world. Our engineering department's actually, it's run by David Gutman, but he also runs it partly using AI. So he's very good at doing this stuff. So our engineers, for example, submit these kind of task reports about what they will do during the day, and an AI actually analyzes them to make sure that they have metrics that are measurable enough, and then gives feedback on it. And this got trained over the course of like maybe a week, and it works great, and engineers love it. And of course, we're very encouraging of like, if you can get an AI to do your job for you, why would we tell you not to do that? Like, I love that as an employer. If I can hire you and your AI friend for the price of one person, amazing. So yeah, so I'd say on our side, it's we have jobs coming up and this sort of thing, but that's one way in which you could interact. But I think the big way is do stuff, try it, play with it, have fun. I probably spend 20 minutes a day talking to ChatGPT. And it's just like, for example, I had an anecdote about beavers, this like large rodent in North America that can like cut down trees, like they can cut down like an 8-inch tree. And I asked ChatGPT, I was like, will people be familiar with beavers in Armenia, right? And it gave this great explanation, and it gave a suggestion. I mean, obviously I had to keep prompting it of how I might describe beavers in case it's less familiar, because they're not native to Armenia. There's a sort of a Eurasian beaver. Anyways, learned a lot about beavers this morning. So play with it, have fun, and publish. Worst case scenario, you just take those videos down. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and it's really exciting the number of disciplines that can contribute to this research. In my lab, we have open postdoc and research analyst positions that are in higher education scholarship, UI, UX, right? How do you orchestrate the human-AI interaction? What is that interface? As well as machine learning background. So a lot of different backgrounds can contribute to this. Yeah, do stuff, publish, send your CV to anyone on the panel here. You never know what happens. We have 3 minutes left. I think enough time to maybe have a short answer to this last question. Very well written, but long question. So it says, recent studies released by cognitive neuroscientists have indicated that the composition of the brain is actually changing in response to the ubiquitous nature of technology and our interactions with technology. And as a result, our executive function is diminishing. How do you envision educational institutions mitigating that issue in terms of pedagogy and the prioritization of developing skills associated with executive function?
I can answer this very briefly, but I want to make sure that Aaron and Matt.
Go for it.
So just my 2 cents is, one of the ways that we know that people learn and extract meaning from any class assignment experience is through reflection. So I actually think doubling down on metacognitive learning, prompting them, whether in a classroom or with an AI assignment, especially designed to do that, I think it's one way to keep it thinking.
Yeah.
I'll say that there's, while in some parts of the United States, there's skepticism about what we call social emotional learning. There is a collection of different sort of cognitive skills that have to do with self-regulation, metacognition, kind of perspective taking. I think all of these things are really important for us to focus on in the life of our learning experiences with other human beings.
Yeah.
I think I needed ChatGPT to summarize that question for me. But I mean, this is the incredibly, the sort of techno-optimist, super progressive standpoint maybe, but why would we mitigate these changes? Right? We're fusing with technology. We would expect to see changes in our brains. We would expect to see interesting outcomes because of that. I think what's going to be really important more and more is actually a diversity of approach. Make sure that we have some people that are, absolutely love the humanities, other people who love physical objects, right? Think about it. Knowledge work just became a lot cheaper. Work with physical objects, we now have Beaumont's cost disease, right? So it's like physical object and physical labor is now going to be more expensive because of this improvement in productivity on one side. So yes to what Matt and Lilach are saying, but also yes to just all in, make yourself a cyborg, see what happens. It's going to be an interesting world.
That is for sure. And if we value human agency, maybe more research about how executive function aids human agency, how we measure it, how we improve executive function. So I want to thank everyone, this panel. This has been great. Give a virtual hand of applause for our panelists, and thank you.
Thank
you. Ciao.
Tumo is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend Tumo centers each week after school. Tumo offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. Tumo's educational software, the Tumo Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. Tumo makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by Tumo's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At Tumo, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several Tumo centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. Tumo is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. TUMO offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. TUMO's educational software, the TUMO Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. TUMO makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by TUMO's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At TUMO, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several TUMO centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. TUMO is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. Tumo offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. Tumo's educational software, the Tumo Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. Tumo makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by Tumo's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At Tumo, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several Tumo centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. Tumo is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend Tumo centers each week after school. Tumo offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. TUMO's educational software, the TUMO Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. TUMO makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by TUMO's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At TUMO, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several TUMO centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma.
Hi, I'm Emma Brenskill. I'm absolutely delighted to be here to get to participate in this amazing event. I'm an associate professor of computer science at Stanford University, where my research focuses on machine learning, and in particular, I think a lot about machine learning for human learning. So when I first started, I was a PhD student at MIT, and I'd been doing a lot of work on robotics and what's known as decision-making under uncertainty. And it's this field of study that's been around since the 1950s to think about how we can optimize and sort of systematically consider how any intelligent agent might learn to make decisions under uncertainty to try to optimize some objective. And I thought this whole area was absolutely fascinating, but I wanted to do something that I felt was more directly connected to some of the application areas I cared a lot about. And so when I started thinking about education, I thought, well, that really does involve, many interactions over time with teachers and parents and peers, and textbooks and videos, and of course, lots of problems and activities, and that in order to try to sort of learn things over time, and then also, of course, to accomplish the skills one needs to make one's goals. And so when I started being a professor, I really started delving into this with a lot of wonderful students of thinking of how can we use ideas from things like decision-making under uncertainty and reinforcement learning to try to impact education. And when we did this, we had some successes. Together with some wonderful colleagues, we did things like create systems which would help students learn basic Korean sort of vocabulary 1.3 times faster than the previous system, or to create things like games to teach kids fractions that help them to persist for longer through using reinforcement learning to try to adapt the levels and the activities that were given to students. And we also worked on design so that it would allow students to learn more by making sort of joyful interfaces and using adaptive algorithms to try to make the experience both more exciting and ultimately more effective. And so this was work that we've done for, a number of years. I've been working in AI in education about for 10 years now. But of course, then the pandemic happened. And when the pandemic happened, 1.6 billion children left school. And this has had enormous negative implications on children in the US and throughout the globe. And we're starting to see the results of that. And in terms of some of the downstream learning outcomes. And so headlines like the pandemic erased 2 decades of progress in math and reading in America, or that now in America, 38% of 8th graders are below basic levels of math performance, really struck home for me during the pandemic. And I'm the mother of 2 young boys. I was living this day to day of sort of watching, how much we lack sort of support and sometimes to really help students when the education system is in a crisis, whether due to COVID-19 or due to other systematic factors. And so during this time, I really started changing the way that I was thinking about how machine learning and AI might support education. And in particular, rather than thinking of sort of how do we have a computer just mimic sort of what might be like in a one-on-one, human tutoring experience, which is one really powerful form of education, I started thinking much more about the complete learning ecosystem, which can consist of teachers and guardians and peers and computers, potentially, and educational software and students. And started to think about how might we use AI to really support the whole ecosystem so that we can really hopefully enable really powerful changes in education. So what I'm going to do today, I know we only have a short amount of time, is to talk just briefly about a couple different projects we've been doing in this space to give an illustration of where I think AI could be really powerful. And I think that with the new large language models and generative AI, there's a ton more potential than there's been in a long time in order to further enable this sort of transformation of the learning ecosystem. So the first thing I'm going to talk about briefly is thinking about how we can make robust artificial intelligence to support true learning progress for everybody that's involved, so for all students. And I'll give an example of a narrative-based educational game. So this is a collaboration with James Landay, who's a professor in human-computer interaction, and some wonderful students, Sherry Rowan and Alan Nee. And the idea in this case is to think about creating sort of delightful educational engagement for students that could be used both inside the classroom or at home. And in this case, the student goes on an adventure to try to help sort of support the planet in this artificial world. And they're guided by a monster, an avatar that they get to pick, who's going to help them as they go on some different quests. So in this case, they're trying to transport chocolate across a river, and they need to figure out sort of whether how much weight this will incur for the boat. And one of the things that we did in this case is that, like in many educational interfaces, sometimes students get stuck. And so we wanted to be able to have some simple interaction with the monster or avatar to support the student as they went through this. And one of the key questions is that while there's been amazing work in educational research, often it ends up with pretty broad guidelines. And those guidelines might be things like, should you do all practice for one topic in a row, or should you space it out and interleave with other topics? So it can have some really beautiful insights, but when we think about what that might mean for a particular educational software product, often those guidances don't go down to the granularity that we might need. And I think that's where machine learning can come in. So in particular, in this case, what we did is we had sort of a live reinforcement learning algorithm. And some of you guys might be familiar with reinforcement learning, many might not be. It is something that now powers some of the incredible advances we've seen for ChatGPT. So it was used to go beyond just mimicking how people use language in the past. And for ChatGPT, reinforcement learning was used to get much, much better responses for the chatbot. Similarly, in this case, what we're using it for, these algorithms, is to think about as we're watching, as these systems are interacting with the students, and we can observe how well they do on a post-test, how can we figure out what interactions with the monster avatar were responsible for helping the student more or less effectively in that educational task? And as we get data, we close the loop, and the monster avatar changes how it interacts with the next student. So this is a sequential study where as students work with the software should get better and better at assisting them to really have kind of a continual improvement automated system. So in this case, what we did is we did a live study with around 200 students. This was during the pandemic. Sherry and Alan, the students leading this, were phenomenal. And the system actually changed how it taught students during this time. And then in addition, one of the big questions is that sometimes, not all scenarios are suitable for being able to do this kind of live machine learning, where we can assume we get the data in real time and then actually can change how the system is working in real time. I have done some collaborations with War Child, which does amazing work in a lot of conflict regions. And in some of those areas, they give say an iPad or give some tablets for a month or two and then come collect them. And so you can't do necessarily this sort of real-time machine learning. In this case, we could, but we wanted to think about, could we learn sort of a way to teach students that we thought would also transfer to new students that might use this? And this generally also has been another big challenge in artificial intelligence, is thinking about, if we train on one data set, will it work well when we deploy it in a new situation? So we wanted to look at that in this case. And one of the things that we found that was really exciting about this is that our AI system most benefited the initially low performing students. So we compared our system to also having a control group where we didn't have this kind of monster adaptive assistant who was able to help the students. And what we found in this case is that the control group, which was getting sort of the non-AI system, had much smaller gains for the lowest performing initial students compared to the AI system. And personally, I found this really exciting because there is a danger in general that technology and machine learning may just support one particular group and may in fact already support those that are more privileged or more successful. And I think the potential, though, of AI is to really support all students. And so it was very exciting in this case to find that we could create a system that really helped provide support for some students that were lacking this and needed additional skills and help. So that's an example of how we sort of tried to broaden the idea in this ecosystem to think about who is the group of students, and are we creating technology that supports not just a subset of the students, maybe those that already are succeeding or already highly motivated, but are really trying to help the full set of students that can benefit. The other thing that we've been thinking a lot about, and I'll talk about two projects in this space, is helping the helpers. So how do we support the teachers and the tutors and the guardians who are incredibly essential to this learning ecosystem? So as an example of this, grading is often a big burden in education. It takes teachers a huge amount of time. I'm an instructor. I know that it takes my TAs an enormous amount of time for when I teach reinforcement learning. And of course, we have some basic solutions for simple problems. So if we have something like a multiple choice question, those can already be automatically graded. But that doesn't work generally for much more complicated systems. Now, of course, ChatGPT, again, is helping that, but there's still some things there that ChatGPT wouldn't have been able to do. And I'll give you an example of this. So this is an interactive program. This is a common assignment that often happens in introductory programming classes, where what we ask is the students to design a game. And I remember this. I think this was one of the first assignments when I started to learn to program. And it was incredibly exciting and empowering to say, like, oh, I can create a game that, like, I could show to my friends or I could show to my parents. And in this, the student is actually creating a game. But the challenge with this is that when you grade it, you need a real human to play the game. And of course, sometimes the students will do things that are incorrect. So maybe like they have 5 balls instead of 1 ball in this game, where the objective is, it's called bounce, and the objective is to bounce the ball into the goal. Or maybe they have something where the scoring isn't right. And so the problem with this right now is that this is a really engaging type of assignment for students. It can mimic some of the different types of interactive web programs that they might write later, because many of our real programs require interacting with humans. But it's incredibly expensive to grade. So for this particular assignment, it takes about 6 minutes for an instructor to grade it. Code.org, which does incredible programming education for tons of people, has around 700,000 submissions of this. So you could imagine that if you actually wanted a human to grade all of these, it would take around 4 years of human work. Now, of course, that's completely prohibitive. And so what that means is that for some of these types of games, it's offered as an assignment, but there's no grading. And so that leaves, since we know that feedback and grades can be really helpful to student learning, that means that many students don't get the opportunity to sort of get formative feedback and really improve in this type of situation. So the idea that we had is to say, well, could we create an AI to play the game and essentially grade it to evaluate its correctness? And so remember, in this case, it's a little subtle because it means you're going to have to explore, do multiple balls appear sometimes? When I play the game and try to score, does that work well? Does it bounce off walls? It can be quite complicated. And so what we designed in this case, and this has been a series of papers, this was led by my student Alan Nee, along with Chris Peach, is we designed a way to play the game and then to do machine learning classification to decide whether or not the game was correct or not. And so in our first paper, we showed that this could be possible. And this is sort of a way to automatically try to evaluate does the game have the specifications we want? Now, as a second follow-up, we really wanted to give more fine-grained feedback. Knowing if the game is right or wrong is good, but if it's wrong, what sort of feedback can we give to the students? And so in a more recent paper, we looked at using meta deep reinforcement learning. And this is the idea of thinking about how can we actually sort of learn effective strategies for the AI agent automatically from data and automatically through interactions in order to figure out how to give the student fine-grained feedback on their assignments. And one of the wonderful things is that we are now thinking of this as a way to sort of augment teachers. So instead of the human teachers having to manually play the game to sort of find all these edge cases, we're going to change it into having this auto grader where we've used this deep reinforcement learning and meta learning to efficiently find potential bugs in the game that we turn into videos. And then we show those videos to humans, and then they can use those to hopefully speed up their grading. And what we found in a study at a Stanford course where we used this in the spring is that this reduced grading time by 44% and improved accuracy by 6%. So this is just another example of places where we might be able to aid the ecosystem. I know that we're almost out of time. One thing that I just want to mention as sort of ongoing future work is to think about these cases where we really might have technology and the human teacher and the students all interacting at once. And so we sort of might have these cases where we can have this AI human teaching partnership. And when we do this, it has the opportunity for us to use AI at really many levels of this, giving information, for example, about if the teacher is remote, which student to go interact with, who needs help, who needs congratulations because they're now making progress. And I'll just highlight that this actually introduces a lot of new AI technical challenges too, to support this kind of complex decision-making that human teachers have to make all the time, where they have finite time and many students to help, and to think about how they do that in a fair and effective way, in a way that respects teacher autonomy. So we're not going to tell teachers what to do. We want to be able to sort of be a coach or a guide on the side that could be helpful to teachers as they try to think about being even more effective. And we also want to do this in a way that if we are instrumenting these type of scenarios, we can actually accelerate the scientific discovery of how to best support learning. And so our goal really in this work, and this is a wonderful collaboration with many, many others, is to think about how do we support these AI human ecosystems to double math gains for low performing students, because we think that could really lead to a transformative effect on those students' outcomes in their future lives. Thank you so much for your time.
Welcome to my panel. Disrupting the Classroom, AI Applied to Teaching and Learning. Welcome to my amazing panelists, Sean Jansepar, Director of Engineering, Khan Academy, Mitchell Resnick, Professor of Learning Research, MIT Media Lab, Maria Langworthy, former Worldwide Director of Education Research, Microsoft, and Anthony Maddox, Professor, USC Rosier School of Education. I'm Merilu Papazian, the CEO of the TUMO Center for Creative Technologies. Before I start my panel, I would like to stop one moment to tell you that together with my team, our prayers, our souls, our thoughts are all with our colleagues in Artsakh, our TUMO Center in Stepanakert, Mardagert, Marduni, Askeran, and our students, their families, will do everything possible to help them overcome these very difficult moments in history, and hopefully we'll look at a better future for all of them, including Armenia. Now back to the panel. I'm going to address one question to all our panelists and then specific questions to each one of them. I'm going to try to moderate as much as possible a very smooth interaction between them, brainstorming questions, and hopefully we'll leave some minutes to the online audience to send us questions and be able to answer them. Before we start, let me give you a very quick panel description. Chatbots powered by large language models have upended homeworks, essays, test takings, and other mainstays of traditional schoolwork, while offering educators help with lesson plans, quiz building, and research. But is that all there is in the imminent revolution in education? How will AI impact the future of learning? And will the familiar classroom model adapt to this disruption, or will it undergo a fundamental transformation for better or worse? This panel will examine the emerging pressures on schooling and will reflect on its longer-term evolution in light of the emergence of generative AI. Now, our question to all of you. I would like for you to speculate about the longer-term future in education in the age of AI. We know that AI has been helping students prepare their essays, work on prepare their exams, even have individual tutors. It has been helping teachers to prepare lesson plans, to uplift the brainstorming in their classrooms, and many other things. But is this all there is for AI in education? It feels like the way we teach and learn could undergo a fundamental change based on what AI breakthroughs are happening now. Do you agree with me? And what does the future of education look like for you? Should we start with Mitch?
First of all, thank you very much for putting together the panel. It's great to be working together with the other members of the panel. And I do think asking those big questions is a good place to start, because I really do think we're at a fork in the road in terms of learning and education. And how we implement AI could really deeply influence the future of learning and education. I think traditionally, education has often been organized as delivering instruction and delivering information and posing specific problems and puzzles to solve to help children learn particular concepts. And of course, you can learn a lot that way, but I don't think it's very well suited to the needs of our current society, where changes are coming so quickly that we need young people to develop, to think creatively and work collaboratively. And that leads to a second path in the road. This alternate path is to support a much more project-based, interest-driven, community-oriented approach to education and learning, where young people are constantly experimenting and exploring and expressing themselves so they can develop as creative, caring, and collaborative learners. Traditional AI has actually usually favored the first path it's been easier to use AI to deliver information and instruction and pose particular problems. I do think we have a potential now with generative AI to support either of these two paths. And I think the choice up to us, and it's really important for all of us to think, are we going to use the new capability of generative AI to reinforce through traditional approach to education, or to open up a more project-based, interest-driven, collaborative approach, which I think is so important to help young people thrive in today's complex, fast-changing world.
Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I would want to just double down on that. I think one thing I think people tend to think about when it comes to education and AI and how can it transform everything is it going to mean we don't need teachers, or are classrooms going to change? And I think it's absolutely not. I think in my mind, it's not going to replace teachers. It's only going to supercharge the classroom. I think it's going to free up teachers to do more of that project-based learning like Mitch was talking about. And I think there's evidence of this even with, when massively online courses came out, everyone was saying, well, what's the place for the university? But what you saw with online courses was that the people who tended to complete those courses were the people who already had degrees anyways. So I think the classroom is going to be a really important place where a lot of this learning is still going to continue to happen. I just think what's going to happen with AI is a combination of students who might have been waiting around with their hands up, struggling to understand a skill. We're going to be able to shorten feedback loops. They're going to be able to get feedback instantly for those kind of skill-based things that they're working on. And I also think we're going to be able to make learning a lot more interactive. So rather than just asking a question on homework, maybe you can, if you're working on an essay and the essay is about some character in the book, you can just ask that character directly, what was your motivation behind doing this? How are you, why did you do this or that? And so I think learning is about to become a lot more interactive, and I think we're about to free up teachers from a lot of their time so that they can focus on really working closely with students, do more interesting project-based work.
Maria?
Great. Can you guys hear me okay? Awesome.
Yes.
So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here on such an esteemed panel and speak to an international audience. It's really a privilege. I think this question's a great one, and it really depends on how far back in history you want to go about whether AI is going to lead to fundamental changes. If you look historically at what changes have happened in education paradigms, it's usually been driven by some kind of economic change in the system. And as Mitchell said, it's largely been focused on sort of content delivery and how that content delivery took place. And over the last 100 years, that content delivery and the assessment of knowledge has all been increasingly standardized. And but does AI come in and change that? I don't think so. I'm skeptical. I think it's the fundamental changes in our goals for education that have to change, and AI may accelerate that. And the way Sean and Mitchell were talking about refocusing on creativity and on skills, and it's really tied deeply into assessment and how we can assess those skills. And that's where what Emma was showing around new ways of assessing that AI may enable. I think that's where a real possibility is coming about. But I don't think AI will necessarily be the cause of that. It will be a mixture of causes, both economics and the need for new skills, this creative problem solving, critical thinking that is so needed to survive in labor markets today, as well as parental attitudes towards learning and students themselves. And in the age where they have continuous access to information and ideas, that model of standardized education is simply weakening and weakening more. So that's the way I see it. Maybe Anthony, over to you.
Thanks, Maria. And again, thanks for the opportunity to also be on this esteemed panel. I've been a science teacher educator now for about 13 years, and I see science teacher candidates declining in terms of number in schools. My sense is that, well, AI will probably assist teachers in classrooms in ways which we hadn't thought about before. And so I've been struck by a graph, I think, from the NSF Science of Learning Center, which is out of UW. It's no longer kind of currently active. But there's a graphic there that shows that lifelong, life-wide learning. So a lot of the learning is going to take place not in those small classroom environments that sometimes are underfunded worldwide or understaffed. They're going to take place all the time. So I can see teachers having AI in classrooms that listen, for example, listen to the discussion. And perhaps there's a small earbud, you know, if you will, where the machine and listens and finds out things and discovers things, makes kind of ideas and looks for different kinds of elements in the conversation. All of a sudden, you know, it actually informs a teacher in an interesting way. And then at the same time, every student may have also a kind of assistant. So imagine then this space now starts to get really complex. And honestly, it sounds a lot like game theory. It sounds like a bunch of different kinds of learners and environments that are actually now starting to have competing and cooperating kinds of goals, if you will, in the space. And so how to manage those is going to be interesting. I believe the management of those particular kinds of automatons and humans in spaces will probably be needed. Machines will help with that. But that complexity will be really interesting as it unfolds. And again, the next time AI enters classrooms, will it be like COVID and the things that happen with the loss of connectivity? I hope not. I hope that we figure out ways to kind of make this work, especially for those who may not have an opportunity for education worldwide, and there are plenty of people in that position.
Okay. My question is for Sean. If each student gets an individual AI tutor, how could this turbocharge the learning outcomes? We know that Khanmigo has been the lead, has taken the lead in leveraging ChatGPT for assisting students and teachers. And could you describe a little bit that work? And then if we go beyond Khanmigo, lately Salkan had a talk about the vision to have each student have an individual AI tutor. How do you think that would happen, and how would that future come about?
Yeah, sure, happy to answer. Maria, you were about to say something before. I just want to see if you wanted to jump in with your last thought.
Thank you so much, Sean. Sorry for the interruption, but I wanted to say the way we were talking about the future of education, you know, we were still talking about sort of content mastery. And what I think is perhaps even a bigger opportunity, and what's been talked about in education circles for the last 5 or 10 years or so, is that the crucial importance of student competence, of their well-being, of their sense of belonging, and all of those things as precursors to being able to engage in learning. And I think that's where a really interesting opportunity for AI is, generative AI in particular, is can the language it uses with students really help to build that confidence, build a sense of belonging, not just in a classroom, but in the whole school. Those are all factors that, you know, we could really focus on that could be really interesting. Back to you, Sean.
Great. Yeah, happy to answer the question. So yeah, Khanmigo and, you know, kind of how it works and, you know, where do we think learning is going in the future? I mean, it's been an amazing journey. We, you know, launched Khanmigo in March. I've been working really closely with Sal on this project, and it's incredible the impact it's able to have already. So it's just a privilege to be able to work on all this stuff and also be on this panel. In terms of how it works and you know, how is it different from just using ChatGPT directly? I think there's a few key things. I think with ChatGPT, one of the challenges, I think, especially for younger learners, is you have to kind of know, like, what are the right questions to ask. And there's going to be no learner out there that's going to say, you know, I want you to help me with this problem, but you should be a Socratic tutor and you shouldn't give me the answer. And they're not going to know all the right prompt engineering tricks to make sure that it doesn't give them the answer. No student's ever going to want that, right? So I think what we've built is an experience that's really, you know, it's been built by people who have a deep expertise in learning science. We've been working really closely with, you know, Kristen DeSerbo, our chief learning officer, and a number of other amazing content creators and folks who are deep in learning science at Khan Academy. And so we built the system that, you know, ensures that it doesn't give students answers, it gives them prodding questions. It's also, and I think another key thing is that it's available on Khan Academy content directly. So it has an understanding of the content that you're working on, and it just, you know, well, it's making it much less likely to hallucinate because it's really focused on the task at hand. It's also really optimized for math. So something that we built especially for this product was making sure that the AI actually thinks before it speaks. So there's an internal dialogue before the response is given to learners. This is something in AI called in generative AI called chain of thought prompting. So using additional techniques to make sure that the math is even better. And it also learns about you over time. So it kind of remembers, what have you been working on? If you say you liked soccer, it's going to use that in future examples. So it makes the experience a lot more personalized and tailored to you. In terms of how we think it'll turbocharge learning outcomes, one is that this thing we touched on earlier, that you have this AI that's available to you all the time. It's ready to answer questions, not give away the answer, but answer questions, and it doesn't judge you along the way. And you don't need to wait for a teacher to kind of, if you raise your hand, you don't have to wait for a teacher, which enables teachers, I think, really to, again, focus on more project-based work, which I think is really exciting. I also think that, one exciting thing is for English, for learners who, this is more in the United States context, but for someone whose English isn't their first language, they can kind of, if they're working on homework that's in English, they can kind of work on it in whatever language they like. And I think that's going to apply worldwide as GPT-4 and other large language models get better at more and more languages. And I think one of the other key things that we're really excited about for turbocharging learning outcomes is moving to a world where learning moves away from being passive, you're just being fed information, to being a lot more interactive. So I mentioned the example earlier of what if you were to just ask a question to a character in a book, or what if you were to have a debate directly with the AI about a topic. Another one that we're really excited about is the potential for really changing the way essay writing is happening. I think everybody is worried about essay writing. How are we going to prove that someone actually wrote their own essay? Which is kind of similar to maybe math when calculators came out. How do I know that they did their work? But the way that people did that was they asked students to show their work. That's a lot harder with essay writing. But you can imagine a world where you flip essay writing on its head. One of the challenges with essay writing is when you write an essay, you submit it to the teacher, they grade it, they give you a bunch of feedback, you get it a week later, then you start to see that feedback and you're like, oh, you have to remember, what did I even write? Why did I write that? When you're writing an essay in the future with, I think, AI, it's going to be able to iterate with you. It's going to be able to give you that feedback right away. Oh, maybe your thesis statement isn't as strong as it could be. Can you strengthen that argument and whatnot? So I think that this ability to kind of shorten feedback loops and build this much more really interactive experience is I think, a big part of what's going to turbocharge learning. And then I think the other flip side too for teachers is that they're going to have more insight than ever before to kind of power differentiated learning in the classroom. So I think there's a lot of exciting stuff here.
Okay, my next question is for Anthony. What are the likely and desirable reactions of schools of education to this sudden prominence of generative AI? There is a claim that generative AI, and in particular, and large language models in particular, are making for a prominent role in the classroom. How is the School of Education, Rosier, preparing their educators for this? Are they, for example, teaching them how to use chatbots, or are they also helping them create defensive mechanisms regarding the problematic disruption that AI could cause in the classroom?
Great question, and thank you for that. We have a blended learning course in the teacher education program that introduces secondary and elementary candidates to these kinds of ideas along with technology in general. As a School of Education, we have not necessarily had that diffuse into other kinds of programs, but I believe it's on the horizon, and I'll tell you why. Because the focus of our school is equity. And so because it's focused on equity, that's going to actually appear in a lot of different kinds of efforts, where marriage and family therapy, school leadership, organizational change and leadership is going to be a bunch of different kinds of ways in which this comes together. What's really interesting about the notion of equity, and especially with AI, that it's not just about equity as we framed it among human beings, it's actually the equity of human beings. The equity of human beings, especially in light of having machines available and around them to kind of help with those kinds of tasks. That's a different kind of issue. What I like to promote in the environment that I'm in is that this is not just about education, and it can't be. For human beings, it's the same way. I had the privilege of working with a premier civil and social rights organization called the Urban League in Los Angeles. And so we actually got a business plan that was at that time, which is the Bridgespan Group helped us generate. And there are 5 different things: health, housing, employment, education, and safety. And so I'll conclude my remarks as following. Think about those 5 things in your life: health, housing, education, and safety, just for a moment. Now disrupt any one of them you choose. How's your life? Anyone. And there are people in the world who have all 5 disrupted. So I see that as an opportunity for us to really understand the kind of systems thinking necessary to make this particular thing work. So I can't ever just focus on education all by itself. It just doesn't make any sense from a system perspective. I have to include other aspects of what people are going through in their lives. And unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, I also have to include the impact of artificial intelligence on all those other aspects of life, if indeed it does diffuse in that kind of way. That's a major, massive, complex issue that can't be addressed by just focusing on any narrow issue. That's tough because people don't see the world that way. They see the world in terms of what they've been trained to do, the environments they're in. But for human beings in open situations in life, all of those factors come to play. So I've got to make sure that systems thinking is always there, that our students understand the system thinking's perspective are always there. So I expect as time goes along in the near future, we'll see equity gains and understandings increase as we now start to make sure that AI diffuses in the process of educating human beings and perhaps even educating machines along the way. So again, Sean, I love your comment. You say AI thinks before it speaks. And so we need AI to think before it speaks with human beings, particularly because we're sensitive to that, and it's something that's important to all of us.
Before we move on to Maria, do you want to add to Anthony's question, or do you have any questions to him? Okay, Maria. Is there a new opportunity for measuring and optimizing learning outcomes by leveraging AI? I know that you have been working hard and thinking hard about data-driven approaches to boost the learning outcomes, and by leveraging AI for that purpose. Do you think there is an opportunity for this, for measuring and optimizing outcomes? And also, what is the role of AI in measuring the effectiveness of educational institutions?
Thanks, Mary Lou. And just want to say, I agree with everything you said, Anthony. I think that perspective that's broader is critical to unlocking some of the challenges in our education systems, not just in the United States. In terms of measurement, I come at it a little differently than one might think, given that I've been working with data and measurement in the education systems for about 10 years now. I am really sort of skeptical and upset about the way we measure learning outcomes, and more specifically about what we measure as learning outcomes, how we define those learning outcomes. Over the last 50 years or so, it's become more and more standardized what we mean by learning outcomes, measured in reading and math on standardized tests. And that, I think, is no longer sufficient for what our children need in terms of measurement of their learning. As Mitchell is a great expert on, we need to ensure our students have the self-confidence and the practice of being creative, of problem solving with real world problems, of communication styles that represent their authentic voice. Those standardized tests, if we use that as the measure of learning outcomes, then we use the tradition to reinforce the status quo and those problems with the status quo. So my hope for generative AI and AI in general is that we can use those as tools to shift what we measure as learning outcomes, to be able to more validly and reliably measure project-based learning, these competencies and skills that we know are needed in today's world. And I think to be able to do that, we have to also do research on being able to compare the development of those skills with the traditional literacy. Literacy and numeracy are not going to go away. They're going to still be important. but it shouldn't stop there. And we need to be able to show from an evaluation perspective, and that's where some of the new data methods can come in for real-time assessment of what students are doing and learning in a digital environment. That's how we can start to bridge the measurement of traditional things with the newer models of education. And I think there's great potential in that. But we have to create that evidence base to enable policymakers to make these changes in a large scale. We have lots of small innovations going on within schools, with innovative teachers, with schools themselves, but we need to broaden that and make it part of public policy, and that's not going to be able to be done until there's a broad base of research and evidence that backs that up. So I'm skeptical on one side, but very optimistic on the other side of these new tools being able to help us accelerate those shifts towards new models of education and scale those shifts.
Mitch, this is for you. Could you tell us about your concerns around AI adoption in contrast with your vision of creative learning? In a recent paper, you talk about a lot of concerns, not about the threat of AI in particular, but about how educators or edtech companies are thinking about the role of AI in learning. And they're getting far from, for example, open-end problems, under-evaluating the human interaction that is very essential in the process of learning. So how do you see the contrast between these more traditional approaches and your vision of creative learning?
Thanks. Actually, let me start by building on what Maria was just talking about, because I really agree with Maria that assessment plays a big role in how education ends up being structured, because people end up valuing the things that can be assessed, and with some good reason. There's a need for accountability. But unfortunately, some of the things that I value most, that Maria was talking about, creativity, collaboration, personal expression, are not so easy to assess. So I really hope that Maria's right, that we're going to make progress on that we can do a better job of, with new tools to be able to assess project-based learning. But I do worry whether that's possible. So I do think there's a risk, and the thing that causes me concern is that even with all the new technological capabilities, it still might lead people, educators, not to focus on more open-ended projects, as you were mentioning, but more what I call close-ended problems with a single answer. And again, sometimes there's value in that, but it's definitely easier to assess that. You can have an AI agent that's saying how close is the person to the goal of getting to the answer and giving appropriate feedback, and can even do it in a personalized way if they're taking different paths. But it's still different than evaluating a project and evaluating the creativity. So I hope we can make progress there, but one of my concerns is that without progress there, the new tools will be used to reinforce some of the traditional approaches. I also would say that it was great to hear Sean talk about, and I really agree with him, being able to free up educators to focus more on project-based approaches, as he's trying to do, is great. But I hope it can be integrated together, that it's not that kids spend part of their time sort of learning particular skills and then separately doing something with the projects. I do think that humans are better able to support the type of project-based approaches, but they can understand the motivations and the concerns of learners. They can relate to the lived experience. They can support collaboration in ways that, at least right now, the AI tools can't do. So I think we need to find ways of mix these things together in creative ways to make sure that we don't get limited down to in the ways that we support it. In fact, for me, even, I know most people won't agree with this, the common way now of talking about these as tutors, I see as problematic, because when I think of a tutor, I think of a human, and there's still a lot of ways things we're talking about when Maria talked about well-being and belonging. Humans are much better at that. The new AI tools are great at certain things. We should value them and cherish them for all the things that they're great at, but we shouldn't mix them up with humans right now, at least. We should sort of, it's the same way that it's wonderful that people have encyclopedias to still look at, or do Google searches, or watch Khan Academy videos. Those are great resources. And I do think the new AI tools are going to be other great resources, but I'd rather not confuse it, that humans still have a very special role to play, and don't let people think that it's the same as having another human in the classroom. It's different. It's still very valuable, but I think there's a challenge that we could undermine the value of connection and community if we, position the new AI tools as the equivalent of humans, because I don't feel that they are.
Comment? Maria?
Sorry, yeah. I always love what Mitch was saying. And I was on a plane yesterday and sat next to, we started talking a woman, and she had retired or left the teaching profession. She taught high school. And I asked her why. And she said, well, I got really sick of having to do everything in a standardized way. I was, I didn't have any ability to, be creative in how I was teaching and addressing students. And I've heard that over and over again. And I think, it's not just that we need to do this in a loose, high-level way, the shifting of the education paradigm. I was honored to be able to lead a research project, an international research project about 10 years ago that was trying to study whether students could learn these new skills and how we could measure them. And we learned that how teachers design the learning experience is about 85% predictive of whether students demonstrate those kind of skills, like real-world problem solving. And we were able to assess that by creating a very rigorous rubric for the learning design itself, about whether teachers were asking students to collaborate in a more sophisticated way, to do knowledge creation in a rigorous way. And so this can be done. This is where AI coming into assessment, coming into assessment of learning design itself. It's not just the student side. It is, students still do largely what their teachers ask them to do. And so it's the learning design that is the opportunity here, I think, to be a big factor in these shifts of our education systems.
And Maria, your comment prompts me with my students. I have science educator candidates dealing with the issue of designing their lesson plans, right? And so how do we now start to get them to design their lesson plans to do exactly what you said? Well, interestingly enough, AI is the science of the artificial, right? And everybody knows that. But so is design science, right? Design science is a science of the artificial. It's one that humans have created. So now, who would have thought that in teacher education, particularly for science, there needs to be an integration of AI as a science of the artificial and design science as a science of the artificial. And when you do that relative to all the things that they have to do, the standards, the EdTPA exams, preliminary credentials and all that, that gets to be a really different and big complex kind of thing to manage for a teacher educator and myself. But I've started to make sure my candidates, my students understand that the intersection of all these interdisciplinary kinds of things are going to impact them in ways in which traditional pedagogy and andragogy doesn't. And so now I can start to see in their eyes and see in their work and see also in their videos of their classroom behavior that they now start to welcome, especially since many of them are Gen Z and Gen Alpha and others. They're starting to see the value of the integration of the things we're talking about. And that's my fervent hope and sign that indeed we're on the right track, getting the right people, quote unquote, on the bus and making some really fascinating things happen at classrooms for students going forward.
I have one bonus question, one last question. Is AI destined to democratize education, or is it likely to do the opposite, concentrating resources in the hands of those who control the technology at the expense of learners who have less agency? One thing we constantly think about at the TUMO Center for Creative Technologies is the differential impact of new technologies on privileged versus underprivileged learners, and about students in developed Western countries in contrast with the global South, places like Armenia, where I am now. How do you think AI will play into that? Is AI destined to democratize education, or is it likely to do the opposite, concentrating resources in the hands of those who control the technology at the expense of learners who have less agency? Who would like to start?
I'm happy to jump in. I've been asked many times internationally, like, these types of questions. A meeting in Tallinn in Estonia, a group of educators said, how can we make use of AI in education? And I said, well, do all your students have devices? And are those devices internet connected? And do you have a basic identity, like a GUID for each student so that you can track what they learn and stuff? And that is the number one question for equity. Is it's not, can AI do this? Is do they have access to it? And in the pandemic, we helped when I was at Microsoft, which I'm no longer with Microsoft, but we helped entire countries working with UNESCO to try to come online and keep learning going. We were working with Senegal and the Ministry of Education there, and there were all this focus on getting the content out through radio or through published things. And I said, well, students can use their phones, and there's, digital, and there was a much broader distribution of phones, much more usage of phones, that we could use many of the learning platforms through that. And in places like India, many parts of the developing world, people have much more access to phones. It's a question of what level of phone, what kind of connectivity, can we get free connectivity for students for learning? And then, whether it's a consumer-based model of students learning on their own or a public education system where it's structured, then there's tremendous potential to be unleashed, but it's still some fundamental questions of digital access that I think we still need to really address.
Maybe I'd build on that, but clearly access is a critically important part. Then also recognizing once people have access, that different people have different backgrounds, different learning styles, different approaches, and making sure that tools are developed in a way that can support many paths and many styles. Because we've seen over and over that people are going to be most engaged when they work on things that they really care about and connected with their own experiences. And that requires to have tools that allow different people to use them in different ways. And I think there's potential. I think the new technology opens up greater potential for that. We then have to realize that potential and make sure that we do that. And there are a lot of obstacles because there are a lot of market forces that make it easier to push in a direction of having a more standardized way of doing it that doesn't allow those multiple approaches. Or even, as many people point out with the new large language models, if they're trained mostly on text from particular languages, particular parts of the world, it's also not going to be well suited to people everywhere. So just being aware of these things as we move forward in the development, I think, is really important. And I know that I've heard Sean talk about this with Khan Academy. It's something that they're explicitly looking to make sure that they reach those who haven't had the opportunities. And I know the equity issues have been really central to the things that Anthony have done. So I do think that these are things we're all thinking about, but I do think we have to make, explicit efforts to make sure that we do open up those multiple, not just both providing access and having multiple pathways for different people to use the tools.
Yeah, I'd love to jump in on that. Actually, I think one of the things that we've been thinking about a lot with this is, let's assume these AI tools are benefiting folks. Like, if that is the case, and we prove that at scale, the question is, well, how do you get it to the users and the learners around the world who could use it the most? And I think it really kind of just, in a lot of ways, depends on the incentive structures. I think one of the amazing things about Khan Academy being a nonprofit is we've been really focused on how do we get this in the hands of communities and districts that have a higher percentage of students who are, we use this proxy for historically under-resourced learners called free and reduced lunch. So if there's districts that have a higher percentage of free and reduced lunch, we're actually trying to work closer with them. Even though this costs money and it's not free, this is the first time Khan Academy is charged individual learners because GPT-4 is expensive. But our goal is how can we work with these historically under-resourced communities as much as possible, both to learn from them and do user research for them so that we can build experiences that we know are benefiting those learners. Kind of like Emma gave this great talk earlier about tests that they've been doing to show that it helps those learners who are struggling the most. So we want to be able to figure out how do we actually help the learners who could benefit from this the most, rather than just opening it up to anyone around the world and only the ones who can pay for it who get access. So I think if we really focus on that rather than let's just try to sell this to the highest bidder, sell it to the school districts who can learn it the most, then I think we'll be in a good position. And I think that's something that we've been focused on as much as possible, is selling to the school districts who we think will benefit from it the most, as well as from working with the communities that we want to learn with.
Great discussion, colleagues. Thank you so much for this. USC has just launched a Center for Generative AI in Society. So it's good to see that at a university level, we see the coming impact and influence that universities can have and what these kinds of ideas evoke. But I'm going to suggest something a little bit different, that the question you asked me it's based on humans and what we do and how we manage our systems. I think it's critically based also on the developments in AI. For example, computational agency as it truly is, and as humans have experienced agency in general, and what the advances in those areas are will determine a lot of what it is that's acceptable by humans along the way. So interesting, it's not simply humans responding to what the current state of AI is, it's also development of current states of AI and how those particular systems happen, and that agency and that autonomy, if you will, and the degree to which it now starts to behave in a way where humans are comfortable with that agency and autonomy. There's this interesting situation where we have to meet in the middle, so to speak. And so as long as we understand on the human side what the developments of AI are, what its limitations are, the various flavors of AI that are coming along the way, and also on the AI side where we understand the variety of different learning situations and things that are happening with human beings, the dynamics of both of those coming together will be fascinating. And so I encourage all of us, and just all the viewers here, to kind of consider what their role is in having those particular things come together, because how they come together and what happens when they do will basically result in something that we all have to deal with along the way. So there's plenty of opportunity and just an open field, if you will, for finding ways in which humans and machines can really come together. And as I said before, that's true. That's the equity of the 21st and maybe 22nd century, is how humans and machines coexist in complex environments to solve and address many of the issues that we face.
Let me go to some questions from the audience, from the online audience. There's one question: is there any danger when utilizing AI in education, and whether there are some advantages that will mitigate the flows?
Well, I think there are some dangers. My sense is that the diffusion of AI in education will have to be different than the diffusion of other technologies and new ideas in education so far. And unfortunately, the structure of education may more likely determine how that diffusion takes place. But I argue that some types of innovations and changes are probably necessary. I don't know what they look like. I don't know whether or not our systems of education globally can accommodate them, if you will, and how well they can accommodate them. But I believe it's necessary. So at least the question from the viewer is important for us to consider, and it's one we all should be asking. How can our current educational structures and systems, including families, adopt and accept the diffusion of AI in a way that it will result in opportunity for those who are learning, right? That's the whole idea, is that we want to make sure that there's increased opportunity through education. That's my sense from a perspective of a school of education.
And do you think there will be...
Echoing.
Sorry, Maria. Yeah, go ahead.
Echoing what Anthony said is that the diffusion of AI in education, there's likely to be different patterns of adoption that are different from sort of traditional economic equity patterns. And what we've seen in some early experiments is that that has a lot to do with people's, how intimidated they are by use of new technologies. It's not always, it could be in a very well-off school, in a very well-off classroom, but there's a big division in how students use the new AI tools and generative AI based on their confidence in starting to play with it and starting to practice it and starting to understand how to use it effectively. And it doesn't really have to do with gender or economics or anything. So that is a factor, and teaching people how to use it and basically, ensuring that they practice it and learn how to use it appropriately will be a key variable in this risk of it increasing equity. I think there's one more thing to say here that's about accessibility, and it's not just the ChatGPT model. but it's the new tools that are built into technology, translation, voice recognition, having immersive readers, having sensors for blind, etc. There's all kinds of new technologies that are really going to give more access, but we have to build those into the AI tools so that students who have certain types of reading challenges can have it voice activated, or as Sean talked about, where English is a second language, or any language they can use translation functions. So I think there's different dimensions of that diffusion that we really need to take into account as we build these new tools.
The one other thing I'd add is, in a lot of the discussion around the dangers of AI in education and learning, the focus is on things that are happening that are different than what the designers intended or what they want. Clearly, there's some biases and inaccuracies, and nobody wants those. There are ways in which people might use it, like create something that they represent as their own work rather than the work of the AI, and nobody thinks that's a good thing. So there are dangers when the tools you get used in ways or produce things that the designers don't intend. But I also think there's some dangers when the tools get used exactly as the designers intended, because sometimes the designers, following some societal forces, are designing new AI and education tools to reinforce traditional approaches to education, to take the traditional approach of delivering instruction to learn particular concepts, and they're just reinforcing them, make it even stronger and make it even more difficult to dislodge and change those approaches to education, when I think we need significant changes in education. Now, it won't happen automatically, but I do think that that's another danger we have to be aware of. It's not just the inadvertent dangers, but sometimes it's things that are intended, but some of us might want to have the educational approaches evolve in different ways.
And maybe one thing I'll just mention in terms of dangers of AI that we're thinking about a lot is just the ability for AI to potentially talk about topics that are not appropriate for what a student in a classroom you might want your student to talk about. And so, I mean, we do have things around having teachers be able to have access to the transcripts of the students and the parents as well. But we also kind of have this extra layer of AIs monitoring the AI. So were there any conversations here that were completely off topic? Were there any conversations about self-harm, violence, and a few of those things? And within our systems, those will kind of get triggered to teachers or parents, and they can kind of make sure that students are using the software appropriately. So I think right now, especially because we're so early days, it's very important to enable guardians to have access to make sure that these things are these interactions are safe.
I was thinking when I was reading the question that usually when we think about AI in education, probably we think about teenagers or maybe adults. I don't know, at least for me, I don't think about very early age. Do you think that would be very critical? And how would AI teach a very young adult or at very young age? And do you see any dangers there? Mitch?
I certainly see some dangers. And I do think there's a lot of work going on already. I've seen different types of AI tools meant for preschoolers, usually in an embodied form, some type of robotic toy that's engaging with the child. But the things that make me worried is if it's misrepresenting. When I've seen some of those research prototypes, it sort of presents as if it is, personified in a human-like thing. And I wouldn't want preschoolers to think that this is the same as dealing with a person. It's dealing with something that's an interesting new thing to deal with. Or in an education setting, I've seen them ask multiple choice questions, to young children. And I'd rather have young children exploring and experimenting. So I do think that just trying to make sure that we, to the extent that I don't have necessarily a problem with using AI with young children, but let them use it in the same way they use blocks and crayons and finger paint and modeling clay, where they get to use it to design and create things that they care about.
I'll build on that, believe exactly what Mitch was saying. I think this is tied into, the age factor is tied into issues around data privacy and data security. And at a younger age, parents have the concerns, and they are the kind of guardians of that student data. As students get older and older, they control, or they need to manage the privacy and control of their data. And so building awareness of that and helping them make the decisions around what data gets shared, how it gets shared, et cetera. One interesting finding I heard from a university in the UK, University College London, was that they did studies around their students and how they felt about sharing their data. And students overwhelmingly thought that the university already used their data and that they should be using their data for all kinds of different purposes. They expect that because that is their understanding of how technology and data works in their app system. So if universities are not using that, their students are feel like the universities aren't doing what they should. And that has implications for AI. I think basically the model should be, use it first with older students, test it a lot, and then gradually perhaps pull it down into younger and younger students.
Anthony, would you like to add?
Just briefly, I think this is large. It's going to depend more significantly than we might have thought, not just on the teacher and the student, but the student's family and caregivers and guardians, right? So in other words, we really need to come up with really great models or designs for what it means for an artificially intelligent entity to kind of be part or partner with a young person who's at kindergarten age, for example. So what does it mean when the caregiver is an aunt versus a mother or father? What does it mean when they're houseless families and other kinds of things going on? There are complexities that the AI entity would have to or the teacher together would take into consideration, and how that plays itself out. There's a plethora of different ways in which that could happen. So that's an important aspect to be front and center as these ideas start to become more mainstream. And I don't know what mechanism there will be to do that, given the way I see schools structured and how education is actually proceeding right now. But hopefully they'll adjust to those kinds of demands, and we'll see some progress going forward.
I have one last question from the audience. Education has become very politicized, especially in the US. How will AI amplify this? Should we be worried? Who would start? Would like to start?
I think the fear around political engagement is represented here, just in our pausing to answer the question. I really don't know. I think the polarization of all factions of the United States, I don't see how it's tied into AI in any consistent way yet, but I could be wrong. Welcome other opinions.
Okay, should we, I think our time is over. I thank you for all of you. It has been an amazing panel, and I'm hoping that when we put all this... Yes, Mitch? Yes.
Let me say one thing on politicization.
Yes.
I think one thing, I look at the other panelists, I think one thing we all agree with is we would all want young children to grow up in a way that they develop their voices, develop their identity, so they feel they can be full and active participants in their communities and be active contributors, in a democratic way to the society that they're growing up in. Not everybody agrees on that. And I do think there'll be choices to get made with any new technology, generative AI among them. Obviously, the printing press is obviously right now in schools, the printing press has become politicized about what's allowed in the schools. So I think all of us would agree, and other panelists can speak to it as well, that we'd all want to make sure that any new media, new technology is used in a way that helps young people develop their thinking, develop their voice, so that they could be full and active participants in a democratic society. But that's not something that's taken for granted anymore, and I think we have to work to make sure that that happens.
Thank you, Mitch and Maria, for opening up this a little bit differently. There's a recent article, I think, at BBC World or NPR that suggests that it's too late to build policies for AI, that things are really going to happen in ways which we hadn't even thought about before. So that requires a different mindset. So a kind of a rhetorical question I put out to any community who's interested in using these technologies is how will we behave when policies are not available for such a powerful, complex technology? And I see AI as a filter for humanity in a way that we hadn't even thought about before. It makes the notion of equity apply to every human being, regardless of what your origin is or what your history is and so forth and so on. That's actually extremely important for us as people who are involved in the mix here. So I don't know what it will turn out to be, but I do know one thing. It now starts to give me the hope and confidence and verve to kind of make sure that I'm aware of that, so that as I find new things and see things developing, that I keep that in balance with the political landscape, if you will, not just in the US, but globally.
Sean, before we end the panel, do you have some words?
I don't know if I have much to contribute other than to say that I think it is just a big challenge. I think, things are becoming more and more politicized, and I think we're just going to have to navigate the answers to these questions as it relates to politics and education and where AI plays into it, kind of take things on a case-by-case basis and solve them. But I don't know if I have a generalized answer to this. It's a complicated one.
Okay.
I'd like to jump in with one last thing. So the way AI has been used with social media, with the algorithms underlying it, push people into more and more extreme opinions in many cases. I think with generative AI and ChatGPT in particular, it's built on so much, but it pulls towards the average. It pulls towards sort of the median point of view. And so I think that in some ways may counterbalance what's been happening with AI over the last decade or so. But I'm sure that has risks too. But there's, that may have an influence on our politics as well.
Okay. Thank you very much for everything. And I hope to see you next year again on a panel with amazing news and breakthroughs that you have done. And let's meet again. Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks so much.
TUMO is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. TUMO offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. TUMO's educational software, the TUMO Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. TUMO makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by TUMO's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At TUMO, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several TUMO centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. TUMO is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. TUMO offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. TUMO's educational software, the TUMO Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. TUMO makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by TUMO's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At TUMO, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management, collaboration, problem solving, and a sense of community. There are several TUMO centers in Armenia, with more on the way. With international centers in Paris, Lyon, Beirut, Berlin, Zurich, Moscow, Tirana, Kiev, with more to come. As teens progress completing activities and workshops, their best results are uploaded to a digital portfolio, which acts as their living diploma. For more information, visit tumo.org. TUMO is a free-of-charge educational program that puts teens in charge of their own learning. Over 25,000 teens between the ages of 12 and 18 attend TUMO centers each week after school. TUMO offers 14 learning targets at the intersection of technology and design. TUMO's educational software, the TUMO Path, creates customized learning plans for each student that dynamically adapts to their pace and interests over time. TUMO makes learning exciting using 3 formats: self-learning, hands-on workshops, and project labs. Self-learning with help from coaches. Hands-on workshops led by TUMO's workshop leaders. Project labs with international professionals. At TUMO, there are no admission requirements, fees, tests, diplomas, teachers, or semesters. Beyond hard skills, students develop soft skills such as an entrepreneurial mindset, the ability to self-motivate, time management.
Hello, My name is Adi Malenciano, and I will be talking about synthesizing imagination, human and computational forms of creativity. For one, I'm very excited to be here in Yerevan for the first time, and I'm also excited to be wearing clothing from Tumo Studios, work created by Anahit and Armin. So I want to talk a bit about my trajectory in my career thus far, ways that I've explored artistic explorations within all the work that I've done. And a lot of my presentation is very self-reflective and about the way that I've navigated this world, and hopefully it's resonant in the way that you all are being creative too. And really my trajectory within the art world has been, or within being an artist, has been using whatever is around me and continuing to compound and find new ways of expressing myself and my interests, starting from childhood, as many of us have used crayons and the materials around us, to eventually going to art school, to then studying creative technology in grad school, building communities that have gone global and explored Afrocentric thought around the diaspora, grad school, exploring architecture, big tech of creative technology, but generally how art engages with the ways that we exist in the world professionally. So in spending a lifetime following intuition, I often have to take a step back and ask myself, what exactly am I doing? And generally, I found that I'm really just interested in exploring how we see and experience the world. And that's still a very vague and big statement, but I think for me, it was important to kind of just have that narrowness of, okay, this is what I'm exploring and how am I using my art to do that? And pre-art, my art pre-AI has generally been, how do I want to frame this reality, especially using mediums like photography, which is very much about deciding what you want to include in a frame and not include, how you want to romanticize the mundane and tell a story of the world that you're existing within. With AI, I've been using how do I want to use forms of reality as a medium, studying the ways that society expresses itself on a larger scale through data and analysis of behavior that's digitized. And with art post-AI, I've found that I really have loved using the ways that I've learned about the world through art pre-AI and also my societal inquiries with AI on how do I want to create my own reality? And so I'm going to expand on how I'm exploring all three of these in the next few slides. So with photography and generally with my studio practice, it's been how do I want to frame this reality? And so I realized I have this sort of earthly paradigm that I've been using as an educator when I teach students across various programs, creative programs on ants, bees, and trees, and really understanding who are we as humans and how do we navigate the world and where does creativity and the synthesis of creativity come into our process. And so for me, it's felt like this sort of map, and I have a lot of other slides usually when I present on how I break down the idea of ants, bees, and trees, because I see them all as symbols of the ways that we navigate the world, but generally, as humans and creatives, we start off kind of in the world as an ant. We're really small, we're very influenced by the world around us, our family, our friends, we kind of have one way of understanding the world, and it's also representative of the ways that we are in a creative practice. It's very small, micro, steady labor. Eventually, we become bees, where we may leave our hometown, we may go to college, we may just interact with different people, and now it's a moment where we're synthesizing other ways of being to explore new thoughts, and we come into new ways of understanding the world. And then eventually, there's this opportunity where we create trees, and trees, for me, are symbols of manifestation. As an artist, it's a moment where we are realizing how we are synthesizing all the things that are inspiring us and create something that exists within the world that lasts longer than our lifetimes. And so for me, when I break down this creative process, it's very much understanding that when we start off as ants, as a symbol, we also are inspired by different people, and they become our shoulders. They could be mentors or friends, but people that we stand on their shoulders and are inspired by and influence our work. And so then we take the form of a bee, where we're synthesizing all these different ways of being, and then they impact our ideas of what do we want to create in this world. That then turns into form making. How do you want this idea to then exist within the world? What medium, what form of expression? And then there is the experience, which is how are people going to interact with this? And that then becomes the tree. And for me, this was really important to explore, especially as I have been a lifetime artist, but also entering a space where I'm exploring technology and the ways that technology is influencing artistic practice. And so I found that really the practice is then the power of creativity is when it synthesizes through you, when all of these ideas and ways that you want to exist within the world synthesize within your style, your signature, your upbringing, your culture, your way of being and seeing and understanding the world. And when it manifests into the world, it becomes a tree, and that tree radiates this energy. And that's how people can identify your work from someone else's, of what is it that you are doing that's different from everyone else. And so as I reflected on the work that I've done, and I'm going to very quickly survey some works that I've done in the past, where I re-looked at it through this paradigm. How am I using this ants, bees, and trees philosophy in ways that have explored new ways of being a creative? And so one of these have been simply replicating the practice of another artist. Matisse is an artist that I've very much admired, his also general philosophies, and so I wanted to replicate one of his tactics of, towards the end of his life, he would use paper and scissors and glue to do paper cutouts to realize his works. And so me being very different from him, being in a very different part of the world, growing up very differently, I wanted to mimic that practice, because I also see that limitations within the creative practice can also create a lot of opportunity for new ways of understanding the possibility. I think when we limit what we have, what we can choose to do, we then can dive deeper into the possibilities of the medium that we're using. And so this was one way of my shoulders being Matisse, but also indigenous symbology of using symbols that have a lot of meaning, and then also the tree being this documented process of these huge flags that I am creating that are a montage of these smaller symbols. Another one might be shoulders. Shoulders can also be people of different professions, different institutions, so this one being very inspired by the practice of a scientist, and also the work by MIT's Space Exploration Initiative, which I worked as a research affiliate in the past couple of years, and also Howardina Pendel's work of her annotating on top of her artistic practice. And so for me, blending all those ways of being influenced and then turning them into pages that I'm publishing in a book for an institution that I created called Afrotectopia, where we are reimagining what space life is, but through a cultural lens. Another is sometimes friends send me things that they know I would be interested in. So this one is based off of work that I saw of this person online creating music using the electromagnetic energy from plants. And so for me, being a sound designer, using that energy, which is a form of biosonification, to then create a biological soundscape. And so this is, again, influencing things that I'm just generally curious about and inspired by, and creating something new with it and then becoming a tree. Another being very inspired by psychogeography, the ways that the places around us impact the way that we experience a space, so psychological effects of our environment. And then also being inspired by Eastern philosophies and how they have been found to have correlations to sound, so understanding things like different chakras or energy or sound frequencies and how they tie to different ways of healing. And so creating this WebVR multimodal healing environment that uses sound practices from across different diasporas to understanding how design, architectural design, can impact our psychology to create this tree of an environmental space. And even sometimes it can be simple as DJing. I love to study culture through the lens of a DJ, and so often when I travel, I'll collect a lot of different vinyl, and when I go home, make a mix that understands the culture through a sonic way of what were things that were explored, whether it's through their lyrics or the way that they're constructing their sounds that tell a bigger picture about this culture and its placement inside of the diaspora. So a tree could also be creating a DJ mixtape. And so hopefully this reflects how I just find humans are synthesizers. Creativity is very much a synthesis of blending all these different things that we are excited by, and artistry is generally a constant dialogue. It's communication, and I wanted to emphasize this idea of dialogue because I think it's important to understand the role of an artist and their engagement with the world, and it's very much based off of language, and language has been such a hot topic, especially today throughout the conference, of understanding how generative AI, this new form of generative AI, is so rooted in English and language in general, and how accessible that allows it to be. But what does it mean when we're creating systems that are based off of language? And if we recognize the actual power of language, and understanding that language is really this materialization of social constructs. It's a reflection of how society values certain things, and it's all decided and made by smaller groups of people and are reinforced and replicated by the rest of society. And so to understand how language is very much at the root of our way of thinking and our way of being, and it can take forms of understanding culture, deciding culture, psychology, perception, expression, and all of these, language very much controls and creates the container for the ways that we understand the world. And so for me, it became necessary to inquire, what are alternative ways to understand the world? Which we don't often have the chance to do. We often kind of take the way that we have been taught to think, and we kind of grasp that and think that's the only way to think. And so I was introduced to this work by Marimba Ani and her book called Yurugu, where she discusses one alternative way of thinking. And this one is very much through an Afrocentric lens that studies Europeanism of what does it mean to be a knower. And Europeanism is very pervasive and influential in our global way of thinking. And so the ways that we have understood knowing and fact are very much removed from emotion and spirituality and meaningfulness and interconnected context. And so to have these frameworks that are different forms of logic than what I was ever taught growing up allowed me to be more mindful about the ways that I'm using technology and the ways that I'm engaging with within the systems around me. And so that created a moment of awareness. And for me, I wanted to use AI to reveal the structures of the world. And so going back to how I want to expand on these three things, it became with AI, how do I want to use AI to explore reality as a medium? And so I started that by doing things like this, where I would upload an image of myself, and then I would add words as prompts to adjust the way that my image was altered, and see the way that the metadata around a single word, an adjective, an attribute, could impact the way that I look, and it being representative of all the ways that it understands that word in society. And so some attributes I have, like being Dominican or being an aunt, and some I don't. But to see the way that it changed the way that I looked based on its understanding of language within the way that the dominant society has used it. And I labeled this as a practice called computational anthropology. I was really excited about how I could use AI to study society and reveal our ideas of truth through the ways that we've used language and represent it through images. And I also did it with images from the public domain. And so what I would do is grab captions of how they were represented inside of the public domain and archives from photography from missionaries throughout the global south, and then create images based off those prompts and see how well it could recreate the original image and what it missed and what it was able to successfully do. And since this is so quick, I just want to show this, but I won't be able to go too much into the context and the things that I was able to learn. But I started to get really deep into this and understanding new ways that I could also just have a lifestyle, creating this synthesized way of being and questioning what does it mean to be online and represent ourselves through photography? What does it mean to have an identity when we can now synthesize our own identities and create new ways of understanding ourselves? And all of these practices really emphasized the understanding of the playfulness and the moldability of identity and what it means to represent ourselves. And for me, I found that identity is so much of a performance. In our inner worlds, we don't really think about the ways that we label ourselves in the external world. And that opened a whole Pandora's box of me understanding how I wanted to exist in the world. I've even gone on to use AI to explore different ways of synthesizing fashion and portraiture and architecture, all ways that are representing and blending different forms of culture. But generally, it was a practice of understanding how AI can be a tool to explore cultural metacognition. How do I become so aware of the way that the world is operating that I can then label it and find the perimeters and ideally transcend it? And so that became the shift within my work of using art after having been a studio artist and then also merging technology into it. Now, leaving that and exploring how do I want to create my own reality? If we're so embedded in the ways that reality works within when we use AI systems, how can I actually use AI systems not to continue and perpetuate that reality, but create my own? And so for me, it became a moment of, after having been so observant of the way the society works, I wanted to be observant of myself. So what are the limits to our own imagination? What is the architecture of my own psyche? And so that took the form of me creating my own residency where I studied myself as an artist, did pattern recognition and understanding these are the ways that I operate, these are things that inspire me. And in studying myself, it's really a studying of society, as all of us have these general tendencies in the ways that we work. And it was using chaos to reveal clarity. By getting really messy and exploring and kind of finding the boundaries within my work, eventually I found some things were resonating and perpetuating. And so it became a practice of becoming so aware of my own psyche's design that I can empower and manipulate it. How can I understand the way that I'm operating, that I can now create symbols for this way of operating and then use that in my own system. So it was a sort of sculpting my own consciousness. And so by doing that, what I would do is do pattern recognition and understanding the ways that I've created thus far, and then create symbols and archetypes that represent those ways of being, which eventually became this entire myth that I've used now as a foundation to my art and research practice, where I'll use these different phenomena that I've studied in society and within myself to now create new ways of understanding the world and creating work. And so that also introduced new ways that I could use AI. And so I would use AI to generate images that would represent the different characters by creating these sort of images. And then I would go back into my studio and recreate them by painting them or using pastel on wooden canvases. And now this is creating a new way for me to bring AI into my studio practice. Or even with another major work that I've done of Symposynthesis de Atsukazo. Atsukazo is the name of the myth and the foundation of my practice, where I revisited my way of using biosonification of plants and brought the myth into it by creating an entire film using AI again with a lot of post-editing to create a 30-minute long film that tells the story of this myth, and then took it to University of Maryland, where I collaborated with the dance department to bring this myth to life, where they danced embodying the characters of the myth, but also representing the sounds that I was playing out of my synthesizer. And so it was a constant collaboration and feedback. And so generally, to wrap it up, what I found is in creating this practice, I've been able to explore societal imagination, which I can also consider as collective conscious, the way that we all generally understand the world, and use AI as a tool to study society, and then also blend that with the inner world imagination, what goes on in our collective unconscious, the subconscious, through practice of creating mythologies and rituals. And for me, it's been about what has been the art possible when I combine both. And so I want to leave all of us with just a reminder that imagination is simply a synthesis of our curiosities. And when we follow our curiosity, imagination can go in such amazing and vibrant directions. So thank you. Hello, all. Excited to join you all for our panel on creating the artificial. My name is Adi Malenciano, excited to be here at TUMO, and I want to quickly introduce the panelists. Give me a second. First, I have Alexander Zook, Senior Research Scientist in NVIDIA, Shen Chifan, Science Fiction Writer and President, World Chinese Science Fiction Association, Vincent van der Meulen, Software Engineer at Figma, and Brian Schwab, Director of Interaction Design at Lego Group. So to begin, I want to just revisit the prompt that has really inspired this panel and kind of orient us in our conversation. So this panel surrounds, part of what has inspired this panel has been surrounding the moment the Pope in a puffer jacket, the image was revealed and broke really the internet and people's preconceived notions about the limitations of AI and creativity. It became clear that using AI tools and resources for everything, from graphic design and music composition to coding and game development, was becoming the norm. But it also seems possible that entire creative workflows will be automated to the point that the meaning of human authorship might significantly be transformed. So I wanted to start off with each of you by, for one, reintroducing yourself in relation to how you were thinking about the rise of AI in the creative industry. What is the top of mind curiosity on its impact? Let's start with Chen. Chen, do you hear me? Let's start with Vincent while Chen can get situated. Brian, do you want to start? I don't think any of them can hear me.
I can hear you now, Ed.
Okay. Great. You hear me? Did you hear any of what I said in the beginning? No? Okay, I'm gonna start over. All right.
First time
okay.
You can hear me.
Okay. Welcome, for one. So I wanted to orient our conversation by starting off with what really inspired this panel, part of what inspired this panel. And one of that was the Pope in a puffer jacket being one of the images that broke people's preconceived notions about the limitations of AI creativity. It became clear that using AI tools and resources for everything from graphic design to music composition to coding and game development was becoming the norm. But it also seems possible that entire creative workflows will be automated to the point that the meaning of human authorship might be significantly transformed. So I wanted to introduce you all, for you all to reintroduce yourselves by saying what is top of mind when you think about the recent forms and advancements of AI with creativity. Chen, do you want to start?
Hi, I'm Stanley Chufan Chen. I'm a speculative fiction writer from China. So I've been collaborating with AI since 2017. So AI, human synthetic creativity seems to me is like this continuum of interface, like interwoven, interchanging with each other, just like yin and yang, Ari just mentioned. And I think it's so profound, and we're still at the very early stage to understand it fully. But I think we have to do it like in a practitioner way, and to explore every possibility in our daily life.
Brian, you want to follow?
Yeah. For me, what's interesting is that, you know, I've gone, when I first started in games, we didn't really have even AI programmers, and it went all the way to, you know, the last game that I made at this point now has AIs that can play against human beings and do fairly well at it, right? Over the course of just 25 years or so, we've gone very, very hugely in the direction of much more believable human behavior out of our machine algorithms. And what's beautiful for me, what's top of mind for me is that now we get to finally get to the point where we're not trying to make an artificial human, we're trying to actually have that little bit of human style intelligence actually help us make games, and actually like sort of assists with the development, as opposed to just kind of either an opponent or some sort of cooperative agent in a very limited sense. We've actually gotten to the point now where we've got enough humanity sort of codified that we can finally start to like have them assist us a tiny bit.
Right.
That for me is top of mind.
Great. Often considered a technique of keeping humans in the loop when doing AI development. Alexander, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I think I would echo a lot of Brian's points. To me, what's exciting is we're getting to this era where we can think about, in some sense it's exciting, in some sense it's very mundane, because we're just saying, hey, these tools that we've been improving their capabilities in, we're just going to keep doing that. I think it'll be interesting because we're finally getting to more knowledge-intensive things. So if your old editing tools used to do simple things like making lines line up with each other, they can now do slightly more sophisticated things. And so I think it'll be fascinating to see how people start to push these systems and really begin to take advantage of them to explore new things in ways that they couldn't before because it was just too time-consuming. Really, what I'm most excited about is the fact that it's changing who gets to participate, and it's changing the sort of barrier to entry in a very meaningful way. So these new AI tools really make it possible for people to be flexing, say, conceptual creative skills where they may have lacked the mechanical skills to execute those tasks in the past.
Yeah, definitely. Vincent, can you wrap us up with this?
Yeah, I think I'm on a very similar page as Alexander. Like, I'm very excited to see how AI, and in my case specifically, can like lower the floor for UI design tools and then definitely raise the ceiling. I think if you look at like UI design tools, a lot has happened in the last 10 years with UI design tools, but a lot of stuff also hasn't happened, right? Conceptually, they aren't very different from the tools we had 10 years ago. You still have to draw the rectangles manually, and then you have to put in a bunch of effort to make it interactive and go to code. So like, how do we really now like overhaul these UI tools and make them so much better that anyone with an idea can, like contribute to the design process, but also that like, the expert designers can really take their design much further and potentially, get much better interaction design or like explore VR. Yeah, there are lots of possibilities that in which this technology is going to help us.
I think it's important for us to also acknowledge just the tension also that's going on in thinking about creativity and AI. And I would love for all of you to just, I guess, just share with us ways that you are exploring that tension, ways that you can also give tips to people that are entering this space that are maybe on the creative side, but not so much on the technical side or technological side, of how to see this as a way to augment and enhance creativity and not so much jeopardize or threaten it. Does anyone want to start? Yeah, Brian.
So I think people have always been a little bit fearful of magnification tools, but like we have so many years of using AIs that like it's almost kind of funny like how it keeps coming up, this fear over and over again. I always jokingly say that Photoshop has more AI in it than most people really understand at a deep level. But even to the point of like having algorithmic stuff for animators for the last decades of people at Disney no longer draw every single frame, right? And because of that, because they don't have to draw all the in-betweens, now those same animators can pump out 30 times as much work as they could back in the 40s when Disney started. And that has not limited their creativity, it's allowed them to make 30 times more stuff. You know what I mean? Like because they're not doing all of that crazy grunt work in the middle. And a lot of what we're talking about with these tools today is the same exact thing. If I can iterate faster, see the outcome of some little thought that I had faster and quicker, that magnifies our ability to make more good stuff and more creative stuff, simply because we can try more things faster and see the outcome faster. So this fear comes up a lot, and I think the tension is more just when people think that it's going to take a job away, as opposed to just magnify their powers in that job. And that's almost always been the case that when I hear that fear, and I think that's the thing we have to remember.
Yeah, the Pixar example is a great example of, remember when we had our conversation earlier, of just the automation of no longer have to create each frame, but instead you are now keyframing. And also acknowledging the fact that when we say AI, it's often because we're acknowledging the fact that we're introducing newer technologies into something that has already existed. But oftentimes, as you mentioned in Photoshop, we already have AI embedded into our systems. And oftentimes it exists very seamlessly in ways that people don't even recognize. So we're much more familiar with it than we think we are. Anyone else want to follow up on that?
Yeah, I can follow up with Brian. Yeah. So I think community of creators is very important. And right now we're creating some kind of like AIGC community in China to sharing all this know-how, skill set from engineering and tools available on market. So because I tried by myself, I'm a writer, but right now I can use all these tools to generate music, video, illustration, cover art, everything. Used to be, I need a whole team to work on that, but now it's basically a one-man's band. So I think it's very important to show people how all these tools can empower individual creators to fulfill all the demands. The problem is you have to get over all this fear and anxiety of being replaced by the AI. So I think there's a lot of human-centric anxiety or fear binary there. So I think the most important thing is how we can help people to see this is something to unlock your potential, not to suppress your potential. So that's why we build this community, and we help each other to find some basically job. Then they can use AIGC to make some money out of it. So I think this is a big move. So in the future, you become bigger and it might change the whole industry. Of course, there's something we have to trade off, but I think this is the right move. This is the right direction we have to follow. Thanks.
Earlier, Chen, we were discussing, in our previous conversation, we were discussing potential cultural differences even when it comes down to the reception of AI and it integrating into our creative process. And you have been someone that's been creating with AI for a really long time, especially influencing your writing, and it's been received very well with a lot of success. So I wonder if you have any reflections on potential cultural differences, even in the ways that different parts of the world are receiving creativity being impacted by AI.
Yeah, I can totally observe this kind of cultural differences in China and in the West, EU or US. So I think here people in the industry, maybe like mass public, they are much more open and seems like to be more optimistic of the technology, such as AI. I think because of the history, because of the cultural traditions, maybe. And I think one of the most important thing is like we just experience all this like significant acceleration progress since 1970, late 1970s. So we didn't really have a lot of like reflection on all these negative effects brought by technology. So there's less regulation on the bad side of AI yet, but I think we're catching up on that. So the attitude is kind of different here.
Yeah. I think to bring it over to you, Alex, somewhat similar to that, of how he's maybe exploring AI in the way that it's impacting us in a public way, of how consumers are dealing with this moment, this big moment of understanding what does the role of AI play within our creative process. You've been someone that's been exploring gaming simulations to train AI, very mindful of ways to, on the inside of it, explore the bias and safety and privacy of how to use it in a way that feels safe for people. So can you elaborate a bit on that and what you've been exploring?
Well, right. I think one thing that all these systems depend on is data. And the question is, where's that data coming from? And how was it obtained? One of the big challenges when you want to train these systems is they need this data. Well, where do you get it? And so one of the big angles on supporting that has been, do we need to use real world data? Or can we generate it synthetically? And is that good enough to get us, say, 80% of the way there? So a lot of the work I've been involved in the past is when you want to enable these systems to be able to see in the real world, to act as physical robots in the real world. Well, if you want them to see in the real world, you kind of don't want them to have to see everybody's actual private data, right? It'd be great if they could learn how to recognize faces without having to literally memorize every person's face. So why not train them with synthetic data of synthetic faces to train them to do the ability to actually recognize faces? Similarly, you want to get an autonomous car to drive itself from, home to work. Well, cool. If you want that to really work, it's got to see all the variability of scenarios that humans see in the real world. So it has to know when not to run over some person who just stumbles into the street. Well, how do you get that experience? One way is you have it go drive around in the real world and watch and hope that it doesn't run people over in the street. I'm not volunteering to do that. But I am willing to volunteer a simulation to go simulate that kind of experience and use that to teach these systems. So part of the discussion that sometimes gets overlooked is we can't necessarily get these benefits from AI without having some form of data. But the answer may not be restricting access to real data, but instead finding better substitutes and better ways to build these systems that don't have as strong of those dependencies.
Yeah. And data can take a lot of different forms. Yeah, Brian, you want to jump in?
I was just going to add one thing to that, which is working at Magic Leap with a headset, a wearable. One thing that we discovered was that the data that you can collect then personally is so much bigger, more expansive, and much more personal. It actually makes a ton of sense as a wearable to potentially have only access to that locally. And most of these AI algorithms can be run in a local sense. They don't need a supercomputer running under a mountain somewhere. And so a lot of this data, even though it is very personal and it is very, very sort of sensitive, it can be, gated so that my local system is the only thing that's consuming it and ever has access to it. And now I have all of that good AI insight data on myself over the course of months and months and months of wearing something and having access to an enormous amount of very, very personal data. And I can get a ton of really good insights out of that without having to have the security issue. So.
Yeah, that's definitely been an important safety strategy of understanding the ways that people can use their own data in a way that doesn't feel like it's funneling into large corporations where they don't know how it's being used. But a part of data is also the ways that we use it to impact the way that we operate within our professions. And Vincent, you've been exploring this a lot within the design world of figuring out ways that you can make design more accessible through forms of automation that's often overlooked, finding ways to ease the role of a designer, whether it's understanding the impact, creating space for them to understand the impact of design and kind of take a step away from the laborious processes of being a designer, or also using AI as a sort of thought partner. Could you elaborate on ways that you've been thinking about that specifically, and also other ways that you can imagine it being more a tool for accessibility?
Yeah, totally. So at least in like UI design, you see that like currently like designers spend like weeks designing these screens right by hand, and then like a lot of the important like things like interaction design, accessibility kind of become afterthoughts, right? As they're like rushing for a deadline. So like basically they spend all these weeks like drawing screens and they forget about like, important parts of design. So my hope is that AI will basically make it easier to create baseline good designs. So AI will make it hopefully incredibly easy for you to just, like design a UI that like works and achieves the user and business goal. And then like you have more time to actually spend on like tasks like accessibility and interaction design and all these things that normally get overlooked. And I think for accessibility specifically, right, like that's a huge area where we can like make improvements. Because I think like there's a big knowledge gap in accessibility where as a designer, there's I'm going to speak for interface design now, but there's lots of rules you have to keep in mind, or like guidelines. You have to think about colors and contrast and about sizing and about tap targets, and all of that like changes, depending on like who you're targeting, and it's very personal and dynamic. So accessibility, like knowing all that is super hard, right? Keeping all those rules in your mind and like, even knowing what to look out for when it comes to accessibility. So I think those are the first things where like AI could help, right? AI could help, like basically watch over your design process. And whenever you're about to, make a mistake that like, would pretty severely impact the usability of your app, could basically tell you like, hey, why not like, make this button slightly darker? It would help a ton of people actually use your app. I think the knowledge part is one of it, where like, okay, AI can kind of, help tell you what to look out for. But then a big part of like designing for accessibility is also that it just like takes enormous amounts of time, right? Like a lot of us are like designing with these legacy systems that were like designed 10 years ago. And even though we know that like the font size throughout our app is like way too small, like we just don't have the time and the energy to change it. So in that case, right, if you could just tell like your AI model, like, hey, I know the font size everywhere is too small in my app, like bump it up to at least 16 pixels everywhere. Like, just being able to like outsource that to AI and like have it do that for you would be great. So seeing lots of potential.
Yeah, absolutely. Are any of the rest of you finding these like big moments of impact? Yeah, Brian?
I mean, one thing that we found was super interesting is that especially in like mixed reality, a lot of times because the interface or the application is in the real world with you, it ends up having to follow a lot of real human rules. The interface itself has to follow real human rules. So like, let's say I've got some screens effectively in front of me, some elements in front of me, and somebody comes up and starts talking to me, an actual human being. The system should literally determine that I'm staring at another person and that I'm talking to them, and it should get the heck out of the way so that I can see them. Likewise, if I stand up and I start walking, the elements should definitely like either gray out or like at least very much not block where I'm walking, so that like I can actively not trip over things because I've just happen to have some content in front of me. There was an enormous amount of kind of like human social know-how that the user interface had to have sort of comprehension of it, and it had to be continuously applying those rules, like while you were using the app. Otherwise, yes, I fit into my world and even the technology fits into my world, but now suddenly the application is ignoring everything. It's like even just the buttons and sliders needed to be intelligent enough to like take into account what was going on and the surrounding. And so that ended up being a huge place for AI that we've never really had to have before.
Yeah, and so much of what you're saying is a lot of foresight, of us imagining new ways that these technologies can impact the future, and a lot of that takes in the form of science fiction. Science fiction has been so impactful to the ways that technology has developed, as it gives people a clear direction of these are how ideas of ways that we can develop technology around that. And Chen, you've done a lot of work in science fiction, your work even being described as science fiction realism, focusing on the internal struggles of individuals during times of accelerated change. And this feels like a significant moment that is reflective of that, but it looks like we also lost Chen in the call. So does anyone else have a reflection on that? Yeah, Brian?
The only thing I can quick add, and I hope we get him back, I hope he didn't have to go to the future for a little while. But anyways, one of the things that, when I first started at Magic Leap, we actually had Neil Stephenson as it was called a chief futurist or something like that at Magic Leap. And I spent an enormous amount of time talking to him about a number of things because he had spent so much time thinking about the future. And so one of the things I asked him with wearables was about the stigma, even in his own books, people that were like connected all the time were seen as sort of like outside of the human race kind of. And he had an enormous amount of very interesting science fiction kind of focused thinking around like the ubiquity of technology, and as it comes along, it becomes less and less of fear and more of like something that people just expect. In Rainbow's Edge for Werner Vinge, it was always really cool to like, people would just walk up to the street knowing that a cab was going to be there. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like quick, pull out your app and tell that like I'm about to go somewhere and then wait for, it was always just sort of like, hold on, let's get a car. And like there was always a car parked at the nearest curb, probably just got there. And like those sort of like very ubiquitous intelligent systems that like science fiction starts to show us over and over again, that like people don't just know that it exists, they take it for granted very, very quickly. And that kind of stuff is to me, right now we're getting to that point with the smartphone. I think people are starting to, I can't tell you, like it used to be almost kind of rude to like ask people if they knew information that they probably didn't know. Whereas nowadays, that's just a prompt for somebody who can pull out their smartphone first and find out. It's not even rude anymore to sort of say, oh, who was the blah, blah, blah? Like everybody will go like this and you'll see beep, 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 and bang. Somebody will know. And it's so ubiquitous that we all have Wikipedia in our pockets now. And so I really do agree with that statement that we're at a turning point where it's no longer seen as kind of like elitist or, it's almost what everybody just has. It's a little bit of an extra brain along with them that we make use of it near constant.
Yeah. Yeah, and really we're designing the future, all of us, and really this is a moment where more people can now kind of come in and use it in creative ways where they show that this is how it might integrate with their lives in a way that it feels more aligned, kind of democratizing. Oh, we have Chen back. Okay, great. Democratizing the ways that we're exploring this. Chen, before you dropped off, I was going to ask you a question on thinking about how science fiction has been so pivotal in our ways of developing technology, of so much of the technologies that we have today are from people creating stories around potential technologies. And your work has been noted as being a sort of science fiction realism, and you've done a lot of work on studying the ways that society responds to these big moments. So wanted to get any reflections on that.
Yeah, sorry for the connection issues. I think there are a lot of misunderstanding of how science fiction interact with the real world technology development. So I think we got a lot of inspiration from sci-fi movies, fictions, but not necessarily directly stole all of those ideas from, fictions. But I think it's like kind of like a symbiosis, co-evolution, that kind of relationship. To me, I get most of my inspiration from real technology development and also scientific research. And one thing in the book AI 2041, I found this is super interesting, that different country, different society, even people from different class, their response to the same technology in total different ways. So I think this is something we have to bear in mind, that AI is supposed to be built and served for everyone, but in reality, it is not, right? So this is something, the huge exacerbation will go even extreme, even more extreme in the future, because all this electricity, computation power, infrastructure, and data sets, and not to mention all this language bias and cultural bias within the large language model. And I think this is something we have to build. We have to build some hedge system to fight against it, to make sure like everyone should share as equal as possible in this kind of accelerating future. So I think science fiction could be a very good tool to help people open up all this kind of imagination about possible futures, even from their own perspective. They can share a little bit of factual, like, what if I'm in that scenario, in that situation? What should I do to make the best use or take advantage of the technology, and not to do harm to others? I think this is something most of the tech companies, platform capitalism, wouldn't consider it, because it's not like profitable and is low ROI, for example. But this is something we have to bear in mind as the humanities.
Yeah. So there's this moment of being reflective of the ways that it is, how we are imagining the way that this technology can exist in the world, thinking more with foresight of in the future. Then there's also being reflective of the way that it currently exists and what it's based off of. And Alex, you've done work, for one, your undergrad was in neuroscience, and now you've spent a lot of time in game development, which inherently is a lot about psychology and the way that we understand play and ways that we're navigating systems. So I wanted to open this space up for you to share ways that you're imagining these technologies replicating the ways that our mind works. Like, what do you know about the similarities between neuroscience and the forms of machine learning that we're using today? And how can we imagine that interplay existing in the future?
Yeah, so I personally am very skeptical of any analogy made to neuroscience. I spent, if you try to study computational neuroscience, I spent 10 weeks studying how does one neuron work, learning bizarre calculus, trying to understand ion channels and how to model how these ion channels work to make a potential move along a single neuron. So we spend this whole 10 weeks of course going through this intensively, and we can barely model like one neuron, barely. And I'm not even saying like model it well, I'm just saying poorly, like as like students get a grasp of it. And the instructor points out that, the best organism we have is this crayfish. And it has something like 140 neurons, and they're perfectly mapped out. And they're really a nice organism, because humans, our neurons move around, we rewire, we do all this stuff. They don't, they're perfectly fixed. So he's like, great, we have this organism, it's only got, order 100 to 200 neurons, they're all perfectly mapped out. But there's all these issues in trying to do, like, how do these things interact and everything else. And guess what? And then he spends like 10 minutes just rifling through all the things that we don't know about yet that are all open problems in understanding like how one neuron works with one other neuron in a fixed thing. And he goes, okay. And he's beaming, he's smiling at this point. And the rest of us in the class are just sitting there like blood's drained out of our faces. They're like, what is going on? Why is he so happy? And we're like, so what's up? And he's like, oh, this is excellent. And we're like, what are you talking about? This is terrible. We can't understand how one of these works, let alone two. And he's like, job security. So I say this because I really think that it's important that we recognize a gap between our technologies, the things we're choosing to model, and any underlying scientific models that are also themselves evolving things. Where I think there's a tremendous potential is our choice of what we do with these technologies. I mean, the standard riff we were always told in research is, it's no longer AI once we know what we're doing. So, you know, I think, you know, many of the other speakers have made this point before. But like the example we're always given is like your computer does these insane, like AI algorithm development to compile code to run the code. That used to be a branch of AI. At some point, we understood it well enough that it's just called compilers now, and it's no longer AI. And so I think likewise, what will happen for a lot of these technologies is we'll figure out what we really want to do with particular slices of them, whether it's generating images or answering our queries about the real world or enabling a robot to move around. And as they become more and more sophisticated and developed, we'll just start calling them something else and they'll stop being AI. And I see that as like a very beneficial evolution. Is that sort of like we call things AI when they're still in this fuzzy nebulous space and we're still trying to figure it out. And then as we metabolize them as a society, we get them to be new things. And so in games, we've seen this happen time and again, where it enables new forms of interaction. You have an AI is the thing that's your opponent. Well, back in the day, you just played with another person, or you couldn't at all, and you could only play games that were designed around one person. We've seen, you know, evolutions in that now where AI is now potentially a playmate, could be an improv partner. Things like that are projects I've looked at in the past. And I see these as the things that are pulling into that horizon of what we no longer call AI.
Mm-hmm. So you found flaws in the ways that it's mimicking neuroscience specifically, but do you find any resonance in the way that the general mind works, the psyche or psychology, especially with your work in game development, 3D design, and also how are you finding it impacting the career and industry of a 3D designer, in especially software-based systems as you're so familiar with?
Yeah, so I think what's exciting is these tools are completely upending a lot of the traditional ways of developing some of these systems. I don't think they'll remove the old ones because they're there for a reason and they serve certain needs. But I certainly see a lot of evolution in that space. So if you used to encode AI for the opponents in a particular way of scripting it, now you might be able to replace that entire thing or parts of it using these new language models that are able to, you know, use some world knowledge, perhaps world knowledge you've encoded into them to reason about those sort of processes. I think for development, we're going to see sort of this evolution of, you know, in the asset side, the tools that make up things like, you know, and now Adobe Firefly, but Photoshop tools, things like that. So I see a lot of empowerment coming from these things that will really change it. I think what's fascinating to me is just to look at the sort of new generation of people playing games. They play very different games than they used to play before. And I think that will be one of the big factors that shifts how they think about what AI tools are and what they want to do with them. Whether or not that's because of the tools or because of the things they want to do, I think it'll be, you know, synergistic. I think the two will feed into one another.
Brian, you've been exploring games for a while. Yeah, do you have anything to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, as a build on that, I think when you put any group of human beings into a pile together, the very first thing they do in order to sort of form trustful bonds and connections is to sort of like start to like learn each other's manner of speaking and like it takes literally days for a group of people to start making up their own in jokes and jargon and effectively their own language. And by having computing systems and AIs right now being more and more able to actually understand human language and then be able to regurgitate human language when asked queries and questions, it's definitely a huge boon to all human beings trying to like kind of like actually start to see the machine as working with them instead of just a thing that they need to get around, right? That is a universally foundational human bonding agent is language, right? And so the great thing about having our tools move in a more humanistic manner about not just being able to understand speech, but being able to understand what it means to kind of be a human through our speech. I think what we're going to get is systems that know more and more and more about what it is to be a person so that they can kind of come to us a bit more and we don't have to keep dumbing down our designs to be minimalist so that the average human being can access them easier. Instead, the machine will be coming to you much more easily and much more directly, because they'll be able to like cross the gap, language and otherwise, to individual human beings, and we won't have to have this super generic AI interface system now, so that people can come to the machine easier. And I think we're seeing some of that in games. I think we're going to see it in all over computing, all over the place.
Yeah, and to bring Vincent in, you've been exploring the ways that AI can automate the role of a designer for a long time, whether it's with employees at Facebook or Uber, and with Brian reminding us of the importance of language, and so much of this current era of AI being rooted in large language models. How are you finding that the role of language impacting the role of a designer?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because I think there's like one conversation that's happening, like, I mean, at most like design tool companies, which is like, how can AI help like, you know, the state of design as it currently is, right? Like, how can AI help us like design our screens faster, prototype, all the things I talked about before. But like, Brian raised some very interesting points about like AI actually like changing the way our interfaces look. So I'm very, very curious about that. We haven't gotten to explore like too much, but like there's this concept of like dynamic interfaces that's going around now, where like pretty much, you know, like why like if you and I are using an app, like we are so different. Like why would we have the same interface presented to us? So like, can we have a large language model like dynamically figure out like what an interface for an app should look like as, you know, you're using the app. So like, you know, you use Uber and maybe your interface looks completely different depending on like, you know, your moods, how you typically interact with the app. So yeah, I think there's like this like whole branch going after, okay, how does AI change like the design tools? But then yeah, how does AI like actually like change the design itself is a very fascinating question. Maybe there's indeed a world where like we design like the components that AI uses, but AI just magically, you know, like Legos kind of assembles it on the fly. And I think that's that will be very interesting to see how good and useful interfaces can be there, especially for elderly too, of course. And yeah, you can imagine like the benefits.
Yeah. Chen, as a user, oh yeah, please, Alex.
I just wanted to hop off that. I love that point. And I think it's something that is being underestimated, is how much this new set of AI capabilities, because they understand the code of our tools so much better. It's kind of a point both Vincent and Brian have hit on a number of times. They can rewrite that code. They can manipulate it much better and much more frequently than we have. So I think part of what we'll see is this greater dynamism in everything we build, because if you write a piece of software now, only a human can manipulate that software. The more and more an AI system can manipulate that software for you, the more any creator working with any of these things is empowered to iterate on it. And it becomes not a static artifact, but a living, evolving thing that continues to change with you as a developer and potentially the whole community of developers as a whole. So I think a lot of ways that we used to think about, oh, I write a piece of code and that's this, it's like built bridge. It's this solid thing that's there forever. It will instead be much more this natural path where, oh, the path through the woods evolves as different people take different paths through the woods. And we can redo that as we need, as opposed to treating it as this massive upfront investment that is then statically there and something we're locked into forever.
Yeah. Brian, Alex, and Vincent, all of you are very much on the developer end of these tools, of designing them and finding ways that they can integrate into different people's profession. Chen, you are more on the user end. So how has it been for you when using these systems that other people have designed within your creative practice? What do you wish it had? What do you wish it didn't have?
I think like there's a lot of cognitive asymmetry and symmetry embedded in our human consciousness, which we can definitely leverage AI interface to counterbalance it, right? For example, linear thinking, nonlinear thinking, like short-term, long-term, and human-centric and non-human-centric. So I think I'll take AI as a mirror. So it's reflecting myself as a creator, as a human interface. So I'll see how it responds to me and how I react to that kind of response. So it's like a cybernetic feedback loop, and you can fine-tuning the AI to fine-tuning yourself. So I think this is super helpful if we think deeply into that story, right? So basically everything is narrative. Everything is like interface with each other, one country with the other countries. So if we can really improve that kind of interface and interaction, maybe a lot of things can smooth out. So this is something more spiritual. To me, like AI maybe is not only bring us some practical and efficiency improvement, but also making us to become a better human being or civilization. So this is my self-awareness or enlightenment.
Yeah, any reflections on that?
I have one sort of quick little add, which is humans in general are we're differential, right? Like all of our perceptions come in as like a slight difference from what we just perceived just a bit ago, right? And so like if something is a big change, it's more easily seen by us, right? The interesting thing is that means that we're much more shorter time horizon than you would expect for something that has so much cognitive power, right? Like we're built around noticing change in the short term. And so when things change very, very small amounts over huge periods of time, it can be very difficult for people to pick up on it or to feel, like it's a dangerous thing. I think we're all feeling the effects of climate change right now because nobody can feel the effects of climate change over the course of the last however many hundreds of years. And so having an AI system that can track things on larger time horizons and be able to show us more regularly the sorts of effects that we should all be kind of taking into account on a regular basis, I think is going to help us as humans expand our ability to kind of make planning not just on what we've evolved to be good at noticing, but the things that we can now have access to all the time that are a little bit superhuman, if you will.
Yes, and so we're now switching a bit into Q&A, where I'm gonna ask some questions that have been pulled from the audience, but also this first question, I wanna also bring it into a question that I had for all of you. We often talk about democratizing AI, and I think when we say democratizing AI, we're often saying from a perspective of a developer to a consumer that more people will have access to using these technologies. And not so much that more people will have access to deciding how the technologies work, how it can replicate their cultural nuance or their ways of understanding the world that might be very different from the ways that we're designing them. One question from the audience was, how do we maintain a user-centric approach to product development, ensuring that our AI-powered features truly add value to customers? So thinking both about this idea of democratizing AI, but then also once we do that in a way that truly is designing the tool in a way that's reflective of mass society, how might it impact users?
I mean, for me, that's just good design in general, right? Like if you're not assuring that your features aren't, user valuable, then you're just not being a great designer in the first place. If you're just sort of throwing things in for hype or something. But what I would say is that as you start to make use of these tools as a designer or as a developer, very quickly you start to see the value for yourself, and then you can start to then see how that will be of value to your end consumers, right? And so I think by making sure that we don't quarantine a lot of these tools, we can get developers to have enough access to these sorts of things so they can really start to see the value at a sort of higher level, so that we can then see that trickle down effect as we start to see the value at the consumer side of things.
Yeah, and Alex, I see you nodding a lot, and I also wanted to ask you if you had any specific contributions to that, especially thinking about how so much of your work is materializing research, studying society, and finding ways that you can bring that into product development.
From my perspective, I think the most important thing is to get as much of this available to people, safety measures in place, but as possible. I think it's very, very hard to know in advance what's valuable to people, right? That's why we have market systems. That's why we have free-floating prices, things like that. And so I tend to lean toward the view that we should avoid being too paternalistic about telling people what they ought to value before letting them decide. And so instead, we should try to get as many of these alternatives out in front of people, because the ones that aren't valuable to users won't use. And if they're not using it, that's the signal that we know that we're going the wrong way. That to me seems like a much more powerful way to ensure that we're really focusing our energy where it ends up delivering value, is by seeing that it's delivering value, as opposed to trying to tell people what to value in advance of them being able to actually experience it.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfect segue, if no one has anything else to say, to the next question from the audience, which is, what kind of opportunities through global employment or project-based collaboration would you companies offer or would be willing to support for individual around the world to join your research? Should I repeat the question, or?
I mean, I think there's an enormous amount of direction that you could go with that, though, right? I mean, everything from every single AI model that you see, from open source to otherwise, needs additional data from other parts of the planet so that we have more inclusive models, so that we have more diverse models, right? And likewise, in the other direction, we need people to start helping devise ways that we can be more safe and more secure with some of these models that are going to have access to slightly more personal data. We need testers in ways in which we've never needed testers before, right? And so there's a number of different things that we need from the ecosystem of developers, from the ecosystem of consumers, as all of these new tools and techniques come into place.
Yeah, I think I would riff on that to add on the technology development side. Right now, there's a vanishingly small number of people really trying to use these tools and understand what they can do. Yes, they're very popular to generate images, but there's a very small community of people who are taking the open source models and trying to really push, what can I do that's relevant to me? And especially when we think about the global community, frankly, most of the development has been among a small group of fairly elite, well-privileged people focusing on a very small subset of problems that are interesting to them. So I think the global community is going to be the main force to move this, because they're someone who is not trying to solve, I'm trying to write code in Visual Studio faster, or is not trying to solve, I'm trying to make my VC pitch deck visuals, but is thinking about the full landscape of how these models can help them in their day-to-day lives. It's only when you have a different lived experience that you even notice those opportunities. So I think, to me, it's actually far more exciting to see what happens outside of the core group that's doing things now, because that's the group that isn't trying to use the AI technology for the intended purpose that the initial developers created. And that's where I think we're going to see tremendous innovation. And even just from a research side, new problems emerge. From a business side, that's where all the market is, right? That's where most of the opportunity lies. And that means that's where we'll learn the most.
Vincent?
Yeah, just to add on to that, yeah, definitely echoing what Alexander and Brian have said so far. I think personally, what a lot of people I think forget with these new systems is that it's still machine learning, right? You still especially need data. And like they said, I think that's where everyone can contribute a lot, right? Some of these large language models and other models are really bad at certain things, and that's not necessarily because they're inherently bad at that, but just because they have never seen any data on the problem. With GPT, for instance, GPT was notoriously bad at drawing vector images when it came out, and now it's slightly getting better at outputting coherent SVG. But a lot of that is the inclusion of good SVG data into the data set. So I think let's imagine you're a farmer somewhere, right? Having data on whatever task you want, this model to help you with, and providing that to researchers and I don't know how, yeah, we would have to establish a way of contact there, but that'd be super valuable. And I think the biggest question in a lot of these, when building a lot of these AI tools is what does success look like, right? You can't build a good AI for design if you don't have good examples of this is what the AI is supposed to do. This is a good design. This is a bad design. In this scenario, the AI should do this. So I think for a lot of people, like if you want AI to become better at your area of expertise, like providing examples there of like what does success look like and like how should the AI act in like certain circumstances, I think will be very valuable. And hopefully we can kind of identify these areas that like AI is currently weak in, and then work with like the local population to make it good for any area you want it to be good in.
Yeah. So much of what we discussed already is thinking about where the role of AI is when we call things AI, whether it works or doesn't work, revealing, the glitches sometimes when we're at the forefront of technology. Recognizing that when we do things well, like Brian, as you mentioned, of just being very cognizant of the way that people operate within this world, that awareness can lead to good design. So generally, we've explored how we can critically think about developing AI, but what on the opposite end of it, and not even on the opposite, but just on the more imaginative end and the more likely exciting end of what do we imagine when we're creating well-designed technology, AI, something that's reflective of society. Like once we've solved all of those things, what are we excited about for people to be able to do with these technologies and ways that it can allow them to explore new ways of being creative? Like what are we not even thinking about right now? As a writer, Chen, or as a designer? Yeah, Chen?
Yeah, I'm thinking about like human large models, just beyond language, beyond human language. But because there are so many data out there from animal, plants, fungi, even from the environment of the whole planet. So I'm thinking about maybe in the future, we could just like what Brian just said, like we build an inclusive model of the whole planet. So it could be something like a planetary intelligence model. So that's something totally fascinating, and it would be super cool to I think that would be something we can fight against the climate change.
I love that. This is just more it's somewhat sci-fi, but I've only recently been reading about it. And I think it's fascinating to me. I'm very excited in say the next 5 to 10 year horizon for AI. It's hard for me to imagine a lot further out, but our ability to communicate with non-human species seems like it's on the horizon. And I really want to have a conversation with a whale. So I am all in on this stuff so I can talk to a whale and or one of those tortoises that live hundreds of years where I need to have that conversation, or jellyfish. I don't know. All of these are on the horizon for me. And if we can translate every human language, we know whales have language. It's here. Why can't I have this conversation is basically what I'm asking.
I just hope that doesn't lead to a mass retraction of all of our cat videos because the cats don't like it and they're like, hey, no, that's done now. I was gonna add what I'm really looking forward to is sort of the ability for us all to kind of have a super powerful tutor or in many different subjects, or the ability to have a panel of people from very diverse backgrounds that I can throw ideas at and they can say that's super offensive, shut the hell up. or even more easily accessible mental health sort of professional kind of advice, right? So that I can tell people my problems and in a very non-judgmental place have an AI therapist help me work through some things. And to Stanley's point earlier, it can mirror me and show me some of what I'm saying without me having to spend $300 an hour to a therapist to get this done, right? And maybe we can actually destigmatize mental health in general that way, because enough people will see a benefit that it will become not a weird thing to go to a shrink, right? You know what I mean? And so for me, the ability to have these long range cognitive partners is useful in so many different directions, because not right now those sort of partnerships are not scalable at humans scale, right? Whereas if we all can kind of generate them, that suddenly makes all of those things super accessible.
Yeah. Vincent, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, this is so much a lot shorter term, I think, than the others. But like, yeah, I mean, one of my first things that I'm very excited about is just like, you know, the ability to like for them to truly be multimodal, right? I think right now there's a lot of like awkwardness in the way we interact with an AI, where we have to like dumb down the way we talk to it, like because it only understands text. So I think like in the near future, right, when it like is able to understand images and audio and all of that, and we can just talk to AI the way you would talk to a friend, I think that's going to be huge. And you know, then also like more personalized models, right? Like I think currently we have all these AI models, but they're pretty generic. And if you want, I mean, I'm not a writer, but if you want to use them for a writer, right, they don't necessarily write like you. So I think in the near future, we're all going to be able to like easily fine tune our own models, and we're hopefully all going to be able to have access to these like super personalized models instead of only the top 1% of like AI researchers having access to that. And I'm very excited for like how you could have your best writing assistant that's like attuned to you, or like the best therapist for your use case and for your history. The possibilities are truly endless.
Yeah, essentially to wrap it full circle, and even maybe even doing it in a way that's local, thinking about privacy and safety in the way that Brian mentioned it earlier. Well, that is time. Thank you all for joining this panel. It was great to hear from all of your different insights. And now I'm happy to introduce Rafi Krikorian, who is going to give us our closing keynote speech on the case for AI optimism.
Thank you, Adi. Yes. Hello, everyone. It's good to see you again. So my name is Rafi Krikorian. I am the CTO at the Emerson Collective. I think a lot about how do we use technology in order to advance the social good of people, how to amplify the best of people, and how to get people to get their achieve all their goals and sort of get to the things that they want to be the person they want to be in the world. So let me just start this quickly. So I come from, I realize I'm the last thing between you all and this conference being over. I hope you all have been appreciating it. So I come from a world, just to give you my background, where I've been using AI and AI technologies for a lot of different things. So whether it be that, I started my career as a VP of engineering at Twitter, where we thought a lot about how to connect people globally and how to connect people so that ideas can flow. We thought a lot about this notion of flattening the landscape so that everyone can reach anyone on the planet really easily. But as part of that, we used AI-like technologies to help do recommendations of different pieces of content that you might want to go see. Clearly the world has changed a lot since we did this 15 years ago, where now we have questions about what do those recommendation engines look like? What does transparency look like? How do we actually understand what are the implications of computers and machines making these siloed recommendations that potentially have this ability to splinter society apart, as opposed to putting it closer together? We can all have our own unique views of what the world looks like because of these powered systems that are feeding us this very careful piece of information. So I spent a long time at Twitter thinking about how do we build the platforms that made these things, but it's only been in the last few recent years that we sort of understand what the implications thereof could look like. I moved from there to running the organization that was in charge of self-driving cars at Uber. So I was recruited to help try to rethink effectively the Uber business model, that instead of relying on people in order to drive, in order to transport physical matter through the world, that we can instead have computers think about how do we get things to navigate the world, how do we understand how to build things that are safe, that are driving on four wheels in front of us. And of course, again, we sort of had this naivete going into it. This was maybe 7 years ago at this point. We had this naivete going into it. Like, we literally trained these vehicles. This is an old story. We literally trained these vehicles in a place called Tempe, Arizona, in the United States. For all those of you who know the United States, Tempe, Arizona is a fairly white portion of the United States. And we brought these cars back to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where we were based, and the cars literally wouldn't see people with dark skin. And so we had visceral experience of learning what these biases in these systems could look like. I went from there to run the technology team at the Democratic National Committee in the United States. Turns out the Democrats in the United States is the longest lived political party in the world currently. And so I spent a lot of time thinking about how do we use, again, technology to amplify the message of Democratic candidates who are running for office. How do we think about pushing policy messages? How do we get more people out to vote and what those implications thereof could be? It's actually here that I felt the most visceral pain for all the work I had done so far, because I had to go and battle misinformation in the world. I had to figure out what would be the ways to actually actively combat and detect all the lies that were spreading throughout this information ecosystem that was being powered by these AI systems. But most recently, I've had the really good fortune of starting to create these set of stories. It's a podcast now, a set of stories around what AI optimism could look like, or more specifically, trying to fill the gap between AI optimism and AI doomerism. There are so many people, you can listen to podcasts today, there are so many people who will tell you all the crazy things that AI will be able for us to do in the future, whether it be changing the way we do education, medicine, healthcare, etc. And there are all these people who tell the story about the doom and gloom that could happen with these AI systems, whether it be the bias I just mentioned in self-driving cars, or whether it be the disinformation that's really been spread. And what we've been really trying to do with these set of stories is try to figure out the optimistic lens, that you can both be an optimist, but be concerned at the same time. And in fact, that tension is what makes the world better. Like, we can think about all that tension simultaneously because we want the good, but we want to mitigate the bad, and therefore we can get to a world where we're really optimistic. And we've had some fairly amazing guests as part of this, and let me just do a quick run through of sort of a few of them and what they've talked to us about. So on the top left, we have Suresh Venkatesubramanian, who's a professor but worked at the White House to really think about what are frameworks for AI systems that could benefit society. Underneath him, maybe the counterbalance, you have Tristan Harris, who Tristan thinks a lot about what are the existential threats that AI can really bring, whether it be this concern that it could really end the world in some way, but maybe more nuanced, that this concern that could further exacerbate the differences in our society. We had a senator, Senator Bennett, talking about the need for us to protect children, but if we're able to protect children, then our educational system could be amazing at the same time. Meredith Broussard, underneath Senator Bennett, talks about this great story of helping people understand what does it mean to build a fair system. She has this metaphor of sharing a cookie. Like, if you were a computer algorithm and you were told to split a cookie in half to share it amongst people, you would split it right down the middle, 50.0% to one person, 50.0 to the next person. But human systems don't work that way. Like, when I break a cookie, someone's going to get 51 and someone's going to get 49. If my kids break a cookie, a fight will erupt because it's unclear who gets the bigger piece. And so it's about answering those questions is what she talks about, answering those questions which makes our society better. We need to confront the fact that these societal systems are not always going to be equal. Justine Bateman is an actress. A bunch of you who might be my age or older may have seen her in the 1980s. She was in a sitcom alongside Michael J. Fox. But these days, she's one of the biggest voices on top of the Hollywood writer's strike, with an absolute concern that these AI systems can break the creativity of human beings. Because these AI systems are fundamentally looking backwards, she's concerned that no creation, no new ideas will show up if we rely on them. I don't know if I agree with her, but that's the position of the AI writers, the writers at least. But Sal Khan talks about how we can then take these engines and really educate children, give them personalized pieces of information so they can really make their world better. Eric Brynjolfsson talks a lot about this notion of automation versus augmentation, of like, how do we think about giving people tools to make them better at their jobs, as opposed to removing people from their jobs and replacing them with machines, and trying to find the right levers to pull there. And finally, I talked with Maria Reza as part of this podcast. She's a Nobel Peace Laureate, Nobel Prize laureate, who thinks a lot about what happens to our societies as these AI systems come through. And the thing that I really learned from all of them is that in order for us to be optimistic, like, if you were to try to think about this really simplistically, how do we win as a society using AI? It's really complicated. There's no obvious answer. But there are a few truths that we can bring up from it. And one of the major truths that came through from all of them is bet on people. Don't bet on machines. And so the notion of like, I jokingly said at one point I need to print t-shirts that said Team Human. It's not that we make machines irrelevant. It's not that we ignore machines. It's not that we think about machines as only in the corner. But we need to figure out ways to develop a techno-societal system which has us working with AI in order to make our society better. And there are three key truths that came from it. One is we need to build systems that are human first. A lot of people talk about these human-first AI systems or human-centric AI or human-forward AI systems, and that's exactly true, and that's the way that we all need to be thinking about these systems moving forward. It should all be under this notion of how do we give people the biggest amount of superpowers they possibly can so they can be the most effective, they can do the things they want to do, and we can use humans to make the world better as opposed to relying on machines to do it for us. So in the case of automation versus augmentation, the real argument there is that it's really easy for businesses, for example, let's take a call center. It's really easy for businesses to eliminate all the people in the call center and just have a computer take those calls. Maybe that's the right thing to do. It's a very complicated question. But another way to look at it is what if we can give all those people in the call center superpowers? What if we can help them help other people faster, easier, better? What if we can build tools? I talked to professors at MIT. What if we can build tools that can help a call center person understand the emotional state of someone on the other side of the phone? Or think bigger. How do we make sure that call center operators don't get burned out because we're looking at the emotional state of everyone is calling in and we send some happy people to you and some sad people to you so we can make sure they have a real good balance. We can be building these systems in order to be aiding people to do their best work, and that's maybe one of the ways that we should look at. Another one of the key tenets that came out from talking to all these people is that we need to build systems that bring people together and not tear them apart. Left to their own devices, these AI systems have these tendencies to amplify the biases that already exist in our society. So for example, I took my self-driving car example. I brought cars to Tempe, Arizona, trained them on the people we saw there. They only saw white people. You bring them back into Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They didn't understand what to do with an African-American black person crossing a sidewalk. They literally would just get confused. These systems just exacerbate the biases. In Tempe, Arizona, a lot of white people choose to live there, so it exacerbates the bias that's there. In that 51 versus 49 example of the cookie, you could always be giving the bigger piece of the cookie to the oldest child, and without thinking about anything further. That's a particular bias that could just be amplified by these systems. We, as the creators of these AI systems, need to fight against that. We need to really be thinking about how do we bring people together. So in building a social media network, instead of sending people to all these different AI-based silos of information, what if we thought about it as an information diet, that you should see some of the stuff you like, but every once in a while you should see something you don't, as a way to broaden your view of the world or broaden your horizons of the world. Again, way more complicated than what I just laid out, but we need to be thinking about how to eliminate bias in our society and not let these systems accidentally amplify them. And then finally, we just need to learn, adapt, and change. One of the things that is going to be inevitable in this new world is that nothing is constant except for the fact that it's going to be changing. I jokingly say all the time that with AI, we live in this time where every single day feels like a year when it comes to new technology being developed. And so what do people need to do to make sense of that? You know, in the session I led, or the panel, we were talking about how a lot of people's identities are tied to their job. But what if their job has to change? The thing that we need to think about is how do we make humans resilient? How do we think about different ways for us to think about our identity so that as the world is changing around us, we're excited to learn about new things. We're excited to change. We're excited in order to take new opportunities on and figure it out, as opposed to simply digging our heels in. And you can see this in a lot of different policy work around the world. You know, the Canadians think a lot about how do we do job retraining in the case of jobs being made redundant, as opposed to, say, the Americans who might think about just simply giving a welfare check. And so thinking about how do we use different policy levers in order to increase the resiliency of people, I think is one of the most important things that we need to go do. So why am I really optimistic? The reason I'm really optimistic is pictures like this. This is an AI rendered version of what a TUMO center could look like. But I'm willing to bet on kids in this world moving forward. I'm willing to bet on the fact that if kids are empowered, if kids are educated about what these systems can do, if kids are taught not just how to be users of these systems, but also be advocates for the kinds of things that they want to do and the kinds of change that they want to see in the world, that we will get to a better place for all of us. Now, that's a long time frame. You know, we have to bet on every single sector of our society, but the part that gives me the most optimism is what education could possibly do for everybody. We need to think about, you know, Finland did this example a few years ago where they tried to educate 1% of their population to be technically literate in AI. They had this whole online site where you could learn different aspects of AI, not just what it could do for you, but also what the biases are. And Finland, to this day, has the most AI startups per capita of any country on the world. Finland, to this day, has really thought about what every aspect of their society could do if they used AI as part of it. And I encourage all of us to think about a model like that for every one of our countries and every one of our societies. Like, how do we lean in on making a human-centered view of the world that's optimistic and is resilient to all these changes that are coming forward so we can rapidly move forward together. I want to read just how I closed a podcast series because I think this summarizes a lot of what we could be doing together as we think about this. So, give me a second, oops. Technology touches every part of our lives, and this has always been true and will be true forever. And the explosion of technology over the past few decades, if it's taught us anything, it's taught us this, that technology changes, and so does society. Social media, smartphones, even the internet itself, these things haven't been around for a very long time, yet they dominate every part of every way that many of us live and work. So when it comes to AI and this moment, when people talk about revolution, people talk about scary risks, or people talk about the massive changes that you should be prepared for, or what does this mean, the future is obviously totally unclear, but I am optimistic because I believe in people. I believe that people are curious about the technologies around us and come to learn more about how it works, ask big questions for the technology themselves, then we can broaden the conversation that we're having around this technology and our society is having. Because these conversations need more people in them, not just engineers, entrepreneurs, people you saw on the screen today, but it needs all kinds of people. And that way, we can all be better equipped to use this technology for good, whether you're a teacher, a plumber, a CEO, a doctor, an artist, or a parent. But even more important, we have the ability to advocate for ourselves. So if we want someone to speak up when these technology systems are biased against us, or when tech policy might be limiting what humans can do rather than expanding it, then the responsibility is on us. I believe that people can do that and that you all can do that too. And that's why I'm at least technically optimistic around the future of what AI can do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Pegor Papazian, who is one of the co-founders of the TUMO Center, to close us out for the day.
Optimism and resilience. I took that away as the two words that could move forward with. Let me do a small recap of our symposium today, say a couple of thank yous, make a couple of promises about the future, and say goodbye. So we had an amazing day. We started off with about a dozen hands-on tech and design workshops, applying APIs, generative AI APIs, and other tools to everything from architecture to graphic design, filmmaking, storytelling. We then went into a series of 7 panels around everything from, again, creativity with AI to how schools and universities are being disrupted, how we should think about that, how we should be teaching machine learning itself as a discipline, around the ethics of AI and the future of work. That was interspersed with a number of amazing keynote speeches and also 2 fireside chats with Dara Nachimoglu and Stephen Wolfram. and all giving us a treasure trove of material that we now are going to be looking through, and this is part of the promise, and finding cross-cutting themes, summarizing, packaging it in a way that in addition to the raw footage of the videos that we've generated, you can look at and kind of use as a starting point for further investigation, further thought. And looking a bit more forward, I'm sure that we'll repeat this symposium at the latest a year from now. I'm sure that it'll be substantially different given how fast things are moving. But I bet some of the insights we constructed together today will give us a good foundation to be at the level of those changes when they happen. I want to thank the 30-plus panelists and speakers, and especially the moderators who joined us here in person, and also our amazing crew here at the TUMO Center, who put together a very logistically challenging event under very difficult personal circumstances and made it a success. Thanks, everyone, and see you next year.